Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me, and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in all your feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the two of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me, and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. No, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. My broken heart and I, my broken heart and I. I'm sick and tired of you. All this time I've been nothing but a fool. There's no more trying, we're through. How this story ends ain't up to you. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. I'll take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings so good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My broken heart and I, we're moving on, moving on. We're moving on. My broken heart and I. My broken heart and I, we're moving on. Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. Night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be all night.
Don't give up, 'cause we've come a little closer. Lift me up and I'll take this feeling higher. Hold my hand and we'll make it there together. It's gonna be all night, night, night.
It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. It's gonna be all night. Night, night, night.
Energy, energy, energy flow.
It's gonna be
fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. Tomorrow. I won't wake up from the dream I had since I was just a kid. 'Cause when I'm older, I won't look back at what I lost. Just what I got, just what I got. Let me take you to my fantasy. Let me show you everything I see. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland. Tomorrowland. I'll be taking you to my imagination. Get into my head, it's our Tomorrowland.
I've been wandering these places, trying to find where I know I belong. And I've seen too many faces, now I know it was here all along. So don't try to deny it, you know we ain't leaving here alone. When I'm with you, I'm flying, I just want you here, that's all I know. Got me feeling, got me winning. I'm lucky when you're by my side. When I say it, I'm not lying. And every time we touch, it feels like. Every time we touch, it feels like.
What a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. That's the high boss,
It's just going to be an explosion of death at the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Of course, has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals champion.
Hello and welcome to the OWCS Stage 2 playoffs. At the end of this very weekend, we got 3 EMEA and 3 NA teams punching their tickets to the Midseason Championship in August. Now, Zoe here, joined by Jake and Matt. Friends, how we doing? Are we ready for this?
Yeah, I mean, look, I think we have a lot of great games for EMEA. I think it's going to be really close to determine who the top 3 going in are.
I've never been more ready, Zoe. I mean, EMEA has been such a fun region to cast this stage. It's been incredibly competitive between these top 4 squads. I mean, maybe there's some early favorites here, but with 3 slots to play for, I think all 3 of the teams qualify out of EMEA are going to be able to put up a strong performance here on the world stage. I'm excited to see what they have in store for us in playoffs.
And we don't have to wait too long. We will be covering EMEA here in the first half of the day. So let's jump right in. As you can see here in our standings, Virtus.pro topped the EMEA standings. They were just absolutely dominant. They really just dropped 2 maps against Katsuya, and that was the only team that took anything from them. Now, in the middle of the pack, though, Twisted Minds, Katsuya, and Geeke, they had to battle out a 3-way tie. And then there was also the explosiveness of 1, 2, 3, 4, which made it so very close against all of these teams, pushing them to map 5. Unfortunately, they are finding themselves in promotion or relegation. No doubt we'll see them again, though.
this is crazy, Jake. The last 3 Twisted Minds games have all gone to 5 against 1, 2, 3, 4, GK, and Katsia, right? So they finished 4-1, but how they got there is obviously down to the wire, where EMEA, that 3, 4, 5 really competitive all throughout. And like VP, they picked Katsia to face in round number 1.
This is so alpha.
That's a game that went to 5 as well, right? No real easy opponents here in EMEA.
Yeah, Jake, what are your thoughts on VP picking Katsia? As we already mentioned, Katsia was the only team that managed to even take maps off of them. Why would they identify Katsia out of all teams as the quote-unquote weakest team, or was that even the point here?
I mean, you only have two choices, right? It's them or GK, who I think have continued to really level up through this stage and look like a fearsome competitor. So for me, it's less of a statement of the weakness from Katsia and more about the strength from GK. So the VP obviously think that's the pecking order. They think Katsia is going to be the team to knock out and eliminate from playoffs. And, with 3 of 4 teams going on, you start to feel like as a team, like, okay, we made it to the playoffs. Come on, surely we can win one game and make it there, but it's not going to be easy, right? Somebody is going to be falling out of this playoff 2-0, not going to the midseason championship, and really regretting this stage, considering especially how hard they had to fight just to be here, just to get this chance.
Yeah, I mean, GK has gotten better really throughout the stage here, Zoe. NTM just played GK last week in a 5-gamer, so
I was about to say, that was a map 5 brawl though, so honestly, that second match today could go either way. If you're one of those teams though, all you really want to do is win that first match, and you already got your ticket to the Midseason Championship. 3 teams of each region will be making it to our next LAN event, so you just don't want to be the first one out.
I mean, yeah, you just need to win once. It's not
just one.
We're not asking for a ton here, right? Just get one on the board. Where, yeah, I think if you're Twisted Minds, right, to potentially win this first game, right, would be huge. Just kind of get that qualification over with. It's a rough stage. Maybe the meta changes by time we head over to Paris, and you're in a much better position.
Absolutely. I'm just so excited for all of these matches, and also just to see how the teams will be performing, because I feel like other than VP, a lot of our teams were on a bit of a journey this stage to figure out their footing in this meta, figuring out new pieces that were implemented into their respective rosters. So yeah, let's talk about our expectations though, because especially for teams like TM, look, VP is definitely on course to take TM's regional crown, but TM, I mean, they're still the reigning world champions. Have they looked shaky this meta? Yes, but they are still the reigning world champions. So we would expect them to place fairly high.
Yeah, I mean, very nearly went back-to-back in Japan, which is something that I really didn't expect, given that they came into that tournament looking a lot weaker than usual, looking very beatable. They flipped the script, they brought UB back in, and that was almost enough to get them over the line for another global championship. So for TM to come into this stage and look so beatable really was out of left field. I don't think anyone saw that coming, but they've been back in the lab, and they've also been grinding through the stage, and it feels like they're kind of back on their feet for playoffs. I expect that match between them and potentially VP coming up later on in the bracket to be maybe more competitive than people might think.
I certainly hope so. I mean, their last match, I feel like was woefully too close, so it didn't quite instill the confidence that I wanted to have in them heading into these playoffs. So yeah, the hierarchy in EMEA clearly shaking up, but you know what? We can make it even worse for teams with an updated map pool for the playoffs. That's right, that might just allow for another shift in the food chain here. Obviously, we're coming in here with our brand new map joining the roster. Neon Junction is now available for play and for picking as well. Also, it's been a while since we saw Colosseo, since the rework. Atlas is back in the mix. I think the last time we saw Atlas, it was stage 1. And then my favorite, of course, that's got to be Junkertown. I'm a stan. I'll die on this hill forever and ever. We haven't seen that since last year. It's literally my favorite map of all time.
How did that end up happening?
Don't ask any questions.
Okay. Yeah, I think it's interesting, right? Colosseo, New Queen Street, no Esperanza or Runasapi in the pool. That's kind of brutal for, some of the push maps. And then I know Neon Junction, our newest map in terms of adding to the game, right? And hybrid. I think it'll be interesting to see if anybody decides to go there, right? And then looking at it, Junkertown, I believe it's Junkertown, Dorado, and Circuit. So like that's a really different escort map pool than kind of what we've seen. So I think this definitely has potential to kind of get things a little crazy here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I think, shaking up the map pool for playoffs always interesting. I think across the board, I look at sort of the holistically the map pool, and it feels like there's quite a few more maps where maybe these heavier low ground rush styles are gonna feel good, which is kind of always the EMEA stalwart classic, and could kind of shake things up since Sigma has been so strong. I mean, even Cat Bastion has really found its way back into the meta here at the end of the stage in EMEA. So maybe some of these new additions, changes to the map pool could shift things maybe slightly. I don't know that it's gonna really be massive in terms of changing the power rankings between these teams, but to your point, Matt, hey, there's an opportunity to pick a Neon Junction and kind of shake things up, do something different, maybe reduce the preparation level and kind of make it a little bit more individualistic here in playoffs if you're looking for that ghost of a chance.
Yeah, and to bring that back, right? Like, all you have to do is win that first match, and then you already got your spot in the Midseason Championship. So if you just invested a little bit more time in one of the newer maps, hoping that the other teams didn't, this might be an avenue to go down. Now, we will be deciding, as I said, our 2 EMEA spots already today, and then tomorrow the last slot will be decided as well. And then after that, it's all just about the regional crown coming in with a better seed, of course, at our second LAN event as well. Now, speaking of good seeds, you could grab yours. That's right. Get your tickets for the Midseason Championship in Paris, France. All you have to do is scan the QR code on your screens for 15% off. That's more than 14%, Matt. I ran the numbers and it's checking out. What an opportunity.
15% is actually higher than 14. That would be correct.
That's right.
I've never heard of anybody doing a 14% discount on anything.
Maybe you should do that though, just for the funsies.
No, because 15 is better. Like 15 is just objectively better than 14%
you know what?
on a discount.
And as a woman of the people, I will be asking for a 16% discount heading into our next LAN event. And I'll do that just because I love our viewers so much, Jake.
Just 1% more than the base, but 50% off is pretty nice. I mean, it'll be great to see the fans coming out to Paris. I mean, last time we were in Paris for an Overwatch Esports event, I was there. It was fantastic many years ago at the Overwatch World Cup. One of the stops. No, I was casting. I was casting at one of the stops in Paris, and the crowd was incredible. I mean, the engagement of the fans, the French fans in esports is really strong, and so I think this is going to be a fantastic year for the Esports World Cup and for the Midseason Championship. I feel like the global competition has never been tighter. I mean, yes, Twisted Minds did go down to the grand final, but we had, I think, our best grand finals yet, maybe in Overwatch history in Japan. So I want to see that clash of regions, see if NA can somehow maybe find its way back into some global competition. That feels like a bit of a long shot considering their performance in Japan, but maybe Esports World Cup can change that.
Listen, as long as the EMEA teams are doing good when we're having an event in the EMEA region, I think we're sorted. I think we're good, and we have strong contenders to take it to our, Korean teams, which historically have always been on top. Ever since Twisted Minds took over the reign, though, it's been very, very evenly matched between those 2 regions at least. You got there. You get there, NA. Don't worry about it. Your time will come.
Eventually.
But now,
Eventually,
yeah. Let's talk about our first series here. It's Virtus.pro and Katsuya. It's a rematch. Virtus.pro, as we said, they only dropped 2 maps this entire stage. They looked so dominant, and both these maps were dropped against Katsuya. They did talk to us about how that Katsuya comp just kind of tripped them up a bit. Now, obviously, that's 2 weeks ago. They had time to prep since, and like across the board, though, they've been looking so good. Kevster is playing the best Overwatch he's ever played. Ice Dome had like the glow up of a century, just being so good. Like his Sigma is insane. Heck, his ball is insane, as we had to find out now as well. They've been flexing around in their last match. It's actually been really fun to watch.
I mean, I think he might be the best tank in EMEA. I don't even know that's really that like hot of a take. And I think when you think about the series that they had against Katsuya last time, Jake and I casted this. It was the first week with Xion, so it was like they came out of the gate with like Xion Vendetta. I think they kind of totally caught VP off guard. Like that's not going to be a thing today, right? Like they kind of have an idea of what potentially could happen, and the meta's kind of solidified that maybe it's not really going that way. So I think it's definitely going to be a VP team that feels a little bit more prepared against what Katsuya has to offer.
Yeah, I definitely have high expectations for VP. I think kind of once they get their arms around that style, they can maybe mitigate it a little bit more effectively. And Kevster's been having, I mean, maybe one of the best years of his entire career on this VP team. It feels like they're really rising to the occasion at the right moment as a group. They came off that performance in Japan, maybe not quite achieving what they had hoped, but definitely knowing that you could actually win it all with this team, right? Like really, they could go to the global stage and win it all. And I feel like that confidence that they built in Japan has kind of been oozing out of them here in EMEA in this regular season. So here in the playoff, high hopes for Virtus.pro. They want to put this one away dominantly and secure that spot to the Esports World Cup, get another chance here on the LAN stage.
Yeah, and clearly they're coming in with a game plan. They were the ones picking Katsuya, so they know exactly what they're opting in for here. As we said in the previous bout, Katsuya did really make it close though, right? Like they won Antarctic Peninsula, Circuit Royale, they fought back on most of the other maps too, making them somewhat close. And Matthew talked about the composition that we saw from them, right? That Maga, Shion, perhaps with the Juno in the backline, that's something that you pointed out during the cast and how you actually really enjoyed that. The question then, which is like the secondary DPS to go with it. Vendetta looked really nice as an option there. Do you think this is gonna be what they're running out the gates with again today?
I don't think they're going to try and run it again today. I mean, I think they could. I just think there's going to be a much stronger response from VP over it, right? Where if you kind of look at how Katsuya's stage has gone, so right, they beat Telesi and then they beat GK in the first game of this stage. Otherwise, like, you know, against some of our top teams, they haven't really been able to pull out some of these wins, although in close series. So I think if you are if you're VP, you still feel really confident, although Aiden and Taejong have looked really good in terms of the damage dealers in this stage.
I've been a big fan of the Vendetta out of Taejong. I feel like his execution on it has been really solid. This team, it feels like they are at least finding some sort of, you know, comfortable style for them in playing this like all-out aggressive rush. And while VP might be more prepared for it, it might have the answers, I feel like especially shifting the map pool, I think is good for teams who want to play really fast-paced here in the playoffs, want to really push the issue. Like you said, I mean, I think VP are going to be the heads-up favorites, especially now that Xi'an has been out for a little bit. Teams have had time to practice with her, see how she changes things. I think, you know, VP are that team who feels like once they adapt, and they always do, they come out stronger than they were before. For somebody like Kevster, maybe they want to go match the aggression on some of these maps too. I think that's absolutely a fine option. I don't think that they're going to be scared to take that kind of a high-paced game. So definitely expect VP to be the favorites, but I want to see a real fight out of Katsuya, especially because confidence is big here. You know, win or lose, yes, obviously you want to win, you want to book your ticket, but if you lose, you want to be able to come into that next lower match and feel like hopeful, feel like we have something to build on.
Yeah, and I mean, we know that all these teams have played it so close, like looking at everyone but a VP. So that lower bracket match is gonna be a brawl as well, like rest assured. Now, if we're looking at predictions for this one, I have to give this one to VP. I do think that they've been just so very dominant. No real cracks in their armor. Yeah, Katsuya tripped them up for like just a few maps, but over under, like they still closed it out very confidently. They had time, they picked their opponent. And last week, really, like, it's not like they had to play against the teams where they had to invest a lot of like brain power into preparing for them. So all eyes on playoffs. They were able to really just work on themselves versus having to figure out other teams. And I think that will be paying dividends here in the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, EMEA has been very hard to predict so far this stage. I mean, some incredible upsets taking place in the regular season, but this one, I don't think it's going to happen. I think Virtus.pro have got this all the way. As you said, Zoe, they're prepared for this match.
I mean, VP's dropped 2 maps all stage. Those are to Katsuya, and those are, you know, games where we spoke to VP and they said they were kind of caught off guard, where I think VP has been clearly the best team in EMEA throughout this stage. So VP seems like it's going to be my pick for this one. Pretty clean, I think.
All right, so we're getting ready for this one. The first match of the EMEA playoffs. The winner earns a spot in the upper final, and of course, their slot in Paris, France. So, Jake, take it away.
Thank you, Zoe. And as we get into this one, I think folks have been waiting quite some time for the EMEA playoffs. It's been a fantastic regular stage. And with Nepal in the map pool, VP say, no thank you. We're going to go with Ilios and the dive style. I mean, I will say, actually, the way Ilios plays in this meta, it feels like flexibility is really what's being called into question with Ball feeling good on some maps, some very vertical, mobility centered map types. Sigma also looking really good, which, as we've said, has been a real comfort for Eisnom, especially this year. I feel like he's kind of leveled up on that hero, and the team around him definitely feels very good on that style.
I mean, he's just kind of leveled up in terms of like his hero pool as well throughout the year, right? I mean, you think back to last year, they bring him in, but it's more to like play like Hazard and things along those lines. But now playing stuff that Vestola would have played for this roster at like a higher level. So it'll be a Maga ban here for VP off the rip. So I know we saw a lot of highlights of Vestola kind of playing that Maga. It'll be a Tracer ban here for Katsia. So I think that's a little bit interesting in that, like, Psycho now, right, would probably want to play something like a Tracer, but maybe now kind of forced over to a Sim or something else.
Yeah, the Tracer ban kind of surprises me here. I mean, Ilios is a pretty solid Tracer map, but it's also one in which I feel Tracer is a little bit maybe more replaceable than other dive styles, where a lot of verticality on Ilios, not necessarily the most comfortable for Tracer. But maybe it's just, the threat of even the ball comp, right? I mean, VP played that mirror into 1, 2, 3, 4, and you think, okay, maybe they were just feeling like they wanted to play the mirror, wanted to try something new, but I think that's a genuine threat on Ilios, that they could bring it out, and especially for a team that, if you want to play like an all-in rush comp, it's pretty tough when every single player in the enemy team can fly or, move at warp speed across the map. So maybe that's a matchup they just don't want to deal with. But taking out the Maga means, on some of these closer maps like Well and Lighthouse, it's going to be less of an all-out brawl, a little bit more time for VP's DPS to get to work.
And I think you've seen VP being able to adjust to different types of styles throughout this season. I think a large part of that, right, is adding Psycho and Landon, just great in-game leaders, shot callers. I think you even see TM miss Psycho, his ability to kind of be in the game, or a UB, right, to be able to kind of shot call at times for that team. So I think you're seeing that kind of pay off here for Virtus.pro as we'll start things off on Well. We'll see what VP decides to go to in terms of that secondary damage dealer role, right? Obviously, Cat Bastion, it's still available. It seems to make it through a lot now in EMEA, and I think some of these teams are a little bit more comfortable playing it.
It's interesting. I think the Sigma Zuki for a while felt like, okay, maybe there's a bit of an answer to Cat Bastion now. But then new complications entered the mix. I think the Wrecking Ball is genuinely one of them that has a pretty good matchup into that kind of a style. I mean, the Mizuki is pretty threatening with the chain, but definitely could be played around at times for Wrecking Ball, especially with those perks online. Both teams, though, going to roll out with the Diva, and it'll be a Cat Bastion, a full mirror now to decide this first round for EMEA playoffs.
Yeah, with Xion in the mix. So Xion does get a hot fix this week, adjusting, I think it's the cooldown, not the cooldown charge, but the kind of comeback for the execute, being able to kind of go back into a weapon and Psycho right off the rip. I mean, just deletes Taejong. I mean, that is brutal there for Katsia.
I mean, this has been, I think, the biggest change in the Cat Bastion mirror is it feels much more doable to kill the enemy Bastion. Teams have been willing to get aggro first, and with a player like Psycho, his experience on DPS, this has been, I think, another strength for Virtus.pro as they move from strength to strength in this stage, is the fact that they can easily swap their DPS. Theoretically, Kepster's the hits gain on this team, but between Kepster and Psycho, they can each independently play the entire hero pool in Overwatch. And so for Cat Bastion, they feel like they want to lean into Kepster's flexibility, and Psycho, I think, one of the most talented individuals when it comes to the raw tracking needed in this mirror, although Taejong is going to give him a test.
Yeah, Psycho does take some damage there. The armor just gets kind of chipped down as this will be turret mode here for Taejong already, just trying to find anything. Iceland dangerously low, but Psycho just kind of using that turret form a little bit later, ends up taking out the Cat and the Bastion here. You see Fixa just going in for the kill there, hunting down Vestola, as this has been a brutal start here for Katsia.
Yeah, I love the patient positioning there from Fixa and Psycho, playing deep into the back line. Eisnom, though, is trying to remech before the fight. Still 25% away. There could be a small window of opportunity, but he's getting that spam charge on Ilios. Well, it's so hard to avoid that, so he should be able to mech up before the team fight. But can see have gotten past the choke relatively easily.
Yeah, but I mean, we really haven't seen them being able to kind of force the issue, right? We're on with 8 now, but 8 has not really been able to kind of get anything going against Kev. I mean, Kev already got the ultimate 8 at 80%. It'll be the rush here for Land and open things up.
Yeah, they want to keep the pressure on. Pushing a hot pace. Katsia, though, get back into the spawn pretty comfortably, and there won't be a push through that choke point. Here comes Capture though into the back line, lighting things up, finds one with the spree. Gala also finished off by Eisnom. Pistola is going to be popped out of the suit. And the cat ult from Fixa does pull one off the map. Psycho's going to steal that kill credit for himself, but an incredibly dominant round. Zox maybe can get a touch here on the cat, but it just seems so desperate. Xion though, biking past those artillery shells, might just make it in. The touch is good, but instant kill onto Zox. Same fate for Aid, and as players stagger in here, Vistola is going to keep things rolling, but not for long. Virtus.pro making an absolute statement of this first round. It doesn't get less close than this one.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't. Did you say it doesn't get less close? Yeah, I mean, that's that is super accurate. It is. I think it's also kind of like probably why VP ends up taking like Katsia. Like maybe they feel like in these types of mirror matchups they have like a huge advantage. As we take a look, I know Kev using the Xion ult, you know, getting back, trying to like throw his cart back the other way. The catnap there from Fixa just kind of dragging Vistola over the side. In a fight that was commandingly won by Virtus.pro, and around that is just you don't need an analyst to tell you this. I mean, look at the scoreboard right here. I mean, absolutely nothing from the Katsia side.
Yeah, that's brutal, and it really never even felt close, right? There was never even really a properly contested fight, with Psycho just winning the duel in the sky. I give a lot of credit to Fixa. I think winning the positioning battle here on the Jetpack Cat as they move early to get some lighthouse control. Katsia playing opposite the point. Maybe they're going to go for an attack on Kevster. Kevster does get low, but the save is there. Landon more than ready to support. Cat Bastion duel always crucial. A little bit of poke coming in. The armor has been taken off Psycho. It's got to slow down just a little bit. Here comes the Bastion. Full commit. Like this move. Trying to get backed out, but the damage is good. Taejon cleans that one up. And finally, an opportunity for Katsia to get into the driver's seat in a team fight. Some nice tracking from the high ground. A lot of support needed for Kevster. Just has to back out of this trade. Aid's looking for more.
Few times, Jake, where they've gotten Psycho like basically like no armor, and they've kind of gone in and went for the kill, and they haven't been able to get it, and then that's when Psycho's able to kind of use the turret form and come back, take out Taejong when not in a great position. But that time they're able to make it work. You already see VP kind of like back into the fight already.
Taejong once again senses an opportunity to get aggressive. Virtus.pro committing to the point, and they're not even going to get the flip. Beautiful touch from Katsia, making sure VP don't find anything back in this round, and feels like a mirror image of well. Taejong winning a couple duels. Eisnom does grab a kill here, but feels like he's just delaying the inevitable. Don't think there's much of a genuine chance for a fight one, although wait, hold on. Eisnom has stayed in the suit. I almost can't believe that. I thought he was dead so bright.
Yeah, Fix is still here actually on the Jetpack Cat, so kind of keeps him alive. This is one where VP is actually now able to flip the point.
It's incredible. They stayed alive so effectively. The support working overtime on Virtus.pro, and Kevster still sticking around in this fight. Takes out his counterpart. Eisnom, ooh, just barely gets the touch. Nice attempted boot from Vistola, but VP still in control. Can Vistola repeat what the opposition did to him? Fix is running this one down, wants to be sure that this diva loses her suit. Vistola needs a little bit of ult charge to get that self-destruct up. He's going to back out for a mega, but that means Eisnom now free
to rush from Gala.
And he's already down, not even able to use the benefits of it. Cat up in the sky as well, can't follow through. And even Psycho beams down Taejong on the retreat. Virtus.pro look to be knocked down in that round, but they are absolutely not out, although Psycho maybe goes a little over aggressive with Fixa.
Somehow they're in the lead. It feels like this has been a round that Katsia has definitely had their number, but VP able to kind of like stay alive for an extended period of time. Fixa doing a great job there with Landon keeping people off. This will be Kev using the ult, the catnap used by Zox. Doesn't really connect with anything there on the point as VP wins yet another fight.
Zox gonna have to take a quick reset onto this one. Ultimates coming in for great effect for VP. Katsia committed pretty hard on that fight too. They don't really get much of anything. Abe now called upon to find something with the Setsuriku spree, but feels tough here on the retake. Maybe Taejong can be the standard bearer. This duel in the sky, always crucial in the mirror. Fixa playing it slow and steady, does not want to lose his Bastion early in the fight.
And just a really nice sight line there for Psycho to play from as well, because now they start to get a little bit more aggressive here. Going for the kill on a Taejong, dangerously low, but now they lose Aiden. Now that's going to be no ultimate from the Xion as Kev just takes out two up on the high ground.
Massive performance from him. Catnap, if he catches the enemy Bastion, it's huge. Pulls him off, gets him away from the enemy Cat, but not even needed to actually get him off the map with Zox there. The damage follow-up is just too good. And Virtus.pro in one of the quicker control maps I feel like I've seen absolutely run through Katsia. There's a couple players coming back in for a stall, so wait, hold on. This fight might just be in contest, but yeah, surely it's asking too much. Taejong artillery from the spawn puts a little bit of damage down, but no real impact felt. VP go up 1-0 with a bullet, and that well round is gonna sting. I mean, that is something you want to put in the rear view mirror and quick for Katsia.
Yeah, I mean, the well round was brutal. I mean, they battled back a bit there in round number 2. I thought Katsia looked better, but I mean, Kev 24-0, no, just dominating the Xi'an matchup there between him and Aid. Is Taejong started to put some pressure on the Psycho with obviously the help of Zox, but just not enough in that second round.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Kevster is making all the difference in the world here. Deathless on the Xi'an, and there were some hotly contested fights on Lighthouse. Like, that was not a free win. You know, you had to battle at times, make some comeback plays, but it feels like Kevster just has such a sick read on this character. You know, we were talking about Xi'an as she was released, like, is this going to be, a hit scan hero? Is it going to be a bit of a flex hero? And I mean, who better to answer that than a player like Kevster, who says, who cares? Like, it's my hero.
Bit of both.
I'm taking over. Bit of both is, and that's Overwatch 2, right? Is the ability for these DPS to flex across roles and to play these, new school compositions. For Kevster, for all of his veterancy and all of his experience, he's always been a player that I think people have looked up to for that kind of a role, right? Somebody who can just play everything.
I'm curious where Katsia finds that they can get an advantage here, right? At least based off of map 1, it's not with like a Camp Bastion, and with how good VP has been with Sigma, maybe it's not there either, where you obviously don't want this to be a super fast series, because we have some new drops. We have drops coming here. It's 2 loot boxes we got now, double the loot boxes. We had 2 Maga skins. I mean, and those loot boxes are back to back. That's tough there at the end, so you got to make sure that VP extends the series.
You got to be locked in here for the playoffs. I mean, we're delivering for the people, the Overwatch esports team. We doubled up, baby. 2 esports loot boxes. A lot of good stuff coming your way. So make sure your account is linked. Check out that link. You'll be able to get everything connected. Start earning these drops. We got some Maga skins, man.
Bro,
skins for the summer. I'm here for it.
Neon Junction selection here from Katsia. Yeah, I mean, and also, like, yeah, you can earn the drops, like, from us. There's a bunch of people co-streaming. I was in a Flies chat last weekend. We were just hanging out, just having a good time. So make sure you're just gonna take your Battle.net, get those drops. But Neon Junction, I mean, that is a different pick. Obviously, it's the first time that the map is in the pool. If there's one way to kind of throw your opponent off a little bit, maybe it's for a map that they're not as well practiced on. So let's see what kind of Katsia has planned here for this map. I've been playing a ton, and I'm sure you have as well, and we cast this in Japan. What's your sense on like how this map plays? Like, what kind of comps you think we'll see here?
My view is that really, I think Dive is pretty weak. Maybe Cap Bastion. I don't feel like it's a Cap Bastion map. I feel like there's a little bit, not the best angles, a little bit too much vertical cover for that to work. So I don't think we'll see Dive, but I do think we could see a very aggressive rush look from Katsia, which I think, has been what has been their most successful style this stage.
Pretty good sim map, I think, potentially.
Oh, I agree. Sim looks pretty good. I think the Sigma poke styles could also look very good. So I think this ban phase is going to be pretty crucial. And Katsia, they ban away the Sigma. So they're worried about that kind of a threat. And this signals to me they want to go aggro. VP are going to kind of take some wind out of the sails, though, by removing the Juno, where you can still play the Lucio, but, for me, in this Maga style, the Juno just feels so powerful, so much direct healing when you want to rush and overwhelm your opponents.
Yeah, so it would tell you that they want to play some type of Maga, right, with the Sig gone. And I love the Juno ban, right? Juno, the orbital ray with, like, and obviously the speed in combination with a Maga, just like a great tool to have. So we'll see what VP decides to go to in terms of tank now that the Sigma is gone and Maga makes it on through.
Yeah, without the Sigma, it's interesting because, conventionally you might go to Ramatra as the backup for Sigma, but Maga can give some trouble to that matchup. So for Ice, definitely a bit of a question now where he wants to go. The Sigma has been maybe his most comfortable pick this stage, but that's not even what we got to know Eisnam for as a player, right? I mean, he was, I think at first it was Diva, Hazard really felt like his bread and butter. It's been a long time since we've seen him on some of those high-paced heroes. Although it looks to be a bit of a Maga mirror here. Maybe Virtus.pro saying, hey, look, without the Sigma, maybe we're better off just matching you and bringing the pace. I mean, this is kind of what they did to 1, 2, 3, 4, right? You want to run the Wrecking Ball comp, be cheeky. We will just do it better. Katsuya, you've looked great on the Maga so far this stage. VP are not scared whatsoever and committing to both the Reaper and the Xion. I mean, there is not much more aggression you can bring.
Yeah, as we'll see
what
Katsuya decides to do. He's got the sled emote out, just kind of 3P
he's
in
just
there.
chilling.
Yeah, using some tech 3P around the corner. That'll be a bike tucked into the spawn. So we're actually going to get a mirror matchup from these two teams where, I mean, look, if Katsuya has hopes of winning this series, a mirror Maga matchup is kind of a map they need to win, right?
Yeah. Must win, you'd even say. Taejong now looking to poke a little bit here. Try to posture on the statue. Neither team wants to make the first move. No one wants to make that mistake. Everybody's looking for that little bit of extra damage. Pistola takes a nice little off angle. Big Curie headshot there onto the opposition. Should slow things down. A charge forward. Aizdom, though, gets super low. Needs to get cleansed to get saved, but he just gets overwhelmed. Good connections from Katsuya. Psycho grabs a kill right back, though. Virtus.pro, they still have a chance in this fight. Finding that one onto aid. The supports here regrouping in the side room. So Katsuya are going to grab maybe one tick, maybe two, but I think there will be a retake attempted here by VP.
Yes, looks like Taejong quite low. Backs out. It's going to be Ice Gnome getting back up onto the point. So that looks like before the second tick comes on through, but he's taking a lot of damage.
Nice off angles from Pistola, finding great advantage in this Malga setup. Now, the Kitsune rush out from Gala, and it's just going to overwhelm Landon. Just a few percentage points away, but that makes all the difference in the world. They're just not able to step up to the plate in time. And Gala, good decisiveness with that ultimate. It does come in and lock in that first point. You can definitely feel the comfort from Katsuya in this matchup.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great start from Katsuya, right? You get first point, rather easily, I would say. And now, I mean, you had to use your Kitsune rush, right? But this looks so comfortable for them in terms of how they want to play. I'm curious if we see any changes from Virtus.pro. Obviously not now with basically both support ultimates coming online, but a great start. You're rooting for Katsuya here as the next fight probably take part underneath this subway area. He takes a Psycho though right off the rip. That looks like just maybe like a double headshot there, maybe an execute on an off angle.
They're still going to fight with the rush. They refuse to back down. But without the Reaper, your aggression's a little neutered here on the rush. You put a little bit of damage down, but there's no real threat for a kill. Here comes the repush, but Aizdom wants to double down, pushing the pace into the enemy backline. Satsuriku 3 is out. B comes in as well. Virtus.pro throwing absolutely everything into this fight. A did pop the ultimate at the same time in the trade. Aizdom looking for some of these cleanup kills. The Reaper is going to go down. Heavy investment, though, from Virtus.pro, and now things look a little scary, right? You're up against Blossom and Cage on the other side.
Yeah, I liked the way that, Katsuya played that, right? Just kind of getting out of dodge when that Kitsune rush came down. They actually got that first kill on a Psycho. It kind of allows them to get back in the fight there towards the end. But yeah, it was a huge investment there from Virtus.pro, but it felt like one they absolutely needed to make.
Psycho trying to brawl, but the beat comes in over the top. Katsuya tripling up in the ultimates. Close that one out nearly instantly.
They beat it. I mean, I don't think he needed the beat, right?
I agree. I think that was kind of a wasted beat from Zox. We would have loved to see him hold that, have the double support advantage. They do still have rush edge, so you'd still feel good about them closing out here.
I mean, maybe they thought that Psycho was going to end up using the Blossom, that he has it as well, right? So while they're inside of the cages, now that Iceone drops his cage as well, maybe there's that Death Blossom that comes in from Psycho in response. You want the beat to make sure you absolutely win it, but no, obviously, hindsight is everything, right? It looks like they most likely didn't need it at all, as it'll be Kitsune rushes from both sides here as Taejong takes a ton of damage, backs on out.
VP getting the better end of this trade. Aizdom gets so low, but they can't quite finish the kills. Kevster, though, will do just that. Dashing forward, trying to clean this one up. Bikes in. A couple trades attempted, but nothing found. And Virtus.pro getting the better out of the rush trade. It feels like that beat from Zox would have made all the difference in the world in that kind of a moment.
And I mean, now you have what Fix obviously now gonna have Sound Barrier. It'll be matched up with Zox as well. So Psycho still holding on to this Death Blossom, and then Kevster will have the Xion ult. I know this was like above 5 minutes on the clock here for Katsuya, and I know we're about to be below 2. Right, so you're looking at what, 2 good fights here, maybe 3 if you're Katsuya.
Shouts traded. Eisenam starts to drop low. May force an ultimate. Yeah, here comes the beat from Fixa. See if Katsia can disengage from this. TP out is good, but Kevster finds the 1v1. Gets in a little bit extra damage on Setsurico's trade. The beat is going to come up from Zox. Gets a nice big stomp onto Eisenam, but Eisenam still has the shout. He's going to turn for the trade. Tejon finds his opposite number, though, in the chaos. Cage fight necessary. Maybe they can burn down this Lucio and keep the player advantage relatively even. Here comes this whole trying to charge in. There's a Blossom behind him, but Tejon gets run over here by Eisenam. That'll be cleanup crew now. Virtus.pro moving forward for more, and Kevster with that opener onto Aid. Feels like they made all the difference in the world. When the beat came out, Aid was just a little too dead to receive it.
Yeah, now here's an interesting fight that's going to be coming up, right? You know, Katsia, they will end up having like Rush, Death Blossom, Cage. You do have Psycho being able to kind of like use that Death Blossom inside that cage. They had Sound Barrier for it the last time, and Katsia ends up, you know, investing it there. I wonder, you know, how they kind of weather this storm here, if that's kind of what comes to be, right? So a minute on the clock. You can see Kevster already on a flank here above Katsia, just kind of over by that subway area.
Stop connects, cage fight as well. Heals struggling to come through. Resources just not quite enough. Still, it's a 2-for-2. There's actually just a chance, but Vistola with 2 supports behind is going to be so hard to bring down here on this Manga. No one can challenge. And he chases down these supports as well. Touch needs to come in, of course, to keep the overtime rolling. Kevster doing God's work in that sense, but Zox does find Vixa and just escapes with his life. Just looking dangerously close to a capture. The Tracer is in. The mutual knockdown keeps Eisenam from getting too close to the payload, but hold on, Psycho keeping this fight in contest. Eisenam does drop Vistola in a desperate attempt to cap. Is going to fall short.
Time. I mean, they have not been able to kind of track down Landon. I mean, that is sick plays from Landon being able to stay alive that long, and then also Psycho and Kevster to contest for Eisenam to get back into the fight. You'll have Sound Barrier here for Virtus.pro looking like in a great spot to hold before second point.
Yeah, it would be the dream to end things here. The Reaper touch comes in, but Wraith Form is out. He's going to be so vulnerable now in the trade. Shout is out. Beat is in as well. Kevster, it's inevitable that he's going to claim kills into this one. Setsurico's free finds 2, and it's just the dregs for Katsia. The beat just barely comes online for Zogs, but hopeless in this scenario. A 5v1 now for Gala, and that quickly turns to dust. Virtus.pro, quite a few clutches necessary to make the hold on second after losing first point in as many fights.
I mean, that is such a sick contest to keep that alive there by that second checkpoint for Virtus.pro. I mean, Landon, Kevster, Psycho, just being able to kind of like juggle the point constantly. Vistola was alive with both supports, man. I mean, the Maga with both supports, that is so difficult to deal with. And they're able to make it happen towards the end as we take a look at some of the stats. Kevster with another good game. I know 18-2, almost 10k damage. You see 8 on the other side, 11-7, you know, 6,500 as Kev has just been on fire, really, from Tokyo on. It has been unbelievable.
Yeah, the new hero, the new map, it feels almost too perfect for Virtus.pro as they're just charging forward to locking in their ticket to the Midseason Championship right now. I mean, it's been obvious, I'd say, from their performance this entire stage that that's absolutely where they're headed. But I will say, I didn't expect this match to be, you know, I thought they'd win. I thought they'd be favored, but they're kind of running through the opposition. Like, Katsia are getting taken to task in a lot of these just pure deathmatch moments where it's up to a DPS to find the first pick. Feels like it's always Kevster coming out on top in the duel. And, I mean, Ada's had a great stage in his own right. This guy's no pushover.
Yeah, no, that's true. It's just this game. It's, and look, I mean, we've talked about it. Like, Kev has looked really, like, rejuvenated with this version of Virtus.pro. They've been awesome this year. So I
didn't even know there was a high ground exit to the spawn here. Okay, Virtus.pro showing me something new here. Get your no spawn camp.
It's built like somewhat like King's Row, it feels like, at least from the attacker spawn side. So,
big attempt from Vistola, but he's in trouble.
Really low.
What a cleanse,
nice Suzu, yeah.
Beautiful from Gala. I think the fight would have been done in that moment if the connection comes in. Vistola, though, still goes down. Psycho finds a second trade. Still an opportunity for Landon to fight alongside Psycho. The cleanse beautiful from Landon this time to turn things around. Psycho's finding so many kills in the chaos, and Katsia, it's only Zox and Aid left to defend the point. Might be an opportunity to put some cap pressure on with the close spawns.
Yes, I mean, almost everybody back here for Virtus.pro, right? I mean, Landon's going to be able to TP back into this fight rather quickly, so see what this results in here. It's going to be first tick for VP already, as Psycho going pretty big in that fight. Nice Suzus and stuff from Gala, but It's going to be a stomp there from Vesol onto the point. Does take a little bit of damage as VP is going to back up just a little bit.
Huge pressure onto Eisdom and Psycho. Front line goes down. Eisdom had to fully back out of that trade. Katsia getting through even the Shout lifesteal onto Eisdom. Great focus fire from them to be able to bully back that Maga and secure themselves a fresh start really on first point and with a ton of ultimates to bring to bear.
This next fight's going to be pretty impactful, right? You're going to have Kitsune rushes for both sides. Zox with a nice early lead, though, on Sound Barrier. Could be the difference, but really a lot of ultimates. It's going to be an early Cardiac Overdrive there from Icenome as he decides to charge on in.
Yeah, beat comes in from Zox, and that should seal the deal in this team fight.
Is that good for VP, though? Like the fact that, you know, you end up using Rush, and in exchange you get Rush, the Xion ultimate, and beat out?
Yes, is extremely good, right? Like in the end, VP, as long as they cap first and get to that escort section of the map, they are going to be perfectly happy, and they're charging right towards that. I mean, this is the fight to win, though. They've got beat. Vistola has to be very clean with the cage. Reaper has already raised for him, but here comes the Soul. They're going to go very deep in the spawn. Here comes the cage trap, but the beat gets in exactly where it's needed, and Vistola just overwhelmed inside of his own cage. Just a little bit of stagger install. Zox just knows there's no winning this fight. Is going to just go right back to the spawn. Taejong to Tracer? Okay, I was going to say touching is... I'm pretty skeptical of that in this moment.
I don't think you're... you may be able to make it. I don't think anybody else will be joining you, but...
1v5?
I think... look, I mean, Vistola, you have to kind of, like, probably take that fight, like, really aggressively, right? And maybe try and catch them off guard, because you knew that they just had a ton of ultimates to work with. I'm a little bit scared here. It's okay now, right? Everybody gets charged up. I know, he'll back up, you know, by Gala and co, but... It's gonna be what, 3:30 on the clock here for VP. They probably need 2 to 3 fights to be able to take it.
Nice knockdown. Shout heal necessary, but Eisdom gets overwhelmed even with the rush coming down. Virtus.pro go out the most powerful ultimate in this composition, and they're just getting kited out. Taejong even in the back line can see a opportunity to re-aggress, and Virtus.pro smell it coming. They have to back out. Losing the rush fight that decisively is kind of the worst case scenario here. So Katsuya finding a really big fight with him.
Yes, Katsuya now ends up with both support ultimates yet again, so in another fantastic spot as Isom goes on in, and somehow they get Gala there.
How does Kempster do it? And he finds a second. There's no support in this fight for Katsuya, and they're not long for this world without sustain. Players dropping in the backline. Vistola lives for quite a while, but he's beset by attackers from all sides. And Kempster, I literally don't know how you do that.
Yeah, that's
Killing
crazy.
both supports first as Xion in the backline? That's absurd. I guess he flanks over the top from behind, but I mean, you just cannot allow that to happen. Katsuya now, we're in a one-fight territory.
I mean, when you had both support ults as well, right? I mean, you're not able to get any value out of either of them because Kev just kind of rolls in with Ice Gnome and it ends up killing your entire backline. So it's going to be the Kitsune Rush. Oh, huge damage there with the bite.
Matt, it could just be game. I mean, they still holding double support ultimate. No kills, though, found by Katsuya in this fight. Vistola in his own cage fight, but just doesn't have the support needed. Okay, the Blossom does produce 1 kill of profit, but Katsuya with the rush and the beat are gonna drop out of map 2. And I mean, Kester is... This guy's going bland, Matt. Is there a mercy rule? Because this is brutal.
They never get it used to the beat, right? I mean, Zox has that beat for the entire...
Matt, he rushed on the rollout. I don't think we can give Kiri any, like, he rushed to try to touch an OT.
I mean, bro,
like,
that is...
When you're rushing for the speed boost, you're in, it's rough. It's really rough.
Yeah, Kev just kind of absolutely dominating there. It feels like that second part of the map, Katsuya started to get like a, you know, an advantage in terms of like maybe the ultimate economy, and then like not a crazy amount of time, I know, left on the clock for VP to kind of play that slow. And you know, Kev's are really just the difference maker there. Just really started to take over on the Xion. You know, finds both supports in the fight before the final one, and then towards the end just comes up. You know, huge splash damage with the bike into the spree, and that just seals the deal. I mean, a tremendous game from Kev.
Yeah, he is so solid on this Xion. It feels like the team overall. I mean, for Virtus.pro, it's really hard to pin them down for me as a team. I mean, typically when I'm watching teams, I'm thinking, okay, what's their identity? Where are they the strongest? You know, where do they want to go? And for Virtus.pro, they're like a chameleon, right? You just don't know. They have a crazy dive look. They are insane on the Sigma, as we well know. And then here too, okay, you know, Maga, Xion Reaper, that's going to be an important strat in the meta. Okay, we'll play that too. We got Kevster. We'll be okay.
Well, what do you, I mean, what do you try and play now? I mean,
Junkertown.
Yeah, Junkertown. Yeah, sure.
It's brutal. There's no pick.
Like, could you just ban Xion at this point? Like, Kevster's clearly like kind of farming, but then it sends him over to the Cassidy. It's not like he's been bad on the Cassidy. I mean, Kev just looks unreal there. So VP looking to kind of secure their spot in Paris to our mid-season championship. And hey, if you guys want to come by, I mean, we got the tickets still available here with that code OW15. Just scan that QR code for 15% off. It's gonna be a good time. Paris events and events in EMEA have always been pretty awesome in terms of like the crowd and obviously performance of the teams, right? Just kind of feeding off of it. So this one's gonna be a pretty epic one, I think, Jake.
Yeah, folks have been following along through the EMEA stage alongside the two of us. We'd love to see you guys there. It's gonna be a blast. Always
sure, we
lit.
have been EMEA, yes. I feel like the entire year,
which is kind of ironic in a way,
considering we're the two NA casters, cover, and we have two EU casters to cover NA. But hey, Circuit Royal. So this is gonna be Sig, right? Sig Ramatra, you think? For Katsia that they're gonna try and work their way into here, but I guess also this might not be the best Xion map, right? So maybe you can get away with not banning Xion here, saving it for like some of our maps that are a little bit later. So it'll be Katsia getting rid of the Cassidy here. So that's a great shout. And then it's going to be the Kiri ban on the other side.
That does open the door to the Iliari if you want to play that for Virtus.pro, or really for both sides. Historically, when Kiri gets banned, it's the kind of the hero we do see coming out on this map, that Captive Sun, able to do terrible damage to opposing teams and able to really get
point already.
Yeah, often your mates. I mean, this one's been a whirlwind, but Matt, it's like, Katsia's in a terrible spot in this series. When we're talking about them banning Xion, like, that was what they looked so good on, was them hitting these crazy flanks with Xion, overwhelming that, and it's like, now we're banning Xion. I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, sometimes I can read, like, I'm like, oh yeah, this is gonna be, they need to ban this. It's good for their style. I'm not seeing any win conditions for Katsia to lose these first two. They've lost on the Cat Bastion. They've lost now on the Maga Rush Mirror, which was, I think, their real hope in this series. Now they go to maybe the Vistola Sigma for a little bit of hope, and while I think Vistola is still incredibly good on Sigma,
Ice
is right there. Exactly. Yeah. He's right there. I don't think you're going to get a massive edge off of that. The Symmetra has actually looked quite good for Psycho. I feel like he's really improved on that role if they decide to go that direction. With Kiri banned, it does get a little bit more interesting, I think. Maybe an opportunity to play the classic, very greedy poke looks with Alari, with maybe even like a double hit scans, some snipers coming through.
I was just thinking about how far we've come, that this time last year for Virtus.pro, Ice Gnome was playing Sim for them on Circuit Royal at times during the mid-season championship. And then now, like, hey, well, we don't need to do that anymore. Obviously, a total team change. Yeah. A lot of people have just kind of deleted that from their mind. But yeah, no, I mean, he's awesome on Sigma. Like, it's a hero that you didn't really think, obviously, VP was picking him up to play last year. Now that he's the only tank, though, he is more than elevated his game to play it at a really high level. There's also, like, I mean, if maybe we see Cat Bastion make its way into this one, right? With the Kiri gone, Cassidy gone as well. Maybe this is like Cat Bastion. Do you play it with like a Ram or like Sig potentially? So Cat's already on their last legs, right? I mean, the brutal part here is, even if you win this map for Katsia, right, the picks and the bans really sway heavily, obviously, in Virtus.pro's favor, which would allow them to kind of dictate even more of the game.
Yeah, I mean, for Katsia, you can't think about the series as a whole right now. You just have to exist on this map. The series as a whole is like too dire to consider, too dire to, you can't imagine the way through. You got to just find it, put one foot in front of the other. And it all starts here on Circuit, a map where maybe individual performances have the opportunity to sway outcomes. Aid has done that before, hitting these big clutch moments in previous series. But to do it here, it almost feels like asking too much. And Mizuki is going to be the pick for Fixer. So not the Illari as I suspected it might be, but hey, maybe the Mizuki can also do pretty decently in countering that Illari.
A little ground bastion?
A little May Bastion. So I feel like they are very much expecting Katsuya to bring some kind of a rush, some kind of an aggressive, brawling style. To go May Bastion, pretty surprising to me actually on this map, but it also means I think an attacking Cat Bastion would fall completely flat. Like we've seen that before, where the defensive Bastion on the ground just looks up and basically beams the enemy Bastion out of the sky with a much more straightforward and strong support combo behind.
Unless they decide to play this hyper aggressive. We'll see. I mean, Zarya is an option here, unless they're going to play Zarya Vendetta, maybe? Yeah, okay, so they're going back to like Zarya Vendetta with Juno Mizuki here on offense. Dude, this is going to be a really tough setup to dive, though, right?
I was going to say,
they're going to have to go back and make changes. I don't think there's any way you're diving May Bastion Bat Mizuki, right?
This is just It's just beautifully picked from VP. They exactly read what Katsuya would want to play. Katsuya have to go back to the drawing board. They go with the Cat Bastion. I'm skeptical of this, though, Matt. I think it's going to be pretty hard with Baptiste, Sigma able to really assist, and Kepster can put a lot of damage down up into the sky. For now, Bastion just basically playing the front angle, not really making use of the Jetpack Cat, and the frontline battle is not going well. Vestol is super low. He cannot really take this trade unless Cat Bastion makes some kind of space.
No, I mean, he gets walled off. He's dead. Oh, that is a
Are you kidding?
What?
Fixa says, get down,
That is
son.
nuts, dude.
I mean, this fight is just brutal now. You're getting picked apart. All this spam, Mizuki and Sigma bouncing around in those small corridors. Sim in the backline, though, does get on top of Fixa. Grabs that trade before eventually going down, but goodness, that fight was painful, man. 8 is like, get me on. I'm done, bro. I'm done.
That
I'm off
chain
passion.
is nasty, dude. I mean, he got like flown in. It took like 2 seconds. He was like there, and then he just drops dead. Now more changes here for Katsuya. So a soldier in play.
Artillery's gonna hurt. Oh, Landon goes down. The shell lands on Taejong.
Dude, and we're seeing Wu Yang Juno here with a Sig. I mean, it feels like they're just kind of searching for anything right now, is Katsuya.
I don't totally mind the Wu Yang. Here comes the ultimate though. Pistola finds the lift. Baptiste, though, is going to be so valuable in this moment. Immortality ensures that nobody actually goes down despite a big flux connecting from Pistola. And just once again, Virtus.pro clean house. Katsuya struggling, limping along here as we are past the halfway mark, and the cart has not turned this second corner. I mean, it is rare to see a hold at this point, but it's starting to look like a very realistic possibility now.
Yeah, and I mean, what, you have Raid playing right now, right? So maybe we're going to get like a TP high ground. Yeah, maybe we're going to see if we can force it to the low ground and then Ray. So it's going to be the Orbital Ray already. It's going to be the Sanctuary here for Fixa with the Blizzard drop down inside of it.
Looks like nobody frozen by the Blizzard, which is nice for Katsuya. They do have the Sim Wall to work with, so advantage for the attackers now as they start to swing this corner. Sim Wall, nice from Taejong, allows him to step up, get aggressive, trying to overwhelm Aiznam. A full backup from Virtus.pro. They're just trying to stay alive. You've got a lot of cart time to give up, but Taejong's last shot does manage to bring down Landon, but Psycho, beautiful read from him. He is actually here stalling the payload. This will ensure, I think, that there is an opportunity for an overtime
another
touch.
fight.
Yeah, it's great from Psycho. He can come up on a fast hero and give them one last chance. Aid, though, with an OC and a very comfortable position. It won't be an easy retake.
With Sim swap here from Psycho, so they'll be able to get that TP straight down out of the point. You're also going to have an Immortality field available from Landon up on that high ground and an Ant Matrix. So TP comes in, they get rid of it right away. It's going to be the OC as they just overwhelm Aiznam. So there'll be an Ant Matrix used here. Kev was the large source of the damage that was being pumped through that. He falls. So yeah, this should be Aid kind of cleaning it up.
Yeah, it should be. Sim's still kind of cooking on this one. Okay, eventually does get overwhelmed. Ultimate's just a little bit too much there. The OC forces Landon to drone himself around the corner so they can continue to heal. But that means Aiznam just gets overwhelmed in the front line. So Katsuya, they do get it over the line at first point. Yeah. I mean, they're not going to be going down so ignominiously as it seemed that they might with some of those opening fights. But VP still on a very comfortable look. Sim Bastion, monstrous damage to come in. If you get caught by an accretion from Icenom, you are going to be in huge trouble.
Yeah, it's artillery charging up here for Kev. He's going to get in the corner, drop it. It's going to be Flux that comes in here from Vestola. Doesn't really connect with much.
Doesn't even force the Immortality Field. Good hold from Landon. Recognizes there's no incoming damage, no threat. Picks up right up into the front line, very close to that Sanctuary. Double support ult still available for Katsia, but Kester somehow slips some damage in, shuts down Zox. The lift is good from Icenom. TP into the back line, putting some threat down. Desperate for a trade, but seems that they won't find anything. Kevster lives to support. Keep him online, and VP step right up to the plate now, poking a little bit aggressive on this spawn. And I mean, this walk-up is not free.
No. And I mean, you weren't able to really kind of follow up on Vestola's Flux, right? Because they have the artillery from the Bastion just kind of coming down, right? So you can't kind of turn the corner, walk right into those artilleries, or like use movement cooldowns to kind of try and chase some of those kills. So in terms of anything you can get there, it'll be 2 sim walls in play. And Matrix used here early, and Taejong just explodes from the damage.
Oh my god, this is unholy, man. The beam comes through, everybody evaporates. Nice tracking from Kev. Punishes Zox. Once again, deathless for VP, enabling him to still hold these incredibly aggressive forward positions. I feel like the support from Virtus.pro just do not make mistakes right now. They are playing on a level.
Yeah, that was a Wuyang ult that used there as well during that fight. So Tidal Blast comes out. Didn't really see on the who.
I didn't even see it.
Any value.
it died so fast.
It could have been on the Taejong, and then he just exploded, right? I mean, it is just overhealth. It's not like kind of makes you invincible, so to speak.
Simwall needed just to take the corner position, but Psycho holds his. Now advantage Simwall for VP. Aid has the OC, but it's so difficult to use this ultimate in the matchup. Try to pull back out away, see if they can kite as successfully. But it seems so they can't. They just can't get away. He's still playing the beam. Now goes forward, overwhelms Pistola. And Katsia, they just can't find anything. In these fights they lose, the fact that they can't get a single pick means just every single time it is brutally difficult. There are no easy walk-ups. There is no moment of respite. And with 10 seconds on the clock, they lose Taejong and maybe this attack as well. There's a cat over the top, but Zox, he's scouted out. He gives his life. I don't even think that triggers OT. They need to touch desperately, running into the Flux. It is truly hopeless here for the attackers. Virtus.pro lock it down on second point. What you see is what you get. The cart not even getting close to the end of second point. And I mean, they avoided getting full held on first. That's the hopeful sign here, but VP set the win con, and I have a feeling that we could call up the travel agency. We could start booking the tickets to Paris because Virtus.pro, they are playing so well right now.
Yeah, they look awesome. I mean, they just seem to have all the answers, right? Whenever there's a swap or something from Katsia, they just have the right responses always. Kev continuing a really strong series. The same with Ice Gnome. So VP in a great position to secure this series and then obviously kind of move on to the Midseason Championship, where I tell you, they're going to be tough on the international stage, right? They were really good in Tokyo. I think surprised a lot of teams.
I think they surprised themselves.
I think they've gained even more confidence from that event, right? They're now moving on forward.
Yeah, I think they came into out of that event still feeling like underdogs, still feeling like a team that had some of the pieces but was struggling to put them together, right? Maybe, you know, a few months ago, that's what we would have said about Virtus.pro. And now as the picture starts to coalesce, as the team starts to find their footing with some of these new additions, they start to look like world beaters. They start to look like a team where we're talking about a top 3 place in an international stage. We're talking about beating some of the best teams in the world from some of these other regions. And they're showing that strength here, not holding back whatsoever versus Katsia. And Katsia need a solid hold on first. They need to run this clock down because second point does not present many opportunities to make mistakes.
See what Kev decides to go with here in terms of kind of hit scan. So it'll be a Xion. So they'll actually just kind of almost mirror. It'll just be the Baptiste for that little bit of extra damage and survivability, right? Instead of the Juno.
And the Juno, some speed ring aggression, but less heals, less sustain than the Baptiste. Aid goes down, the cart rolling forward, some players on and off and using that teleporter, but I think wisely they elect to just jump in and sack, getting another chance to fight on first point. But
I mean,
feel like a broken record,
he's always been sick with Sigma as well, right? Like, you know,
I don't like this Juno, honestly.
I like the Juno if it's like a Maga, you're going to be quite aggressive, right? With the Sig, it doesn't really play as nicely, I would say.
No, and the drone. No,
Okay.
Taejong just dead to spam. Are you kidding me? Okay, first point's just done. I don't think you can fight without Sim. There's some last second touches coming in. Landon trying to beam down the enemy support. Pistola feels like he has to take this trade, but without a Sim, you just can't play the game. I mean, you're just going to get beamed down and overwhelmed. There's no question of it. And this one is very close to done, Matt. There's going to be a huge ult fight to end the game for VP. I can't imagine them messing this up.
Well, you can also play close here with VP and use like an Amp Matrix on the walk-up, right? Like make it difficult for them to even get out of the door here. So a lot of options for Virtus.pro and how they decide to play this is going to be the TP back on out. And then they're going to go right into that Amp Matrix plus the Flux that is a lot of unanswered damage here. Is Ogala just trying to keep Pistola up, but he will fall as well. That immortality field comes in, nothing you can do to ice, and that might be it, Jake. I mean, you do have Aid here who's going to kind of try and fight his way to the point, but that might be all, as that would be a blowout here from VP.
It doesn't get more dominant than this, and in disgusting fashion, Virtus.pro absolutely obliterate any. I mean, opposition is not. There was nothing from Casilla. They had no hope in this game, and that is. I mean, talk about a way to lose a game to really feel like you're going to go out of this playoffs quick. Virtus.pro send a message and qualify to the mid-season championship.
Yeah, to use the words of a wise man who said it about an hour ago, doesn't get less close than that, Jake. 2026. This was rough, honestly. We all wanted to see a much closer affair than this. On the other side, though, I am so happy to see VP dominating. Obviously, they came prepared for this one. They just showed that you can't really ban out Ice Gnome. Kevster on Xion is insane. You know, if there is a pick to be found on the server, it will be finding it. Overall, they just look like on another level. And that's not to take anything away from Katsuya. I genuinely feel like if Katsuya performed like this against any other teams in the EMEA, they might have gotten a dub. It's just VP makes everyone else look like scrubs.
When we had the post-match interview when VP played Katsuya in the regular season, and I want to say, was it Eisnam we were interviewing? I think he said like, yeah, you know, like we lost a couple maps, but we are such a better team, you know, we just messed up, like we shouldn't lose a map. Usually when I hear a player say that, I'm like, yeah, okay. If you could have won in 3, you would have won in 3. Now it's like, okay, that's been very much validated here. Virtus.pro with an opportunity to adjust a little bit to Xion, to some of the new map pool, and I mean, there's levels to this. This is one of those series you could probably play 100 times, and I think you always get the same result. Just that margin of victory is out of control. I mean, it's just no chance for Katsuya today.
It's just rough, so because a lot of the things that Katsuya would like to play and probably feel like they're the stronger team in against a lot of other opponents, like VP was either able to answer it in terms of like a mirror and just play it better, or just kind of counter pick at times, right? And I think like when you're not able to win the Maga map, I mean, that's kind of rough if you're Katsuya. Like those are the maps you absolutely need to win. And then I know even here on our final map, right? I know going over to Circuit and playing like a Sigma based look, that's something they also probably feel pretty strong about. And VP just says, okay, fine, we'll just play it as well. And able to kind of dominate in that way. So I think it's just really kind of displaying like how much they've leveled up Virtus.pro, and that like, they are the top dogs in EMEA right now, right? I mean, they lose 2 maps throughout the regular season, both of those to Katsuya. They bounce back, 2 weeks later and just absolutely run through them. So just, really a team on the rise, I think, with Virtus.pro.
Yeah, there's just really no visible Achilles heel for VP. It's not the composition, it's clearly not the maps either. So you kind of just have to rely on VP making like really devastating mistakes here, Jake. Like what's the win condition against them?
Be a lot better, like a lot better, because that was, I mean, when it's that dominant, it's like you know, in a one hand you could write it off, like, you know what, we're never gonna win that match, and maybe there's other teams you can beat, maybe whoever drops from GK or TM, but those kinds of matches are brutal as a player, right? For Katsuya now is going to be a huge mental test of just recovering, because you guys are right there. I don't think there were really any hopeful signs for them. The Maga comp was the closest, and they still get full hold on second point. They still get capped on with quite a bit of extra time. They still feel like they're being outplayed and maybe out mechanic at times. The team play is better. So For Katsia now, it's scary to get, because you probably have to go into the next match and basically say, we're still going to basically do the same thing. You know, we got to just keep playing again. And you don't really have time to change anything. You just have to hope your opponent isn't going to be so strong. But mentally, it is probably the worst position a player can be in when you really feel like, okay, that's a team we could never touch.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, again, I stick by what I said earlier, right? I do feel like Katsia, if they're meeting either Twisted Minds or Geeky in the lower part of the bracket, I don't think it's going to be that much like that. That's going to be a close match. I think VP just
it'll be closer than the one we saw.
Bad.
So,
that's not.
That's a great point, Jake.
No, but VP has just been so dominant. Like Katsia has been the only team that made them sweat, and no other team even like reached that level. So Katsia should, in theory, be ahead of Twisted Minds and GK. Now let's talk to Smash from Virtus.pro in a post-match interview after another dominant performance. Congratulations! How are you doing?
Hey, hello. Thank you. I'm good. We're good. We're good right now.
Yeah, you're really good right now. Smash, you guys have been dominant all stage, and it looks like you're continuing in that very fashion here in our playoffs. Talk to us about the preparation for the playoffs, where you just like focused a lot on the new map pool, new junction, for example. Is that kind of where most of the practice time went?
I mean, we don't have that much time for practice because last week, Sunday, they finished our like regular season. So after match, usually like a lot of team taking breaks, so we have only 3 days for practice. So we didn't practice that much new map pool. So that's why we kind of struggled in like Neon Junction, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So we need some time for practice.
If that's what struggling looks like, I think you guys are doing pretty good right now, considering, you know, how dominant this series was. It doesn't get more dominant in my experience than what you guys are able to show here. My question is, I guess, to back up and look at a bigger picture. You brought this team together, you know, quite some time ago now, and it really feels like maybe in Japan the confidence started to build. You guys had some strong performances, some good moments. You brought that into the stage. My question is just, how is the emotion in the team right now? What are the expectations now that you're qualified to the Midseason Championship? How far can you go? Is this a top 3 team in the world right now?
Maybe it's hard to say because every team is like changed a lot up to meta. So, but we're kind of like flexible team. So, maybe we can reach them. I mean, maybe we're better than them now, but also TM and GK also good team right now. Like they reached us so much this week, so I'm not guarantee, but we always like planning for winning World Final. That's our goal. Everyone want to do that as well.
I mean, you guys look awesome right now, Smash. I'm curious. We have that Twisted Minds versus GK match coming. I'd love to know like your thoughts going into that one. Like, what do you see out of either of those teams at the moment?
GK is like most similar team as us, like comp and like just as a comp. But TM playing like different styles, so I'm not sure what's the result, but I really don't know who's gonna win. But TM is like TM, you know, always within the match, so I cannot guessing who's gonna win. Yeah.
I mean, you guys, you know, obviously focusing on yourself here, your own game, you're doing really, really great. Do you guys enjoy where the meta is headed? Like, is this something that feels within your wheelhouse, or did anyone have to like flex to make it work?
I don't know, like every day situation is changing. One day we lose to GK, one day we win to GK, one day we lose to TM, so I'm not sure what's the right answer from now. So I'm not sure. I don't know. Yeah, I cannot say that much from now.
That's fair. That's fair. Well, listen, every day is an adventure, and we love to be part of the journey. Smash. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat, and best of luck in your upcoming matches.
Thank you. Good luck.
No, they cut him off. I bet he said something really polite. It's great to hear from Smash, and interesting to get that insight as well, right? In the scrims there, like, one day they lose to GK. Obviously, they're not losing on match days. The officials are just dubs across the board for them. But I think it's good to not get humbled in scrims, but definitely like have some weaknesses exposed so you have something to work on, because I think it can be the downfall of a team if they're just never losing, Jake.
I mean, this is a team full of veterans, right? So I don't worry about them getting overconfident and, kind of getting over their skis. I feel like so many experienced players, basically everyone on this team has been in world championship positions before, right? Has been in those very, very top slots, breathing that rarefied air. And so I'm not worried about their ability to go very deep in this competition. That being said, I think Smash is right. The rest of EMEA is incredibly good too. And Virtus.pro's incredible regular season, it does maybe overstate the gap between them and some of the other teams here, not only in EMEA, but in Korea, around the world. So I think he's right to be humble and to keep grinding, but Virtus.pro showing such incredible strength in the opener. As much as a coach, you're always trying to improve, it doesn't get stronger than this. There's never a better opportunity to enjoy how far you've come as a team.
And also a little bit of insights into maybe why they went with Katsia, right? The fact that, like, GK and TM, like GK kind of maybe plays some similar types of stuff. TM is obviously TM, they show up and always perform on the day, but GK's got a roster of a bunch of it feels like wild cards, right? Like everybody on their team has like potential to just absolutely like go off at any time. It's just we haven't really seen it all click at one time, in one match, where like it's a dangerous proposition though to kind of like be like, oh well, we'll just pick them and then that's the day they show up and they all start to click, right? So I think this next game is obviously going to be a pretty nice banger. I think it's going to be a good one.
Yeah, I'm perhaps a much closer affair than this first one was. Actually, I'm sure that we are in
I would
for
bet it
a
would be,
treat.
yes.
It's a very safe bet.
I think it's safe to say it will be, yes.
Yeah, if I had to bet my channel points on something, that would be it. Also, of course, I want to give you all a quick PSA before we're heading into that second match, because peek this. How about this Fire and Tide Esports bundle that is available right now? You get to cop the Flamebound Hanzo and Mercy, the Tidebound Freya and May. Love those color combination. Also, those sprays and the name cards are exclusive to your bundle purchase, so make sure to grab them. Which side are you on here, Matt?
Ooh, I mean, I kind of like the Freya and May skins. I think if you were kind of forcing me to choose, I kind of go with the yes. Tide side, I guess. Yeah.
I go with Fire. So I mean, for me, this Mercy skin, and by the way, Mercy has ridiculous skin competition. There are so many amazing skins for this character, but I'm a big fan of this one. I dig this one.
What are your favorite Mercy skins, Jake?
Ooh, that's a tough one. I think I'm one of the OG legendaries from the base game. I believe it's Dr. Ziegler. That's one of my favorites.
That's a good one.
It's iconic. But that is simple, it's understated. This one is a little bit more, fantasy, fantastical.
Flashy, yeah.
Exactly. Which, you need both. Different situations call for different outfits. Matt always wears a hoodie, so he doesn't know.
This Mercy skin is like she's ready for everything. Like she could be featured in Diablo and she'd be doing fine. Like she just looks ready, and so are we. Quick break, and then we're heading into our second match here of the day. Twisted Minds against GK. Don't go anywhere.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
touching skin to skin. I feel the love, baby, let me in. Just the two of us and feel the love within. Let's keep running, let's make believe, keep it coming. You make me feel free and I love it. It's you and me and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you.
Welcome back, one and all. The Stage 2 playoffs are in full swing. This is Zoe, joined by Jake and Matt. And friends, let's get into our second upper bracket semifinal. Twisted Minds will be taking on Geeky. They literally just played last week. It was a 5-map series. If we're looking back on it and kind of remember how that series went, like Control looked one-sided, first for GK on Oasis, which made us really worried, but then Twisted Minds kind of came back into it. They closed it out fairly dominant on Suravasa. Overall, for Twisted Minds, obviously high expectations. It's the reigning champions coming into the stage and just dropping matches, dropping maps left and right. But they started to find their footing. After making some changes, UB is back into the mix. They made changes to their composition. Is the faith restored? Do we have faith for them to make a deeper run here in the playoffs?
I have faith, Zoe, but there's a very serious opponent on the other side. I think Smash is actually right. This is a really challenging series to call because these two teams are actually so different. I don't think you can say that there is a meta, really, when these two teams are clashing.
It's also interesting, Sel, that they kind of bring back UB into the lineup, right? We saw them do this in Japan, right? It was kind of like their last ditch kind of surprise effort, and it ended up paying off. It just feels like you kind of, he has a great strategic mind and just kind of understands the game really well, that maybe you kind of need that presence in the lineups to be able to make it work here at this stage for TM.
Yeah, that really took us on a bit of a journey. It's so many back and forth. There's just a few constants currently in the team, like Quartz, whether on Bastion or Soj. Quartz always seems to put on a clinic for them, win or loss. But overall, yeah, it's difficult. It's especially difficult since they're going up against the Geeky roster that, despite having technically a negative map record at this stage, they did look strong, right? They were off to a slow start, but also they had really tough opponents in their first week. They had to go up against OWCS and VP in week 1, and then obviously they had to start implementing new pieces. They added Kellex, which is a phenomenal player, definitely an upgrade. Any way you spin it, but it did require them to make adaptations.
Yeah, but we've seen this core do really well in the past, right? Like Ziad, Lambda, Kellex, we've seen them obviously have success. Last year, right, with that Katsia roster, and then Finn and Alpi are two really strong additions, right? So I think this is a team that, as they've started to get Kellex into the mix more, right, wasn't on the team in stage 1. Now they're starting to hit a little bit of a stride, and I think that's kind of where I think teams would be scared to maybe play against them, right? It's you have a few explosive players on this team that can dominate a server in multiple roles, right? So to kind of see them win and get in type of scenario, I think it's pretty dangerous opponent.
Yeah, they will not be going under the radar. The way they played in their last meeting, it was just fearless aggression that Twisted Minds really struggled to stop and put a hold on it. The Shion, the Vendetta, all of that really seemed to be working well for GK. I'm interested to see where both of these teams will take us with a new map pool and perhaps some changes. So if we're looking at predictions for this one, I'm gonna give it to Twisted Minds, but it's not a confident vote here. It's really not a confident vote. I think this might just go the distance once again with Twisted Minds, perhaps having more of a clutch factor based on the individuals in the team, but again, I say that with zero confidence.
I was gonna pred TM2, and that's for sure the graphic we have from me, but the more I think about this matchup, the more I like GK's odds. I actually think they are gonna come out on top here because I think TM need to really leverage these, you know, oddball styles. Maybe with some really good execution and some really smart drafting, they can get there. But I think GK, you know, getting a chance to do some review on their last match and just come back better prepared, I think they maybe have the more solid team right now. I'm kind of flipping the script, but I actually think GK are going to come in over the top.
Did you just reinforce and pick both teams?
No, I'm going to withdraw. I'm withdrawing my team. You can screenshot this. You can screenshot this. I'm withdrawing my TM. I was thinking TM, but you know, I just for whatever reason, I think it's
Thanks,
GK today. I think it's GK today.
So I'm taking TM. I don't feel 100% confident in it. I think it's a lot of that's Jake just flip-flopping the predictions. Yeah, just turn that
Give
into
me like
a video
half of each logo. For sure, right?
I think the series is long. I think it's like a game 5 type of series. The one thing that I would be a little bit worried about is like every time Flashpoint would come, we would go to Sarabasa. That is no longer available, right? You're going either like Atlas or New Junk City, which may not play as well for TM. So that would be a worry if you were Twisted Minds. I think they want to get this done, obviously, like, you know, within 4, right? Not going to another 5th map.
Ideally. Well, it's not up to them. I'm sure both of these teams are bringing their A game, because if they're winning this first match here in the bracket, that means that they will be punching their tickets to the Midseason Championship already, and the rest is just proceeding and on top of that. So we are ready, the teams are ready, you guys are ready, so please take it away.
Thank you so much, Zoe, and set this one up well. Twisted Minds, though, are going to take us to Nepal, one of our new control map in the pool for playoffs. So I mean, I'm not surprised. I think TM have reinvented themselves this stage as a team that injects chaos into the series, right? That wants to bring things into these more murky waters where they can maybe drown their opposition. Jetpack Cat is going to be out of the mix, but honestly, I don't think TM are going to be mad at that. I don't love Nepal as a Jetpack Cat map. Maybe it's a decent one. TM,
and they banned the Vendetta.
Yeah. This is a great way to ensure that, you know, Symmetra has a little bit more of a comfortable game. Same for Diva, which are two of the picks that, you know, for Twisted Minds are not exactly fixed, but they certainly want to be playing those characters as often as possible. And Vendetta having a great matchup into both, totally understandable why she cops a ban on a close range map like Nepal.
Yeah, and I mean, dude, I agree, you know, joking in the predictions. I do agree with you. I think it's going to be a very close series, and I think EK, like, you know, people may be sleeping on them a little bit, right? Because, like, the core of this roster last year was, like, basically the second best team in EMEA, right? You know, the entire route. So you obviously do lose Landon, you know, in that mix. So a huge loss there in terms of the back line. But no, I think it's still a very competent roster that can put together a really tough game for TM. So for me, the matchup I'm really looking at is, like, you know, Labda, and then on the other side, not exactly the hit scan counterpart in Quartz. I think Quartz is going to put together a really good game. It's like, I know, how do they play with Yubi here? Is it looks like potentially we're going to get a good old Sim Rhine scenario here. Is Simple will switch over and play the Kiri.
It's going to be very fast-paced here, but a lot of damage coming through on the other side. So Quartz, Yubi need to find the kills relatively quickly in this fight. That shield won't last long. TBNT, though, with a strong position here, and it's actually the rush aggressively forward from Ziad, taking the fight to the opposition, but the Rhyme shield still holding steady. Quartz drops Kelix, and without this Juno sustain really called into question, Ziad finds a nice crit stomp, keeping the game in contest. And actually that kill from Finn means EK have found their way back into this trade, but Quartz here with double support behind, it's not someone you want to bet against. Bunny Astro finds the first, and more to follow. Cassidy, perfect for the cleanup crew.
Yeah, really interesting you know, scenario there, right, where nobody's actually gotten the point just yet. DK kind of like, they get Ziad on him, he goes past that Rhine shield, just stomps, but there's just like the car wash turret just putting down damage. Nobody else really able to kind of move up into that position to get any type of follow through, as now it's going to be over the Diva here for TBNT, is trying to make a play for Labda. Labda in a really weird spot, going to get some help from the rest of the team, but Ziad dangerously low, and the point flips actually.
Nice job supporting Labda there. I mean, it was a deep dive from Twisted Minds trying to catch him, but the team shows up to save him just in time, and they take point position at the same moment. Twisted Minds trying to get creative with the TP. That's their calling card as a unit. They have some powerful ultimates, but although they won the first fight, it sure doesn't feel like it, man.
Yeah, and I mean, the Juno Kiri very strong with the Mog. It'll be Kitsune Rush
Bike
already
hits them all.
places.
Oh, that's a bike. Yeah, the bike nails the TP. That is a nice play there from Labda.
Labda, well prepared. Deadeye, though, being channeled in the room, and Zia just cannot get out. The Symbol, though, keeping this fight in contest. Geeky gonna triple down in this fight. With the Setsuriko's free, Alfie bringing in additional damage as well. TVNT threatening the cap on this point. UB will get the flip, but maybe only barely, right? Geeky coming back into this fight. Zia gonna be coming off the spawn post-haste. TVNT out of suit, not long for this fight.
Really well played there from Geeky, right? Even though TM flips the point there and it gets a little bit hairy, Geeky just takes a beat, doesn't get over aggressive, waits for Ziad to get back in the fight. He's on his way at that moment, and they're able to flip it right back with only giving up maybe like 2-3% as TP comes through. No bike connection there that time as everybody, you know, hightails it out for Twisted Minds as they'll get on the point here first. It's going to be the wall here. They're going to be playing it into the cage and the orbital ray.
Oh, TVNT in trouble. Does get teleported out, but still going to have to pop that self-destruct to get back in the suit. Still, Zones players off the point. Gets the flip for Twisted Minds. If they can win this fight, they're going to be right back into this round. Maybe Quartz can be part of that. Found an isolated target, but Labda maybe just slips away perfectly here on the Xion. So right back to the point. TVNT trying to hold this one down. Ziad with the shout, doing what damage he can. Now he comes in, swings in, dives on top of the Cassidy. The support, though, so clean from TM. They come in, bail Cassidy out of trouble. I cannot believe Ziad
How is
still
the Maga
standing,
still alive?
The Maga mentality reigns supreme in Twisted Minds. The last members have to hop off the side in hopes of a recontest, but I don't know if they're going to get it. Geeky could go to the spawn right now.
I mean, dude, no wonder why we put a Maga skin in the drops. As,
he goes.
just how crazy the Maga can be. That's the rush use as well here. It's going to be a Deadeye from Quartz. Gets up in the sky there, and he actually does find Labda. So Kitsune Rush traded out. Who can touch, though? It'll be TVNT who gets on it here.
They're going to force
Twisted Minds.
Idea has to stay on the point. They're going to look to get the kills in the meantime, but a pause comes in at a crazy moment, man.
Quartz is going to die, right? I mean, look at where Alfie is at the moment.
Surely Quartz goes down because the problem is TVNT has to cap. If he gets a point, round's over, right? You know, there's no fight to be had. So they're going to force the fight without D.Va into the mix. And this one's extremely contested. Like, I think this is the right move from Geeky. If they just get these kills, that point cap is not going to matter. Ultimate's not looking great, really, for either side, so it is going to come down to the deathmatch. But surely Quartz in the corner, surrounded by enemy players at 50 HP, even he cannot play his way out of that one, especially off of the pause.
No cheating, no looking at our Discord. What do you think the chat predictions were for this one?
I already saw. They were. It was devastating. It was devastating in favor of TM.
I'm surprised. Only 17% believe in Geeky, where this obviously very good series from last week, but
let's take
a look here at a replay. So
this is where we were. This is like just off the pause.
Where I think we're at.
So he's got no roll. He is dead. He is dead without roll. No way.
Yeah, he's gonna be. I mean, you have the Kiri and the Sim right there.
I don't know if the Suzu's out. So maybe he could get Suzu'd, but I mean, you need a miracle. You need more than a Suzu. You need an act of God to keep Cassidy alive. Maybe he could get a kill
during the pause, just bashing the Suzu button, just getting ready to get back in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Maga is going to be able to run through this fight. The TVT is going to cap in the next few seconds and be able to come in and try to save. So there is like some chance if the cleanse is still available. It seems like we're able to get back into the action. And Quartz is dead before we
can even get back on.
Before we get back on. Ziad, though, going to try and brawl this one out. TVNT gets the cap and is back into the deathmatch, finding 2 kills for his trouble. That'll be a beautiful fight now from TM. Quartz maybe learns his lesson to switch over to the Sojourn, add a little bit more mobility into the mix.
Yeah, so it'll be Twisted Minds here playing behind this sound barrier, right? But Geeky, I mean, you're going to have Simwall, you're going to have Xion ult. With Xion ult plus Cage Bite could be quite nasty, as we'll see how they kind of try and position here. No TP used just yet here.
Ooh, Labda gets scouted, though.
Geeky.
But it's so hard to chase down Xion.
Out of there,
yeah, the bike plays around the TP really nicely. Twisted Minds without that crucial cooldown. They're going to commit Symballs, both traded on the point. It's allowing Twisted Minds to hold on to the control, but only barely. They really can't afford to step up this point. Twisted Minds knows they need to rally this capture time, but they can't quite do it. Here comes the beat, and Quartz always finds something when the team needs. Cage fight though from Ziad means there's still something to play for, but I think TM have done enough, unless Labda has something to say about it. Comes in, the Satsuki spree finds 2. Kiri's still alive, the clutch. So too, in contest, Ziad healthy. What a comeback into that fight from GK Esports. Labda, I feel like Labda, he has been in the lab for this map, right? He was ready for some of those TPs, ready to throw his bike in and punish, like knew exactly how Twisted Minds would want to approach this map. And also being able to rotate away, like we've seen so many hitscan players try to get cheeky against Twisted Minds and just get obliterated by TP, Diva, speed boost, free kill over and over and over again. Labda is almost, I mean, I don't think he's ever caught that way this game. Like the Xion has this unique utility of, hey, the bike is one of the most insane ways to escape in the entirety of Overwatch. And so when you go for this heavy commit with the TP, you really risk a lot if you don't find that kill.
Well, and also, like, with the bike, there is no way to, like, really mitigate that, right? Like, it doesn't get eaten by, like, a defense matrix. So, like, it's kind of like, you know, where teams are worried, like, with a Vendetta, right? Like, going into the TP and Vendetta, like, being able to kind of, like, you know, swing or then do, like, the, you know, being able to kind of, like, use the, you know, blade kind of, like, rotating to kind of go in and put some serious damage on the opponents. It's kind of the same type of scenario here. Is Kellex will end up playing some Lucio here. Is going to be pushed right on in behind Ziad, getting the Suzu there. Going to be able to kind of keep him up for a little bit longer, but a lot of damage there focused out onto Ziad. Is I think maybe the Sojourn in the mix has kind of changed things a little bit, right? That burst damage being able to be put down onto the Maga. Quartz cleans up 2 here at the end.
Yeah, one of the best Sojourn players in the world here for Twisted Minds. And Ziad maybe feels like the Mauga's the best tank for the matchup, but there's going to be cost to that, right? And that cost is going to come in the form of the railgun. This guy is too clean with it. You can see why Ziad needs to get aggressive, but it's also hard to do, right? Again, Diva, Sim, these characters are really good at stalling the game out. Labda takes a lot of poke, though, on the off angle. Needs a bit of sustain. Got to be able to come into this fight and contribute. Quartz already close to that OC, and Ziad just getting boxed out of the point. Even uses the overrun already. What a TP from Yubi. Puts Quartz on a crazy off angle. Snipes down Kellex, and without the Lucio speed, the aggression is going to be neutered. Ziad still finds an overrun kill onto Yubi, but doesn't feel like there's much hope for them in this fight. Formation completely smashed here from the attackers, and Twisted Minds showing real fight back. Somehow the flip comes in. OC needs to come out from Quartz to close out this fight. But I mean, these are just statement kills. Like Quartz, this is just what he does. He finds kills before the fight even gets going.
And Diva here?
I guess I would. I think it's probably better.
Yeah.
I think that the Sojourn is just giving you ridiculous problems right now.
Well, because, like, unlike the Cassidy, right, where, like, Maga, you know, without the roll, there really is no mobility. Like, Soj can just slide out of the way of the Maga and just, like, nail with a railgun shot, and he is very close, you know, to leaving the game. So we'll see here. It's going to be a Kitsune rush from both sides. Advantage for the sound barrier from Twisted Minds. A huge sound barrier advantage at the moment. TDNT will get demeched. We're going to use self-destruct to get right back in.
Nobody dies from the bomb. Bunny Astro, maybe he'll bring the beat. Is holding it 4 now, playing deeper into the late fight. Here comes Astro with the beat onto 4. Keeps Simple alive, but TVNT doesn't get the benefits of it. Of course, Simwall still being up makes that difficult. Alfie finds 1 kill and could be a key clutch factor in this team fight. Lucio comes in to rejoin Ziada. Beat comes in later from Kellex this time, providing all the advantage that the team needs. Beautiful support from Simple, though, keeps Yubi in the fight. Astro plays his way out to the extremities. Twisted Minds, although they lose the flip, they're still in this engagement, Matt.
Yeah, they're just dangerous. I mean, they have to use every resource here to try and get Ziad anywhere near healthy. This is going to be a cage fight here. Ran onto the point by the Maga. Ziad just trying to do everything he can. It looks like a TP out from the players there of Twisted Minds. Is now Ziad going to back off of the point. TM just need a little bit more to be able to flip this, which they do.
Labda called into question. Alfie already down. Kellex grabs a kill back onto the Sim, actually, and that's crucial for keeping DK into this. But Finn eventually overwhelmed Quartz with another OC in what, just a couple minutes on ground. Disgusting performance from him on the Sojourn, and he will close this round out. Definitely GK gonna have to think about how to deal with the Soj. Maybe not something they expected in the game planning phase, but clearly an issue as Quartz just, I mean, he lights them up this round. I'd love to see the stats just from this round because, I mean, I feel like Quartz had, what, 12 final blows, 10, something absolutely ridiculous.
Yeah, he had an incredible bounce back round. 21 and 4, 12k damage. I mean, just absolutely farming on the Maga. I mean, so does this next point, though, our final one here on Nepal, maybe play a little bit better here for like that Maga that comes into play, as you know, Finn obviously probably make a change back here, but this could potentially play better like sightline wise and fighting over the point for like Xi'an plus Sim versus like the Sojourn in this capacity.
They're gonna send it again. Quartz already slides out wide, takes a powerful deep angle. Ziyad gonna try and come contest that immediately. Sojourn crucial into this fight, needs some support now, getting very low. Yubi though this time provides really the real damage. Labda though, quick kill back onto Quartz. Finn still alive, but eventually gets overwhelmed, doesn't have a second support behind. So Twisted Minds confidently take position, running through that fight.
Yeah, let's see if, well, you're going to have the Lucio back here. Kellex going to go in here with Ziyad as they want to try and clear the point.
Oh, that disruptor shot really messing with his position. Finn has to come in, try to save, but Quartz will have his head. Ziyad not long behind into the grave. Quartz with another and maybe adding yet more to the tally. Picks up 3 in the fight. Stragglers, Kellex is the only one. He makes it back to spawn to get a nice taxi off, but running back to spawn really feels like the story of this game. Wait, Astro dies to spam. Okay, Kellex get the finish, but that had to be some team focus fire. A rare mistake from the main support of Twisted Minds will get EK through the choke pretty easily.
I mean, I also think if you're EK, you gotta try and consider some type of change here. I mean, Quartz just dominating at this point. There's nothing that really anybody can do against this. I mean, it's just looking so easy. I mean, I feel like you need to make some type of adjustment. I mean, Funny Astro dies at the hands of Ziyad, but what really matters is Stagger is brutal here.
This is going to get very awkward. The D.Va is going to delay him too, getting more clock time, and that's without any ultimates coming to play. Matt, you know, last time we casted Twisted Minds, I saw a Reddit comment on the match thread saying I praise Quartz too much. I'm sorry, but this guy's the best in the world right now. He just is. He's literally the best in the world on hit scan. And for me, I don't know how close it is. He just takes over every single game. It is disgusting. OC once again available for him. See if he can close out this fight. He rips it. I've caster cursed him as brutally as one can be, and he still finds the connection. Kellex, 50% to beat. He's not getting one in this round of control if Quartz has anything to say about it.
This last round, it really, honestly, since he switched over to the Sojourn, it's not really been that close.
No.
And for whatever reason, GK just keeps kind of throwing themselves into the, you know, grinder that is Quartz here. So that is an OC up on the high ground that obviously pays off. As yeah, you're not going to get a sound barrier here during this round. Now Ziyad switches over to the D.Va, trying something a little bit different. It's going to be a rush here from Finn. Back in the spawn here, Ziyad's not going to be able to stay in mech. Does look like Kellex will get to the objective to get it into OT, but it is just a matter of time here as Twisted Minds, Jake, they take our first map.
I mean, that was brutal. You know, as a team, it really looks like these two teams are so evenly matched, and then Quartz just finds 1 to 4 kills per team fight. It's just like clockwork. It is insane. How does he do it every single time? I don't know, but it certainly looks like a team that's ready for LAN, that wants to book their tickets to the Midseason Championship. Quartz 34-5. Okay, sure, why not?
I mean, it's just a silly game. I think you see, like, obviously on the cast, it was much easier, I think, for GK to kind of, you know, cause some problems.
Get on top of him,
for
right?
Twisted Minds. Yeah, you just kind of, you were able to collapse on top of him, and like even the Xi'an's really good at kind of causing issues there. Once the Sojourn swap comes in, I mean, it's just kind of game over. It feels like without and it's game over with like no adjustments made from no GK. So I think if you're GK and you want to kind of continue to play that same way, obviously the Sojourn going to be maybe at the top of the list in terms of bans, but it feels like you could have tried maybe something else in terms of comp to really give him some trouble, because like the second part of this, you know, once he switches over to the Sojourn and we're on board with them, I mean, these are easy shots for Quartz, right? I mean, nobody really in his face the entire time, you know, the ability to line up railguns, so nothing too concerning there for him once that swap comes through.
I mean, I see the vision, to be honest, from GK, right? That I think the Maga, I think the Xi'an, they both look really good at crashing into Yubi and putting massive pressure on the Symmetra. But then they just bring out this additional threat in the Quartz Sojourn. I mean, and they show no mercy here on this first map of Nepal. Twisted Minds, they want to book their ticket post-haste, lock things in, prevent any kind of shenanigans in the lower bracket. You don't want to deal with that. This is a team that not only wants to go to the Midseason Championship, but wants to pick up that trophy once again.
Yeah, and I know obviously the winning team here goes to the Midseason Championship, and if you want to go as well, hey, get 15% off. Why not? As Zoe mentioned earlier, 15% is better than 14%. So why not? Scan the QR code and make sure you kind of get over to Paris. It's going to be a really awesome event. I think competition globally for Overwatch has really never been closer, right? So going to be an awesome opportunity to see that. And we're going to get Neon Junction yet again. So back-to-back selections here of our newest map in EMEA. I wonder if teams think this is like a pretty good aggressive like Maga type of map.
I think so. I think people are really reading this as a rush map. Question in my mind, though, is do DK want to deploy the sim ban here? This seems like a moment you could go for it. You could also just think, though, hey, maybe we can bring incredible pace and overwhelm you and not necessarily need the sim. I think Alfie was good on the sim, but in the mirror match, Twisted Minds are just so drilled. Like, it's not just Yubi's ability to play the sim, it's the entire team around him. They really understand the matchup in a deep way, and they're really great at making hay, you know, while the sun shines, or while they have the opportunity to play this sim comp, they will leverage it. Question is, how does it work on Neon Junction? I would think this isn't the best sim map because
what about
some close range?
What about banning Diva? What about banning Diva here if you're GK?
I like a Diva
protecting the Maga, forcing them to maybe even play a like Maga Sigma kind of like of their own. I think you'd rather have that, I think, if you're GK than the Maga gone and then you're kind of playing a Diva head to head.
I think it's a good shout. I think the Maga is definitely the more comfortable look. You can tell from how long Ziad stuck to the pick that this is really what they've drilled, this is what they've practiced, and I think teams underrate just how significant TVNT is to the success of this squad. But
so
in fact, it's a deferred
first ban they gave up. Yeah, so they deferred over, and it's a Ramatra ban.
Interesting.
So I guess the Ramatra ban also kind of protects Diva in a way, but I would have thought that a fallback for Twisted Minds potentially could be like Ramatra. The Sojourn ban is great objectively for GK, right? They got absolutely annihilated by Quartz's Sojourn in map number 1, so not wanting to see it again.
Yeah, this is I like this a lot because now this really clears the way to play the Maga. Like, yeah, the Diva can be a problem, but I mean, it was clear that the Sojourn was the genuine issue. Just giving a player like Quartz a reliable, throughout the fight way to get those rails charged up, that's always been Maga's weakness in this matchup. And given how much strength is in a player like Quartz, how consistent he is at finding those clutch kills, it's just not the matchup you want, especially with playoffs on the line.
Yeah, we'll see. Obviously, I think a massive map for GK. We'll see if they're able to kind of pull out the stops here. They looked great up until the Sojourn came in the mix. So we're gonna have Reinhardt on defense.
Okay, this is I'm a happy man. I may have predicted GK, but I've been singing the praises of this Reinhardt hero for, I would say, the last couple months. I think teams have been underrating. Rein is genuinely good right now. It just, I think mostly it just has an incredible matchup into Mizuki. Mizuki, I think, is horrifically useless into Rein. You basically can't do anything about him. And, no speed, no boop means the Rein runs you over. And the team behind him, and Sim behind, it's very hard to play greedy poke styles into the Rein. That being said, GK they don't have much of that queued up at all. They are looking to play the Mizuki, though, so I think this Rein is well picked. Although, never mind, baited by spawners. Nope, they're thinking about it.
I think we'll see what they decide to do once they have the Reinhardt on the other side. There may be some changes. So, yeah, it looks like they go back to the spawn. They probably going to play Maga.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, Maga with the... interesting. So they're going to play the Vendetta with the Xi'an into this.
They're going to try and just blitz past the Rein, get on top of the backline, but Funny Astro and Simple, so rock solid on support. Not easy to bring down players early, and that means TVNT is going to have a bit of room to work with here on the Rein. TP up to the high ground. Okay, TM, I don't think I've seen this position before. Giving Quartz a nice sniper position alongside the Rein shield. Someone's got to come touch the point, but the lack of shield for DK makes that pretty difficult to do. Ziad's going to try and touch from under, but an immediate TP in. Now that the overrun cooldown is out, Quartz takes a wide angle, back up to the high ground, over the top, raining in damage from above. Ziad starting to drop low, needs that Maga shot, but doesn't lifesteal off the Ryan shield. Quartz just back and forth, hitting from all sides. Ziad eventually goes down. Quartz finds another, and a beautifully played first team fight from Twisted Minds. They look drilled on this style.
Yeah, that is a nasty scenario to kind of TP up and down, and there's no real hero who can engage with Quartz from that position, right? Nobody who can kind of take that high ground. I mean, I guess you can send the Vendetta out there, but like, there's no way that Alfie is kind of living through the Cassidy damage that's coming down as he's kind of flying up. So this is especially behind a Rhine shield, a nasty spot to have to try and commit to. As GK, what they were trying to do is like kind of like play underneath, right? Like take the point from underneath. That'll be the bike there up on the high ground, does some damage.
Catches them on the low ground, the rush, big opportunity now, but the Deadeye zone so many players away, they're caught in a terrible position. Funny Astro cleans up one. Quartz starting to get low on this high ground, but there's no one here to punish him as he drops. A pin does come in, but Ziad just doesn't have the health to keep the fight rolling, and the rush trade goes the way of Twisted Minds without even a tick to show for it. GK, they're caught flat-footed by this. They just don't know what to do against this style, and I don't blame them. This is such a sick look to bring out in a playoff series.
Oh, and I mean, you pick this map if you're GK, maybe you think that TM's not as drilled on it, but they look awesome being able to kind of TP Quartz around with all these different angles up on that high ground. And with GK, they have no one who can really engage with it. I mean, you can kind of get up in the building and maybe get close there and like put some pressure down, but as soon as they get under the point, they start taking some chip damage. Look at this, they just TP everybody around.
Nice stomp. Bike is good to drop simple. Shatter is decent, maybe enough. Finds 2 kills off the play. Yubi finds 3. And actually, the beat from Astro is enough to overwhelm.
The beat plus the shatter there. They do get 1 tick for GK. This GK will come back, cage plus sound barrier plus sundering blade. So some ultimates to work with as Ziad gonna make his way over to the objective rather quickly.
GK, it's their opportunity with the beat advantage. How are they going to press this? Yubi holding onto that Simwall, waiting for the aggression to come in. Here comes Simwall, isolates players away. Beat just in time to keep Ziad healthy, but healthy maybe overstates the case. He goes down to Yubi, overwhelmed as well. TVNT with a pin onto Alfie. He will stop this Vendetta's reign of terror. Quartz still alive, still healthy with a Rhine shield in the front and a Kiri behind. GK have to retreat, have to regroup for one last fight, and Yubi is coming back on Bastion.
Yeah, I mean, dude, and all I was gonna say, I mean, you had this nasty spot to be able to kind of like TP him up to with the Deadeye, but and now with the Bastion, I mean, this is a lot of damage for Ziad to have to contest with.
Rush cages a lot, but Ziad, he's getting so low, needs a ton of save. They need to keep this Maga firing. Quartz with 3! Big Deadeye connects from the back line, finishes a 4th as well, and GK getting absolutely crashed out on in this first round. I mean, this attack is I don't think we've seen, I mean, we've barely seen competition on this map, but a full hold like this off of the ridiculous Sim Cassidy Rhine play. TM, man. Okay, my bad on the Preds.
You said this series was gonna be closer. I'm not too sure about this one.
They're not making us work for our paycheck today, Matt. They are moving quick today. We just saw a full hold on Neon Junction. Quartz with a 3-piece high noon. Did Quartz deathless? Okay, no, he did die once. TVNT deathless, though. Rhine is OP. in the year of our Lord 2026.
Don't know if I'm willing to
Rhine
go that
OP,
far, but
bro.
Rhine is viable for sure. Quartz, whether it be now the Cassidy starting to heat up. It was a huge shatter.
That was a fatty shatty. That was a textbook fatty shatty. GK are gonna rock up with the Sigma. Matt, they're gonna lose first fight with this comp.
I think it's going to be very difficult for them to hold with this comp.
Through by Reinhardt right now.
What? They'll just TP the Rhine on in, and Sig can't really do, like, you know, grabby hands with Sig. Doesn't really do anything there. And also, you're getting hit with the beam. I think you're in a really rough spot.
This is Jover. This is the comp that the Rhine exists to counter. And I think they're between a rock and a hard place. I mean, like, playing Rush on defense feels so desperate, like eventually the economy is going to go against you and you just lose a fight. Poke maybe is the only way to win. I almost want them to play, like, I don't know, some crazy greedy heroes. Maybe the Sim from Alfie can change something, but this TP from Yubi is going to be able to break the choke point pretty comfortably, get them deep into the back line. They fake TP and just run it down mid. Rein Shield started to get low, but Sigma getting dangerously damaged in this team fight, although the poke hold on is pretty sick. They're struggling. They're trying to just regroup and stay alive. The heal's coming through from TM, but it's not quite enough for now. Still turning this corner. Feels like a bridge too far. A rock does connect onto Astro. Lab will finish that up. They want to keep peeking for more. They need every kind of a free cleanup kill they can get. And okay, my prognostication was deeply mistaken. The poke overwhelms. Twisted Mind just with the fake TP. They just can't cross the distance in time.
I think I mean, the fake TP obviously, causes a little bit of panic from GK, but I think you need to get the Rein position with like, a fully healthy shield, like right away, right? Like not really kind of having this like long walk up. I think that's kind of why you need the TP. The TP gets dropped on the point yet again. They're going to walk up, the Sig getting dangerously low.
They're just walking straight up the gut here, not really utilizing the TP, and it's GK actually who make use of that rotational power, ensuring that another clean fight goes their way. And I feel like TM maybe coming into this a little overconfident off the back of a sick full hold, like still winnable for GK Esports, especially after a couple, I would say, relatively free fights like that. They have economy advantage, but TM with their ult bank finally coming to fruition, this is where we get to see the real point of this strategy.
TM, I think, though, like trying to, like, if you're TM, I think this is like kind of dangerous because you're not going to go over and play like a diva into this, right? I think it would be like pretty disastrous against like the Sig plus the Mizuki. This time they actually take the TP. A potentially huge flux. It's a sound barrier that comes on down from Astro, keeps everybody topped up.
Quartz kills off Lambda, has a bit of room to work with on the flank. Sanctuary starting to run low. The Shatter good enough for connection. Yubi finds the cleanup, and with the ultimates in play, GK falling out of Neon Junction. Twisted Minds knew they didn't have to do anything special to close out this one after that rock-solid defense they just showed. And I think every other team in EMEA, maybe in the world, is taking a look at this VOD saying, we got to prep for that. What do we do about that? That high ground above point? I've seen Widows use that. I've not seen an entire team use it.
And honestly, the one time that they end up taking the TP, Twisted Minds there, obviously they have a ton of ultimates to work with, but they end up kind of taking it out in the end because, once that Rein gets on top of the Sig in combination, with the Sim, it is just game over, as this is the high ground that we were talking about. Made it literally impossible for the kind of rush style of play that GK was trying to do work. I mean, there's no way for them to engage with any of those heroes up there. They TP on through, they leave Quartz up on the high ground. He's able to just kind of consistently farm up. And that is a really great showing there from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty brutal, man. I'd love to see, hey, like TM, if they do this attack, like TPing to the side, getting on that high ground room by the checkpoint, it really feels like this map with all of these close range corners, right, with tight angles, it really feels like the Rein can be a serious threat here, especially with that Ram ban. I think now we see why, right, the Ram ban comes through, because maybe that's the tank with one of the better matchups into Rein, able to just kind of pummel him down in the front line pressure, that face tanking threat. But Twisted Minds, being the iconoclast this stage, the team that's willing to do what no one else is, play their own style. And it's brought them back maybe to the top now, because GK were supposed to be one of those teams who could give them a real challenge, really threaten them. Map 1, Quartz because of the Sojourn, feels like that completely answers all of the preparation from GK. And Map 2, you thought, GK, you thought you were bringing, Twisted Minds into your lair. Turned out the Rein, very well practiced, very well prepared. TVNT already has brought this out a couple times previously, and when he does, I think it's always successful. I don't think he's lost a map on Rein yet. And so I say again, Matt, Rein OP. What now?
Yeah, I mean, hey,
what now?
Rein looks pretty good here, on Neon Junction, but as we move forward, I mean, it's going to have to be a reverse sweep from GK, and it's a pretty easy read here for Twisted Minds on what they want to play, right, on the GK side of things, and pretty easy scenario maybe for them to play in the rest of the series. Guys, if you don't know, we have that new Fire and Tide Esports bundle in the shop. You get the Hanzo, the Mercy, the Freya, and the Mei skins, and the sprays of the name cards. Those are exclusive to the bundle, so just get the whole bundle. Don't buy like the skin individually, right? You gotta make sure you get that Fire and Tide now. We already heard from Jake I know what his favorite skins were, just overall. He's more on the Hanzo Mercy side of things. I think the Mei and the Freya look pretty sweet. So we'll see. Hey, Jake, are you rocking these skins yet or what?
I rock the Mercy skin, man. You know I'd be grinding the Mercy. Get a little... I actually, Matt, I've been playing tank. I've been in my tank era. I hit champ on tank.
Isn't that when you threw? Didn't you throw like a Juby in a ditch to play Mercy and Owl back in the day?
Whoa. No, my Mercy's kind of clean though. My Mercy's kind of clean.
Or am I misremembering how that went?
That's a dramatic reading of the situation there, Matt. PK gonna take us to New Junk City.
He's never been found.
He's never been found.
I'm kidding.
All right. New Junk City is gonna be the pick from GK, and it's just like, where do you go? It's like I don't blame them for this because I don't know what other pick you could do. Maybe like a Dorado, if that's in the wheelhouse, could be something that changes the narrative of this series so far. But it's just a struggle bus so far for GK. I mean, they showed real life in the very first round of Control, but I mean, the trend since then is brutal. Getting full held on Hybrid, it's one of the worst feelings in Overwatch. It's one of the quickest maps, and they banned
a Reinhardt ban, dude.
They need
2026.
They need to, Matt. Yeah, because Reinhardt is OP. All right, but any believers in the chat, my Reinhardt believers, I call upon you. They needed to ban the Rein. They couldn't deal with it. There's no counter. It's too strong.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, banning the Reinhardt, obviously. TVNT looked really good on it. You were talking about how Ryan is really strong, like into like Mizuki potentially, right? Like the Sanctuary, like he just does not care for it whatsoever. The Xion ban, that's obviously something that we've seen Lambda pick up a lot throughout this series, but Twisted Minds, Jake, on the verge of a really great showing here at 3-0 after this series last week between these two teams went the distance. So Twisted Minds always kind of showing up when it matters, it feels like.
Absolutely. Coming into playoffs, Quartz and Yubi side by side, raining down terror. They take away the Xion this time, which I do like. I think the Xion is really nice into Symmetra. I mean, that ultimate is great at clearing out clumped up enemies, breaking teleporters in the meantime, kind of following along, even if the Sim does try to kite away and slip past a shield or two. But taking it out of the mix, Lambda is going to be taking the Soj Mirror. Alfie considering a Vendetta look here, and is Yubi not on Sim? Do I have that right? Okay. It's going to be a Reaper rollout. I don't mind this. I think Reaper is pretty good in this setup, and that means Alfie may struggle on the Vendetta to find a vulnerable target.
Yeah, not a great matchup, right, for Vendetta into Reaper in those close quarter engagements. So we'll see how DK goes about this. It'll be Alfie going on in. That's like all the movement cooldowns, and he is dead. That is not really going to be able to kind of live through that. The Malga not there like at the same time, right? It looks like a little bit disjointed, so like no cardiac overdrive there. Rolling to try and help out the Vendettas. That is not what you want to see if you're GK in that first fight.
I mean, he got there, but I think TM just basically comp gapped them. GK were fully expecting a Sim. They were going to try and just overwhelm it, but running headlong into Reaper Juno like that, it's just not going to work. Alfie using instant swap to the Reaper, recognizes that he needs a little bit more of that frontline power. Should be a more comfortable matchup, though, for Alfie. The Juno provides so much consistent heal throughput. TVNT matches the overrun here. Trades coming in. Quartz always finds his man. This time it's Kelly's a TP into the backline for Alfie. Does create a bit of chaos, finds a connection, but Quartz is indomitable. Drops Lambda. Alfie finds another in the fight, suggesting that there's just some shred of possibility, but with Quartz, with Astro behind, there's just too much stability here for Twisted Minds, and DK really starting to feel the pressure now. It feels like these fights have just been over in an instant, and the kills keep coming in from Quartz Soldier.
And it's rough for GK, right? Because these are the types of comps that they probably would want to play. And feel like maybe they even have a little bit, of the edge in against Twisted Minds, but that could not be any farther from the truth here early on, as Yubi will get back over towards the rest of his team. It'll be the cardiac overdrive used here by TVNT. It's going to be the orbital ray that comes in from Astro. This could be massive.
Oh, the Ray Blossom, so powerful. Alfie, great burst from him, though. Shuts down Yubi and finds some damage of his own. Quartz on the high ground, though, uncontested for the moment. Finds 2 kills, a third, and surely a fourth. No Lambda does stop it, but there's just no resource left.
I mean,
And Kellick's just not able to get the sound barrier in time. Those early picks that Court's able to find on him in previous fights now come in. The consequences are clear. Twisted Minds up 1-0 on Flashpoint. GK, this is a do or die map for them. Twisted Minds charging towards the Midseason Championship in Paris.
I mean, GK with a tremendous scenario, though, here, right? Obviously, they lose first point, but Cage OC sound barrier. It's going to be an early Cage here from TVNT. It's going to be the Cage plus beat in response for GK. GK not able to come up with any kills here, though, Jake. I mean, this is brutal if they were to lose this fight.
Quartz has a nasty angle. He'll find Finn as well. That takes out a lot of the sustain. Another connection onto FACEIT. And the last remaining players with just little bits of HP. Quartz will have them all. Deep commitment from TVNT in that fight into beat Cage. The supports from TM doing crazy work to keep him alive so long in the fight. And that time is all Quartz needs. He produces so consistently. Has another rail coming into this next team fight, waiting for the proper moment.
That fight, though, may end up like this map may start to snowball for Twisted Minds, right? As I know Labda does end up finding Quartz on an off angle,
Kellick's dropping
his OC as well.
Okay, good connections from Labda. Crucial, needed this to stabilize the game. The headshot on the TVNT should just finish the fight on its own. Ziad find the finish on Yubi. Labda connects another one onto Simple. And so Labda finds a nice way into that fight.
Massive.
Swings in on an angle that Quartz just isn't prepared for. Cuts him down early. And we see the difference, right? You lose Quartz early in the fight, it's a very different story, but so hard to make that play happen consistently.
I mean, that is a massive play there from Labda because it looked like this was starting to get a little bit out of hand, right? With the last fight that they're able to win. It's going to be a overclock here for Quartz. It's going to be also the Kitsune rush here that comes in from Finn. Nice job of Alfie just kind of running down that Sojourn. So now GK starting to pick up the pace a little.
Yeah, and Simple even responds with his own rush there. Alfie makes a huge difference so far on Reaper. I feel like this has been maybe the one massive change that has changed the tenor of the series so far, is that he keeps finding these kills in the chaos of the mid fight. On first Flashpoint, it wasn't enough, but he's undetected here. This Blossom could be deadly. Here it comes into the front line, traded. The raid, though, comes down from Astro before he falls. Maybe that'll be enough to keep this team fighting contest. Ziad getting so low, but Kellick comes in, finishes off Yubi. A sweet little hiding play from FACEIT, drops the Juno before the fight can get underway. That'll be enough to earn GK a Flashpoint. TVNT gonna just delay the inevitable here, touching for the overtime, but GK back into this one now.
Yeah, they played that really well after losing that first fight, which I know they had that sound barrier Cage OC available for. Now they bounce back in a huge way. They get to this next Flashpoint first, right? So they're gonna force Twisted Minds kind of battle through this choke. You will have the advantage in terms of like sustain, right? With that sound barrier, nothing available like that on the side of Twisted Minds. So see if GK, it's gonna be Labda. Finds Funny Astro early on, so really rough now for Twisted Minds is Kellex doesn't even feel the need to end up using that sound barrier.
Labda called upon in this moment of the match to really match one of the best Sojourns in the world, and I think he's been rising to that challenge. Gonna get a quick taxi up the spawn, and Twisted Minds are gonna make a heavy swap to a Cat Bastion look here. Try to disrupt their opponents, try to change what's been a comfortable battle for GK. Quartz up in the sky is not gonna have much contest into this team comp, but the low ground players are gonna be potentially hurting if Bastion can't produce some serious impact in this fight.
As TVNT trying to get back to the rest of the team, it's gonna be some damage put down from Quartz up on the high ground.
Kite the rush.
Finn doing a nice job. Yeah, they kite the rush, but everybody kind of doing a nice job, just kind of staying alive on the GK side of things. Is nice Suzu there from Simple, keeps himself alive. No way he gets TP on out as TVNT loses the mech. So GK really started to figure things out. I think, Jake, as you mentioned, once they switch over to the Reaper, it took a little bit of time, like one full Flashpoint, but I think Twisted Minds definitely a little bit concerning from their side.
Cat Bastion touching from behind, trying to put a little bit of pressure on. Transform is out from Quartz. What can he find from this? Some big damage on his Ziad, but Kellex holds his nerve with the sound barrier. Now the opportunity to strike Ziad deep into the backline, gets the beat at the perfect moment. Alfie finds a kill onto Simple, and now this is looking truly dire, even with the rush out on the checkpoint. It's just too much damage coming in. A Blossom from Yubi, but just overwhelmed. Maga more than happy to Fangs take that ultimate. GK go up 2-1 now on Flashpoint. So after a pretty brutal set of fights on the first checkpoint, they're right back into this map. And a map win here would be at least some wind in the sails for the overall series.
Yeah. I mean, definitely starts to get a little dicey there. Or Twisted Minds is Alpha E kind of lurking there with that Death Blossom yet again, kind of hiding in a corner. UV spots him out though, so it's going to be really difficult to play that Cat Bastion into, right? That poke with the overclock coming on in. Like a really easy target coming through the choke.
Nice dive from TVNT. It puts Labda back on his heels, which is an opportunity for Quartz to swing him with some aggression of his own. But under the point, they're nice and safe from the Bastion. Quartz not able to profit from the turret form just yet. Labda now an opportunity to repeat. UB out of gas. The front line's so vulnerable when you play this Cat Bastion. He wins even holding the OC. And honestly, Matt, I'm not a believer of the Cat Bastion here on New Junk City. It just feels like the angles aren't there. There's too much cover.
Especially at this point, right? The sight lines are kind of brutal.
This is not really good, to be honest.
This is like really the worst point for it, right? I mean, you kind of have to like go into like their close quarter area, like some of the other points here on New Junk City, right? Like it's open air, you know, where this is like a determined skybox by the room here, so pretty rough to play into.
Okay, Bastion just slips away from the flank. The OC is just instantly evaporated. So too does Virtus.pro. Early on in the fight, TVNT with the self-destruct elects to continue battling this one out. Is going to pop it alongside that artillery fire. The rush of the point makes it very scary to contest into Ziad, and players are going to be coming back in off the spawn. Ziad finds Simple, crucial find in the fight. Without the Kiriko to sustain, called into massive question. Astro struggling to heal, struggling to just stay alive on this Cat, and Ziad finishes him off, finds another stomp on the Bastion. The beat comes in, double support behind Maga. We've seen this story before. So brutal to be forced into an overtime touch against it. Finn, the headshot onto UB takes a ton of the clutch potential out of Twisted Minds. Sports considering even a Sombra has to come back fast in the Bastion. TVNT's getting a very decent stall here. Simple's close to rush, but it feels like the dregs of a composition just desperately trying to play this one out. Funny Astro caught in the cage fight on the Jetpack Cat. Astro can go right back to the point. Bastion up next. TVNT though, hold on, finds a carry back. UB finds another. The Death Blossom being almost completely eaten up, and actually somehow, some way, Twisted Minds have fought their way back in the overtime to just barely stay alive on New Junk City.
It takes them about 30 minutes to kill Ziad on the Maga, but yeah, they do finally end up battle back, right? You have to make some changes, right? You have to ditch the Cat to get back. You know, the Lucio back in action. It's funny, Ashley's going to go back to Jetpack Cat. UB switches over to Sim here, and that's going to get the Vendetta out from Alpha E. No Reaper in plays. I mean, no way Alpha E survived in that. That's a Cat Bastion right in his face.
Nice signature aggression from TM. They find one kill, maybe looking for more with the artillery fire into this hallway. It's brutal to try to evade big damage across the board on DK, but they're not dropping just yet. Finn somehow finds a kill back, but the health bar is just too pressured. They try to go for a rust, but it's desperate, and TVNT is ready to receive. And GK now, they were dangerously close to winning this map, but it really feels like TM have fought back, and if they can win here, they can get to that last flashpoint. This Cat Bastion looks very winnable.
Yeah, I don't know about the Vendetta here, Jake. I mean, we saw it earlier, but
the crit does knock people to the ground.
It does knock people to the ground, yeah. It does knock the Bastion down, but just get picked up, taken out of dodge right away.
I mean, the pressure is really immense right now from TM. Despite their backs being against the wall, they aren't letting off whatsoever. Here comes another form. A lot of damage being rained down from above. Crucial cleanse, and Ziad, hero for the team, finds a kill onto UB. TVNT trades it right back, but in these kind of low numbers fights, you always want to be the Maga. The rush on point starts to expire. Simple's out of the fight, but Quartz finds that kill onto Finn. TVNT just won't go down in the chaos. It's just Helix and Ziad trying to bear the standard here, but the flashpoint goes against them. They just don't see the chance to commit with the cage fight, and TM, absolute heroics required, but they deliver, and now they're coming into this next flashpoint with a full bank of ultimates. This is a nightmare scenario
which is crazy. I mean, this one looked like it was going to be GK who was going to be able to come out on top. They started to click, and then this Cat Bastion didn't look good early, but somehow TM is able to battle back in a lot of these fights.
This is
come out on top as Quartz gonna use that artillery.
You are not safe. You are just never safe. Diva now coming to hunt down a kill. Can he find that finish onto Labda? Support needs to come in, keep that Sojourn alive. Kelix comes in for the assist, and they just barely make their way out, but here comes the Bastion, continuing to swing forward. They're hunting for these kills. The beat even comes out from Kelix, and
maybe the chase actually has gone too far. Lab eventually goes down, but the fight elsewhere looks much more comfortable for DK. Alfie making use of Ziyad's cage fight, Raid forming out, keeping this fight going even through Simple Rush. They'll find the clip and maybe the team fight as well.
Yes, I mean, it is the point in control from DK. Is see actually Ziyad kind of rolling in deep here, trying to make a play for Quartz. Quartz in turret mode, trying to put down as much damage as possible. Quartz ends up kind of killing himself there on Ziyad's body, but they do get rid of the Malga. That's the biggest factor, though, right? Getting rid of that Malga, it's going to be almost impossible for GK to continue to fight this. So, although Ziyad goes in deep, kind of trades his life for Quartz, it's probably not ideal there for GK. They'd rather have that Malga sturdy on the point.
DK, at least they get through this open air by their spawn, which, strange to say, is actually a vulnerable position against this Cat Bastion. Slide forward from Lab and needs a ton of support. He's trying to put pressure down, but TVNT is right up in his face. Quartz delivers the damage from range to find the next kill, and Twisted Minds, despite not being on the comfortable setup this fight, they clean house. DK, close to a lot of ultimates, but no real opportunity to leverage them, and you feel the pressure in this composition. I mean, literally, the moment you come out the spawn doors, you are under fire from this Cat Bastion. It is brutal to play into this.
I mean, you can see that, like, EK not really sure how they should go about it, right? You don't exactly want to swap Alfie over to the Sim because you do have the Death Blossom to use here coming up, as a lot of damage taken there by Finn and Co. moving on their way in. It's going to be the artillery trying to deter them from getting to the point.
Alfie.
They do end up dealing with Quartz, though. That is huge.
How does he find that one? It's a crucial kill. Without the Bastion, this composition completely shifts. Now UB called upon to deal a lot more damage, and it's just not realistic. TVNT goes down. Big pick to be found. I'm sure that was Labda and Alfie in concert putting some damage down, turning the threat back the other way, and they are still up. Or rather, they are still even 2-2, and it's going to come down to a final fight. Maybe they've done enough with that kill onto Quartz. It's difficult for TM to get back in on these retakes.
Something to watch. The last time that Bunny Astro went for the catnap, Ziyad actually just kind of trapped him inside the cage. Just kind of interrupted it, and then was able to deal with them rather quickly. So we'll see if he even kind of use that Jetpack Cat ultimate. It's going to be Bastion up on the high ground here. Just going to firing down those mortar shells. It's going to be the cage fight. That's actually just gotten rid of rather quickly.
TVNT, if he stays alive, it's big. The beat comes out, though, just after the self-destruct. And it's just going to be overwhelming. Twisted Minds, without the resources to survive through. GK crawling through. And despite a desperate New Junk City at times, they do just enough. Alfie's Reaper coming in ridiculously clutch to keep them alive in this series. Twisted Minds have more work to do.
Gonna say it's been a long time since we've seen a Twisted Minds 3-0. That'll have to wait, though, because GK, they hold on strong at the end. That was a really well-earned win there for GK, as Twisted Minds had a really good New Junk City as well. But yeah, I think the Alfie switching over, playing that Reaper, right? 35-9 at a really strong game. I know with Quartz on the other side pumping out 21,000 damage on the Sojourn in the Bastion.
We see some of the promise of the style and the ability to overwhelm Yubi, who really struggled in this map, right? It's brutal to stay alive. You Cat Bastion are doing a lot in the backline, but that's a DPS and a support that are not playing in the main formation, leaving your other DPS often hung out to dry. I mean, you're not... It'd be great to be on Kiriko or Diva. Too bad you have to play DPS in that spot. We can see, you know, the real rush threat and the fact that they can go up 2-1. Some of these fights on this flashpoint, I think, in hindsight now, seem even more crucial, right? They needed all the distance in the map to be able to fight back on that final flashpoint.
So we take a look at some of the highlights. Now it'll be Twisted Minds' turn in order to pick a map. They'll pick actually the rest of the way here on out. Is you know, we do see, I mean, look, it is really difficult for them to get Ziyad when, you know, in the previous maps though, Jake, like we were like watching, obviously they were doing a good job with the Sojourn, being able to kind of like slide ports out, but for whatever reason, they started to kind of, you know, get a groove, it seemed like, there on that map. And maybe it's like the Reaper, I know, in combination. I know, because like the Sojourn just slides away from the Maga, but then maybe the Reaper kind of gets right up in the face of the Soj. But definitely started to give them some trouble on that last map, but the swap over to the Bastion getting up in the sky, no way the Reaper, the Mauga really engaged with that.
Yeah, I do think the Reaper is actually the crucial hero here. I think Alfie, if he doesn't find some of those kills on Quartz in the mid fight, in the early flashpoints, we could have seen a very different map, maybe an ignominious 3-0 going against GK, but they'll stay alive for now in this series. As you said, though, it's not an easy road home. It's going to be 2 back-to-back map picks for Twisted Minds with band control as well. You got to really battle to find your way through the series. And, you know, I believe they could just protect the sim basically from here on out, if that's the direction they want to go. I will be interested to see which, especially push map we go to eventually in the series, because, you know, it's funny. Although New Queen Street has been in the pool, ain't nobody has been picking it. It has been untouched, and it'll remain that way for now. It'll be Circuit the Twisted Minds bring us to.
I gotta tell you, Twisted Minds, like if they don't win this map, I mean,
it's a little scary.
You just defer the map selection. At that point, like, what do you want?
Oh, they don't ban Pharah.
They ban the Mizuki here. So, does this like, is it a cat protect potentially?
Yeah, it must be. I mean, because I think when we saw from what FACEIT showed us in the last series, right, that Mizuki has the playmaking potential to just obliterate a cheeky cat Bastion. And although that might be the theory here, it does leave you exposed to maybe a sim ban. I would think is the most straightforward look for GK. I don't think TM are going to give you that many chances to sneak a sim ban through when they have ban control. I thought for sure they were going to ban Pharah to like really not only protect the sim, but to deal with one of those major threats that Alfie is super comfortable on. So I think it's one of his signature heroes, one that, you know, with his big carry performance on Reaper in the last map, you'd want to put him on another hero that can really take over the game. And getting Sim out of the mix calls Yubi's hero pick into question here. Like, the Tracer, I think, has been his sort of reliable secondary, but doesn't feel like a good option on Circuit. I really wonder what he's going to go to.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily like a Reaper map, right? No, here coming on in. So yeah, like what will they go to in terms of?
It's probably the most straightforward.
Yeah, it's like you know, not gonna play like a Tracer, right? It's not really a Tracer map. It's like probably more. And you think about UB's hero pool, right? Like it's kind of, you know, Sim, Mei, Tracer, Reaper, potentially. So that's probably, you know, what we're gonna see. I mean, with a Mizuki ban, I mean, Mizuki Sigma Mei is usually like a pretty nice combination, right? But obviously they kind of remove it for themselves.
It's also the thought, just the thought, but could be a consideration for teams to bring out an Iliari here. Maybe get a little bit greedier. There's no Sim to like TP on top of you and just overwhelm you. You're gonna have a little bit more time to poke, which, you know, it feels like it's been a while since I've seen a true, you know, slow and steady poke matchup on Circuit. You know, people don't really go towards those heavy snipers anymore. The Iliari doesn't get picked that often in the EMEA. I think a lot of that comes from the threat of Sim, from the threat of these like fast rushes, swinging corners on you. Now, at least one of the major threats out of the mix, Mizuki also is pretty good against Iliari, at least, you know, from an ultimate matchup perspective. You can kind of hang out in that sanctuary and feel comfortable. So wouldn't mind seeing maybe Simple bring that out here. He's pretty sweet when it comes out.
Yeah, we'll see where we start here with looks like it'll be okay at probably DK on defense here to kick things off, as you know, we haven't really seen them play like much like Sigma throughout this, but like this map probably tends way more towards like Sig Ram type of setup. So it'll be a Sigma Mei with a Bastion here combination for GK. Obviously a lot of time for Twisted Minds to make some decisions, but looking to be hovering that Cat Bastion at the moment.
I like this look. It's basically a hybrid between poke and rush. You've got a pretty massive amount of damage down range, like obviously Bastion, but of course Mei is pretty impressive as a sniper, you know, like it does more than I think a lot of people give her credit for. And they have good tools to fire up into the air. I mean, this is one thing we even saw, I believe it was actually at first, it was from Twisted Minds, where to deal with the Cat Bastion, they just played a low ground Bastion of their own, and he just fires damage up into the sky. And by committing a cat to your Bastion, you really expect a lot of kills and resource to be created from that kind of a trade. A lot of his work cut out from here as he flies in over the top.
We'll see TDNT pick up the Mauga this time. So Twisted Mind decides to play around this Cat Bastion as Lab that does take some damage there from Quartz, as Quartz being very cautious, kind of using that turret form just yet.
The May could give this Sigma some problems. I think Yubi is rolling the car forward pretty comfortably right now. This corner, though, is going to be where the real test comes. Walls just zones players back, but the cart is still rolling. A deep commitment from TVNT, though, isolated by a May wall, bullied into the corner, boxed in by Ziad, and the punish is immediate from GK. Twisted Minds just try to back out, try to get the regroup, but Yubi is caught between a rock and a hard place. He has some tools to be able to play his way out of this, but just overwhelming firepower on the low ground from GK will clean this fight up.
Yeah, as Quartz gets some decent damage down on the Lambda at the start, and like they kind of want to get aggressive behind that and take that fight, but it's a Suzu that comes in from Bin, saves Lambda, and then everybody at that point is it really deep for Twisted Minds, and no way they're able to make a play there. So see now, no Quartz getting this a really nasty high ground. No way they can really kind of play into this on the other side for GK, right? You're just kind of relying on Lambda's damage, but he's playing very passive around the corner. So this just kind of poke damage here from Quartz, going to try and basically get that first corner there for TM. TVNT takes a lot of damage there, Jake. Has to back up, so maybe they thought that they were going to be able to kind of go in on that as TVNT now deep into the back line.
The Kitsune rush, though, with the Bastion is ridiculous damage. A big catnap, but the Flux still be able to come out. What a find from Ziad, and the Blizzard ensures this team fight is over. Maybe a bit of an ult dump from the defense, but Twisted Minds threw 3 of their own into that fight. Really, all they'll have coming into this next team fight is the Blizzard. TVNT, it is a struggle for him to get ult charge on Maga in this comp. I mean, you die quick here.
Yeah, no. Typically we see, that time, right? It's a catnap that grabs Ziad, but it kind of brings him back towards the rest of Twisted Minds, and he decides to use that to just kind of pop that Flux. Get some serious damage down. It'll be a Blizzard available here for Yubi. Maybe you kind of use this in the follow-up of the Maga. It'll be some nice damage here coming down from Quartz as he's up in turret mode. As Lambda will use the artillery, try and buy some time for the rest of GK.
TVNT isolated, dies before he can get the cage off. That means GK player advantage now. Twisted Minds getting overwhelmed on circuit, and with the 2-1 map advantage in this series, it started to feel like they were playing a little bit with the house cash, but this map slipping through their fingers and quick. TVNT over to the Zarya, asking questions of the fundamental style that Twisted Minds have brought into this map. It's just Yubi with the Blizzard, who has to find the clutch connection here, but with Finn holding on to that cleanse, it's not easy.
No, and they have not really been able to use these May walls to kind of split off Ziad, right? Ziad doing a great job here on the Sigma, playing a little bit further back. We're under a minute to go. It's going to be Kitsune Rush available here for GK as well. This is looking so good for GK to potentially force a 5th map.
Oh, the Flux is gonna hurt here. May in real trouble. Zarya as well. A lot of resources come out. They stay alive. Those are crucial cooldowns in the fight, especially when the rush comes in over the top. 30 seconds on the clock. Twisted Minds, they need to get out and regroup. One last chance now on circuit. Simple does die quick. Just enough time maybe for the touch to come in, especially with Cat Bastion.
The Cat's gonna have to touch over the high ground, but they know this is where it's gonna be coming from.
It's scary. I think it really almost has to be TVNT to touch. I think could make it. I think if Cat touches, you just lose. But TVNT should be able to get there. Bunny Astro takes a big shot.
You're gonna wall this off, Ryan?
Yeah, it's scary. Oh, just a little bit slow in the overrun, but the rock goes wide as well. So hold on, there's still a chance. TVNT gets the cleanse. The Ray is down, and a crucial find from Finn. Blizzard out now, forced into the objective touch. It's overtime. There's no room to back down. They're keeping that overtime rolling beautifully. The catnap comes in as well, trying to pull May off the map. Ziad and Lab to work together to clean up that Kiriko, and so the day is not yet won for TM, especially with Quartz falling out of the fight. Rock connects well. TVNT is down, and it'll be a full hold for GK Esports, battling back in this series.
Wow.
If they can close out circuit and take us to the promised map 5, we could see a massive momentum shift in this series. I dare say the momentum has shifted already.
It definitely has, as we take a look at this sick Flux that comes on through. That also stalls out Yubi for an extended period of time. There's the catnap that just kind of drags Ziad right on into a nasty Flux combo. When we take a look at the stats, this is like night and day from earlier in the series. Ziad just kind of dominating there, playing the Sigma. Now, I mean, Twisted Minds, right? Back against the wall for them. They do not want to see a 5th map if serves us correct, right? It will be push and New Queen Street and Colosseo. I mean, two really bizarre maps, right? I would say like most teams just pick Runasapi or Esperanza like whenever they're in the pool and just ignore really the other map, quite frankly. This time you're forced to play one of them.
I
right?
will say Sim is very good on Colosseo in particular.
Yes.
Like, that is a sim map from my perspective. The TPs are the high ground. They're really challenging to deal with. And so TM, maybe they feel like, okay, circuit, whatever, but you wanted to put some threat down on this map, right? You don't want to, you don't want to take chances and go to a decisive game 5, but you're on the doorstep of that now, especially this, like, see that golden box of victory? That actually makes a huge difference. You don't even have to really get it around the very final bend. It really is just that corner that is the win con. And EK rock up stock standard, Quartz on the Sojourn. He's asked so much, so often by this Twisted Mind squad, and they got to call upon him again.
It's Ken Lab to answer, though, right? A great Sojourn in his own right, as that's going to be the grasp out there from TVNT. A few players there for Twisted Minds, quite low, but they're going to stay quite aggressive here at this corner. TVNT gets hit with an accretion, gets knocked out of his kinetic grasp, and that's going to allow them to get that kill onto the Sigma, and everything falls apart after that.
Yeah, they take a risk fighting early, knowing that they want to get one more fight of one Astro kill. This would break the back of Twisted Minds, but he slips away. Okay, crucial movement for the Juno. And they need it. They need that speed ring because this recontest is not assured. Being able to come out to this corner is very brutal, especially with the Mei. Either. I mean, Alfie is going to cut them to pieces with the Mei wall as they walk up here. This is devastating. TVNT has no choice. Has to come up and get the touch. Oh my god, it is too close for comfort. The wall isolates the Sigma away. There's no support to come in. Now, UB ice blocks, but he's just off the point. Not that it would have mattered anyway. Geek with extreme prejudice crushed the opposition here on Circle Royale. And we are going to map 5. We are going to push.
I mean, we were in, after the first two, this one looked like it was going to be a clean sweep. And then even Nujung City goes down to the wire, but this one, this is a Twisted Minds map pick that Geek just absolutely annihilates them on. I mean, only 2 deaths the entire game. And now we send ourselves to a game 5. Geek on the verge of a reverse sweep. It would be a brutal way for Twisted Minds to lose, right? You kind of talk about the mental game, and then now putting themselves in a win or go home scenario tomorrow against Katsia. That is not where they would want to be, as Katsia still a very dangerous opponent as well. As honestly, a lot of highlights for Geek on this one. Not much positive in the way of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, and I gotta admit, man, I'm not a fan of this Cat Bastion on circuit. It just feels like you can't get into the backline the way that you can on a lot of these other map types. Hitting from a completely opposite angle. You're just a Bastion up in the air, and it's like, well, what does that accomplish? Really, like, Labda is just able to put down damage from the low ground, force you back off the angle, and then back to focus firing the front line. And you committed a whole support hero essentially to have that position on Bastion. If you don't create massive value from it, you will lose.
I mean, the stats from the last game are just mind-blowing. So it'll be either Colosseo or New Queen Street. I think you assume it'll be Colosseo, right?
Wow.
It's New Queen Street.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I guess this is also a good sim map. I mean, there's a lot of verticality.
It's pretty good for Reaper, though, right?
Actually, I think it's kind of bad for Reaper, right? Because there's a lot of high grounds. Like, you have to TP to get to the high ground, and there's a lot of, like, high-low that a lot of characters, like Sojourn, can easily jump up to a lot of the high grounds on this map, where Reaper maybe can't follow as comfortably, compared to a map like Nujung City, where there's not those, like, really self-stable positions. I'm a little surprised, because I would have thought, hey, Calcio's good, but Twisted Minds open.
It'll be the TM, they'll ban Cassidy. So this kind of well, I mean, the Sojourn was banned on the other side. I love the Diva ban. The Diva ban is awesome.
I can't believe they've held that this deep into the series.
What were they trying to protect? They're trying to protect Bastion, maybe, for TM?
Oh, that's it. That's why. It's not even about the Symmetra. This is they picked this to play Cat Bastion. And it's interesting because TM, for so long with UBN, I've been thinking of them as a sim team. Before anything else, the sim is their calling card. Now, this stage, they have found a lot more success with the Cat Bastion, and that's where they're going to stake their claim. But I think the Diva ban, it bites into this comp, because I don't think there's another tank that can be as effective with low resources as Diva. I mean, the exception is Wrecking Ball, but I think Wrecking Ball's fantastic here, but I don't know that TVNT actually plays it. It's one of those picks that, like, even if you're a very good tank player, to play Wrecking Ball at this level of play is asking a lot. You need to be an expert. Like, you need to be one of the best in the entire world on this hero because it just has so much specialty knowledge, especially on a map that doesn't see that much play, you know, competitively these days.
Yeah, I mean, the winner of this one goes to Paris, right? The winner of this map. So the loser finds themselves in just what will be most certainly a slugfest with Katsia there for our final spot, with 3 of the teams here in EMEA going. So, yeah, I mean, with the Diva ban now, right? You're looking at like Cat Bastion. Are they going to play Maga? Are they going to play Ramatra? Like,
I think it's Maga. I think Maga's the next best into this look, but I think the Diva's head and shoulders better.
Who's played the Maga better, you think, throughout the series? Like the comp? Like, obviously, Cat Bastion
I don't think
throws a little bit of a wrench into it.
Has he played Manga? I don't know that he has.
I think they did.
Maybe
they
did
a little bit early on. Yeah,
they played it a bit on New York City, but they swapped off.
Yeah.
So I do think the Maga is certainly going to be more comfortable for the opponents. This is, though, as I look at it, a pretty fantastic Cat Bastion map. As terrible as Circuit Royale is, in my view, where it's so linear, it's so hard to like actually get to the enemy backline. This map is exactly the opposite. It is essentially free to play the skybox, to play over the rooftops, to assault the enemy from all angles. And so GK, while they get rid of the Diva, which is an essential piece, they're still going to have to play very, very well to deal with Quartz. And I think that's the conversation right now in the GK comms is, what do we want to do? Do we want to play like a Sigmazuki poke? That would be my thought. I think that's maybe their best option.
And also, if you kind of look at the bans, right? GK had already banned the Cat. So obviously, no way of kind of doing that again. But the Bastion's still available. And then Cassidy, one of the better heroes against the Bastion, right? So this would be interesting if GK decides to play like
I think GK have the edge.
Sim-based comp.
I think GK have a huge edge here. I think this comp is really good against the Cat Bastion. I think Quartz is going to be asked to find massive picks in this match, but Lambda has a relatively straightforward job. Play in the main group, match the Bastion forms, keep Quartz honest, keep him, careful. And Yubi and TVNT have to do a lot with just the Kiriko behind, where Kelix is going to be able to make a huge difference in the front line. On top of that, Sigma does do well in this tank matchup, as we've seen for honestly weeks and weeks in this meta. So TM poking around from the outside, really want to find a way in early, maybe to generate some kind of a lead here on this final map of the series.
And I mean, for Twisted Minds, their team in Tokyo did not want to play this Cat Bastion. They did not feel they were great on it, but now maybe starting to become a little bit of a strength or a go-to here for them in EMEA, as we do see the turret mode used here. It'll be the Maga Stomp as well, but they don't exactly go in off of it.
Match form, back Quartz off the angle. And the chase down coming in, big damage coming in. They need a lot of heal just to keep this Bastion fighting. Now the front line called into question for Twisted Minds. Ziad, though, also getting very low. The damage coming in. TVNT finds that kill, but he has to trade his life for it. Simple uses that Kiriko teleport. Bunny Astro deep behind here. This is getting wild and wacky, but I think Lab that just has too much resource behind him. Both supports find their way deep through the fight. And it'll be TM finding themselves on the outside. Cart rolling for GK.
GK is going to be, they're going to be suited with like Orbital Ray plus Rush here probably for this next fight. You will have the Catnap here for Funny Astro, so some environmental shenanigans could be at play. This will be Quartz going over the hot ground here, and they actually lose it. He loses the Cat. I mean, that is huge there. You're not going to have to use any of these ultimates now. If you're GK, this might be checkpoint, Jake.
Oh, I think it is, man. I mean, maybe you can get back fast, but as fast as this Cat Bastion comp is, it needs time to work, to grind through these setups. But Lambda, he's the one grinding through the opposition. Finding that Cat kill out of the air, it's backbreaking. I mean, the fight is essentially over. That's not a kill we often see because it's so dang hard to consistently hit that Cat. Quartz gonna drop the artillery fire. TVNT gonna run in. They're gonna commit with the rush as well. But Lambda once again drops the Cat out of the sky, beams through with help of that Kitsune rush. Quartz on the low ground, a much more manageable figure in the opposition, and Xian should be able to clean this one up, even with the Kiriko assist. Yeah, Finn is there on the other side as well, and the advantage that's developing is starting to get seriously threatening.
I mean, dude, EK getting close to doing what many probably thought was the impossible, right? Doing the reverse sweep here against Twisted Minds. It's going to be the Orbital Ray here opening things up, and it's going to be Ziad taking out Yubi.
On the flux, just bite. TVNT crashes down to the ground. Ziad gonna assist that along. The symbol is out. That's another one of these key ultimates for the Cat Bastion style. Yubi goes over to the Tracer in what feels like desperation. I mean, Tracer could be pretty solid in this style, but the problems are mounting. The push is getting, we're at 82 meters, man. Twisted Minds have not seen the other side of this map yet.
No, I mean, artillery here available for Lambda, not as impactful. You can't get that like extra HP. TVNT gets dangerously low, just gets annihilated.
Lambda is just eating them for dinner here on the Bastion. Untouchable so far in the map. Recall out from Tracer, getting low, has to back out on the off angle. Could even be chased down. Quartz retreating back to the spawn. We're pushing towards a potential bull cap. Yike hitting a nasty speed run so far.
Rush available for Finn.
They've gone so deep on this one though. Maybe too deep. Yubi finds that punish onto Alfie. TVNT finds another, and the push, it seems, will stop here for now, but I mean, you take that every day of the week here for Geek. 115 meters to enemy territory. You don't throw your rush away in a speculative fight. You save it to match later on. Twisted Minds need a hell of a snowball to get back into this map.
115 meters to 0. It's going to be very difficult for TM to find themselves back into this, as that's going to be the Kitsune rush here used by both sides. TVNT's cage already gone here. So you do have the Kellex fall, so you might end up losing Finn here as well, as he gets dangerously low, but the follow-up there doesn't actually get rid of Finn, as Quartz uses some of the explosions there, but has to just fire it into the shield of Ziad, takes himself out, as that is another fight. Does this set themselves up, Jake, to maybe actually close it out here, right? Flux plus potentially Ray and a Sim Wall?
I think they're going to try.
Everybody's here.
I mean, Sim Wall alone, brutal in this moment. Quartz does have that tank form perk. Here comes the Sim Wall. Immediate out of Alfie. TVNT overruns in. Full committed at this point. Does get the stomp onto one. So it's actually not necessarily an easy closeout chest here, especially with these artillery raining down. The overrun back up off cooldown ensures Yubi stays alive alongside TVNT in the backline, but the cart's going forward.
Team is so split.
Yeah, they're
so split right now.
They've taken full control. The stomp comes in, and here comes the Ray. Lab them have to turn with the Bastion form, beating them down. Quartz barely finds that kill in time. That may just save the day, but they need yet more out of this fight. Quartz will find it, but Ziad keeping pace, matching these kills. Kellex, Finn, staying alive deep into the fight. TVNT so low on the Malga, just barely gets the shout, but shield in front of his face. He can't find a point of damage. Kellex finishes Yubi, and with the rush down on the checkpoint, Astro and Quartz have to desperately charge back into the fray, but you're asking so much, and Ziad is giving you every single answer. Hyper Spears to the face, and DK closed this one out in what, 3 minutes? Disgusting pace on New Queen Street. What a beatdown.
A reverse sweep, but not just a reverse sweep. They beat them down the last 2 maps. An unreal turn there from GK, able to win 3 straight maps to send themselves to Paris.
Friends, I was so ready to make some jokes about Smash, somehow, some way gaslighting Jake into changing his predictions. Alas, look, I did not see that coming, especially not after just how dominant Twisted Minds looked on map 1 and 2. But somehow after that, the momentum shift, Alpha Yi coming out with that Reaper, and then everything falls apart. Like, this is just crazy.
I mean, we're the fastest live mapper I've ever seen, like by far. Yeah. This is like
so weird.
Somehow every map is a stomp, other than New Junk City, I guess. I could, Nepal was not that bad. One side, it was 2-1, but it was like so many stomps crazily in a full BO5.
I mean, TM 1 flashpoint away from going to Paris, ends up losing that one on the final flashpoint, and then just gets absolutely just ran through on the final 2 maps. Just like, what, they had 2 deaths on circuit, and in this one, I mean, closer, but not like close. I mean, that's like a 5-minute time. I mean, they didn't even get a meter in terms of push, right? It was a 0 on the other side. I mean, this is
crazy. Again, especially after the showing that we saw from Twisted Minds on Nepal, and then also, of course, on Neon Junction, right? Like, I mean, it was the Quartz show on Nepal early on in the series, completely ran away with it. Like, that's so just like demolished the opposition. And then obviously I got super excited as a Ryan one trick, seeing Ryan in action.
I forgot you're a Ryan one trick, Zoe. Oh my God.
I am Reinhardt, literally, and this just brought me joy. So I was so ready. I had all my talking points set up for how we're going to talk about the Ryan being the meta now. Alas, all of that gone, all of that forgotten, because somehow GK ran away with it. This is crazy.
I mean, I really think the Cat Bastion is just ill-advised into this Sigma poke, especially with the mirror Bastion on the low ground. I think that's what we learned in Japan, is that a mirrored low ground Bastion on a lot of these maps that are more straightforward just does too much, just deals with the enemy Bastion out of the sky, and then you committed an entire support pick to do what? To lose a 1v1?
Yeah, the Cat doesn't really
DPS.
provide much else. Yeah, I mean, I also think you could maybe look back to New Junk City, about like we were talking about, Jake, like maybe just kind of continuing with that Cat Bastion for too long, right? And some of those objective points that like are inside with like out the skybox.
I thought so, and then they were clutching, so I was like, I didn't believe, and then they were making me believe, you know, especially with that pressure right from the spawn door. It was like, okay, maybe this can work. It's unconventional, but maybe it can work. And maybe they had to believe themselves. This has been a comp that's been really successful for them. But speaking of believing in yourself, man, GK, to battle back, they lost a crazy OT fight on Flashpoint, and then they somehow still clutch out the map. But to come in so incredibly strong speaks to a real poise on this team in maps 4 and 5. There's not many teams that could be at that place in the series and still deliver such solid performances.
I couldn't agree more. The reverse sweep right happening there in front of our very eyes, and Kellegg's a player that was part of it and joining us for a quick chat now after this insane match. And we're kind of baffled, Kellegg's. Like, that was you took us on a journey there. You guys were down 0-2. What was going on in the comms? What was the talk like for the team in order to somehow shift the momentum and bring it back in this fashion?
I think it was just the classic nerfs in the beginning, and then I think we just didn't play the game, you know, so we just said, guys, let's just play the game, relax, and yeah, that's the first step, you know, fundamentals, and then we can work from there. So, yeah.
I mean, this is a big win for you guys. This books your ticket to the Midseason Championship, and it's a win over Twisted Minds as well, which has been really a gatekeeper team in this region. I mean, for a long time has been the #1 team in the region, a real challenge for any team to beat. So for you guys to get this win now, to know that you are going to go to Paris and play on the LAN, I mean, I'm curious for you, like, what does that mean to you as coming into this team as a relatively recent addition, you know, gelling with the group, to really now have a real vindication of that effort? Where do you guys see yourselves going, you know, not only here in this playoff, but beyond into the Esports World Cup?
Well, first of all, I'm happy to be back at that again, because last year was actually really fun. I liked the whole event. So first, that's really nice. I'm excited to play. And I think Europe as a region, we're pretty strong. So I'm confident that our team, and even the rest of the European teams who qualify, can actually do quite well. Yeah, so, you know, it's overall just a nice, exciting experience that I'm, yeah, excited to play and see. So, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, now, obviously you guys qualify for Paris, but stage 2 not over. You still have more games in this bracket. You haven't seen Virtus.pro since week 1 of this tournament. How much do you guys think you've grown as a team since then? And like, can we expect a closer game versus them?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the last few weeks we've been scrimming them every day, so we kind of know what they're playing, they know what we're playing, and we go back and forth in the results. So I think we're also like similar play style in terms of comps. So I'm excited to really battle it out when there's something on the line, because in practice, there's nothing really, but now it really matters. So I'm excited to see who's the best.
So you just said that you scrimmed them a lot. Smash shared the same thing as well in the post-match interview there. Were you able in the scrims to like hold anything back? Is there anything you feel like you still have an ace up your sleeves heading into that upper final?
If I'm honest, there's no ace up the sleeve, because we both play the exact comps. Maybe we don't play Cat Bastion, but they rarely do. So maybe they have that advantage, but we play like mirror comps every map, so you know, it's just we just gotta show up on the day and play better, and then yeah, that's it.
I mean, for me, I kind of want to come back in this series to New Junk City, which I think is a crucial moment, right? You guys are down 0-2. Honestly, the first 2 maps are pretty brutal. Like, you know, Nepal is kind of close, but you guys get just demolished by the Rhine Cheese on map 2. Coming into New Junk City, even the first point goes against you. What is it like in the comms? Like, who is there as a team? Like, kind of take me inside of the team a little bit of how do you guys bring that back in that moment? Where does the, you know, the communication, the confidence, where's the personality of the team to be able to start the reverse sweep? Because that's the most difficult map, as you well know.
Yeah, I mean, I think everyone does a good job of like bringing back the mental. I mean, especially the Arabs, they actually, you can tell they really care about it, the match, because it's obviously against TM. But they, especially Lep, they like both Lep and Seattle are really good at like bringing up the motivation and hyping everyone else up. Like obviously we also do it before the maps, but you know, in game you can really feel it from those two, Seattle and Lep.
That's awesome. I mean, Kellex, the mental fortitude from you and the rest of the team was just so impressive. A reverse sweep here on day one. And we can't wait to see you all back in action in the upper bracket final. Once again, congratulations and thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's always fantastic to be having a chat with Kellex, an absolute OG back here at the very top, trying to come out as the champions here in EMEA Stage 2, a competitive region. And what an incredible match got them into that upper final. That VP GK match is going to be a good one.
That, Zoe, was one of the weirder series I think we've had.
I saw it coming the whole time. I'm just going to say, you guys, can we fly the Preds? Can we fly the Preds?
I'm gonna pretend Jake's not here. I went to go look back at the chat because I thought it was interesting. Like, we started the third map at 2:45. Like 3:15, the series was over the complete opposite direction. Like how like the last three maps were just like lightning fast.
3 out of 5 maps were like
opposite way.
Yeah, and for different teams.
Yeah, I know, for different teams. It was really bizarre series, but I mean that was an awesome one.
Yeah, I want to see more of that. I'm sure we will be, because that's just day one done now. We have 2 more to go before we're crowning a champion in both EMEA and NA. So much is still on the line for the remaining teams as well, as yes, 2 teams now officially punched their ticket to the Midseason Championship, namely GK and Virtus.pro. But 1 more team will be joining us to represent the region. We're finding out who that's going to be very soon. For now, though, it's goodbye for Matt and Jake. Thank you so much for calling the actions. Always a pleasure to hear you on the mic. We'll see you again back in action tomorrow. The NA upper bracket semifinals are up next, so please don't go anywhere. Here's a short break.
Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me and never leave me. I'm flying off the ground. If you just trust in my feelings, I can breathe again. Touching skin to skin, I feel the love. Baby, let me in. Just the 2 of us, and feel the love within. Let's keep running. Let's make believe. Keep it coming. You make me feel free, and I love it. It's you and me, and I love it. To love you. I want to love you. To love you. I want to love you. Being in love gives me a reason from ever falling down. I'm in love right now, and I can feel it. Baby, hear me time. If you let me, I will prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Oh, I like it. I think about you all the time. Oh, if you let me, I'll prove you should be mine. Come with me, move through the night. Let me learn what you like on my mind. And if we keep up the vibe, moving in motion, eye to eye, perfect time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, I want you on my body. Feel the heat all over my body. Come on, talk to me, I want you on my body all the time. Talk to me, come on, talk to me. Talk to me, come on, talk to me.
Broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one. No, I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one. We've been blinded for too long. Now we cut those strings for good, and we gone. You got me real close. Time to run. My
what a clean fight for Disguise. That will be the team kill.
Liquid.
Jefferson's managed to get Tree down.
Play for point. Nice ball.
It's just going to be an explosion of death in the hands of the Dallas Fuel.
That was impressive.
And to get the touch, here comes the engage. Psycho with 3! Oh, buddy.
There's the tether, looking for the drag off, but the pickup comes through. Oh, the carrier. Empty got to the rescue.
Twisted Minds looking to close out the series here and take home the trophy. Course has done it so many times before, and he'll do it again. Your OWCS 2025 World Finals Champion.
Welcome back, everyone. This is the OWCS Stage 2 playoffs, as over here joined by Jack and Johnny for all things NA. Now, guys, EMEA set the bar high regarding the entertainment factor. Can NA follow suit?
I'm hoping so. I hope we get some map 5s here today. The Space Station Lunex one might not go all the way to a map 5, but give us a 4. Give us a 4 maps, please.
Anything will do. Anything. We're taking the crumbs. Now, guys, I mean, if we're looking at if we're looking at the standings here in NA, I feel like it was more predictable than EMEA. Okay, like I feel like everything kind of shook out the way we expected. No big surprises, no weird ties, no three-way ties.
Didn't feel like it.
Dominant. That was cool. Yeah, it really didn't.
Like it felt like there was always just like, whoa, like this Xion player is popping off. Wow, this is so unexpected. And then everything just kind of settled like exactly like we kind of thought it would. I guess Space Station, you know, we'd probably have them second going into this stage, and Dallas Fuel the best team. But besides that 3-0 upset, I suppose, yeah, everything pretty much went as normal. No need to worry. Like, we should just calm down, just be chill.
That's right. Like this is this is a safe zone. NA is a safe zone for channel point betting. Okay. Now, if we're looking at our bracket here for our playoffs, SSG had to pick up the litter and they went with Lunex. They met in week 2, and it was, quite frankly, it was a very one-sided affair. It was the only match, in fact, where Lunex didn't even win a map in the series. Other than that, they played it pretty close and pretty well against most other teams. That said, though, SSG kind of made everyone look scrubby, so they've just been a dominant team.
Yeah, no, yeah, they looked so amazing, girls.
So good. 5-0 plus 13. Oh, dude, this team is just so sick at the moment. Like,
use your words.
If there's no words, there's only emotions via.
We use emotion, yeah.
Yeah,
we project our feelings through sounds. Yeah.
No. NA therapy session. No, I think they've looked
as long as you let it out.
Fantastic.
This is healthy,
it's gonna be a good cast today, Josh. Feeling it.
It is. It's gonna cook. But they've looked good in like the old meta comp with the Cat Bastion, also like the new meta with the Xion 2. I mean, this team is just so sick, man. Like revitalized completely. Just do well at a LAN. Do well at a LAN. Do well at a LAN. Like.
And I think that's the vengeance. That's the vengeance they're coming into, right? Because they kind of bombed out so roughly in Japan. Like, they want to do better. They can do better. They have what it takes. They played the stages really, really smart, right? The timings were great. The engages and disengages were great. It looked cohesive. They had a good grasp and good idea on the meta and their style within it. So, yeah, I think this SSG can be a contender for sure, and they definitely are setting their eyes on the prize here, because if they win their first bout, they punched their tickets already to the Midseason Championship. Now, also, of course, on the other side of the bracket, or like still the upper side of the bracket, but like the other match, you know what I mean. Dallas Fuel, they are left with Team Liquid. They, of course, have also played during the group session, so it's a round robin, so it's kind of obvious. But yeah, that was back in week 2, so some time has gone past since, and this was a one-sided affair. Team Liquid did steal away one single map, New Junk City, but other than that, it was pretty much just Dallas Fuel.
Like, let's be real. It was one of those losses where you couldn't really take anything with you. You're just like, all right, go next. Like, we just got absolutely dominated on all maps. When it was Oasis, here on Dorado, everyone just looked silly on Dorado against Dallas Fuel. So I don't, if you're Team Liquid, like, don't worry too much. They did win New Junk City, and I do think that the changes to the map pool are quite good for Team Liquid. So maybe they'll have a better time this round around.
Okay, I'm excited. Let's take a look at our map pool in case you missed it over in EMEA. We already saw a new map that has been added recently into our map pool today.
Fine.
What this sentence made no sense. But
No,
the
it
new
did.
map that has recently been added to the game and now has been added into our map pool. There we go. I got there. It took a little while, but that's okay. Yeah, Neon Junction. We already saw it in action, and it's looking to be an exciting map, especially in this meta. Now, the push changes could be a little rough for some teams. Atlas back in the mix. Junkertown. I know Jack and I are stands for it. Big fans.
Johnny,
big fans.
biggest hater on Junkertown. Look, Johnny.
All right,
I just
come
want
on
to
now.
see Widowmaker,
We had a
okay?
conversation pre-show about Junkertown. Yeah, we don't need to.
Nothing safe here.
No, we will be rehashing what we talked about off air, Johnny, on the broadcast.
Okay.
Oh,
There were some
yes.
interesting Widowmaker Hanzo comps back in Overwatch League on that map. So I guess if you're a
Yeah.
fan of double sniper comps, then yeah, maybe Junkertown is your kind of.
I'm not a fan of Neo Junction though. I like Blessed Be Thy Hybrid. Thank goodness it was a hybrid map. I was so scared if it was going to be any other map type. Like if it was a control, I'd have been so sad. But like, yeah,
controlling
okay, I like hybrid more than control, Johnny. Is that like a negative point? Is that a bad thing to say? No, it's not. Everything.
You can have an opinion. That's okay, because ultimately it just doesn't matter because it's all up to the teams. Like whatever we want to see.
That's true.
No. What I do want to see though is good Overwatch in action on a stage in front of a live crowd, and we're gonna get just that in Paris very, very soon because the Midseason Championship is so very close. At the end of this map, we will month. I don't operate in human world anymore. Anyway, end of the month, we're all gonna board them planes, and you can too. Or maybe you live there, then definitely drop by, get 50% off. 15, not 50. I'm lying.
Damn, that would have been a deal.
Yeah, that would have been a real deal. Alas, I can only offer you 15%. Like I actually make the offers or the rules here. I don't have that power. I have very little power. But yeah, scan the QR code is what I'm saying. Johnny, you're a massive fan of Paris.
Yeah, I've been once for
Sure.
20 hours. I love it. And I was there for a Overwatch
20
tournament.
best
I lost,
hours of his
and then I went home to my Swedish village again. So that's been my time in France. But look, I'll say this, Zoe. Okay? Last year at Midseason
Okay.
Championship, the crowd was way more into it and like cheerful than I actually anticipated. Like they popped off in Riyadh. They really made it so electric to watch those games. I'd say the French crowd is the one crowd that I trust to kind of like rival that. The French crowd is always electric as well. So I'm really looking forward to the Midseason Championship just to see how the crowd can rally behind some of these teams. It's gonna be great.
Yeah, the French crowd always shows up. Those fans are insane, and that will motivate those teams to do extra well when they are on stage. Now, let's find out which two teams from NA will be definitely going to joining us on that very stage. We're going to have SSG coming up first. They've been the upper dog in this region. They've looked like world beaters. They looked untouchable for any of those teams. So it's going to be a tall order to go up against for Lunix.
Yeah, SSG this stage have just been the team where you can't really point to them and go, okay, they're drastically weak in this position. Okay, this comp isn't very good. They've just not been tested in North America. And that, in a sense, I would say, because we've been very positive about SSG, but I'm going to be a little negative about SSG now.
Ooh.
That, I would say, it might be a little bit dangerous going into
Look
an
out.
international competition, because if you've been stomping a region this hard, then going into an international and playing against teams that you've not been scrimming, you've not been playing over the course of the last couple of months or so, it might be a tougher ask for SSG. Although, just in the taste test, just in the eye test, this team does look so good. We know they can do well. And yeah, I don't think there's going to be a comp or like a meta shifter anyway. So SSG, they're going to be locked in no matter what happens.
Yeah, that sounds about right. They did say in the interview, though, that they did scrim an EMEA team, and they kind of like underestimated how good EMEA was. So maybe that also helps, to your point, Jaws. Maybe that helps just like, wait a minute, like, we think we're goated, but we're actually not goated. So we gotta practice harder and keep learning even more. So that maybe set the bar a little bit for Midseason Championship. But they gotta make it there first.
Yeah, that's right. But that reality check definitely came in time, and now they just have to best one singular team in order to qualify for the Midseason Championship, and then the rest they can figure out after that, right? For now, though, let's take a look at the underdog of our first series here. It's Lunix. They might be the underdog, but this is the people's champion, okay? We want to see those players on LAN. They've been grinding it out for so many years. We've been part of all of their journeys for such a long time. So the opportunity is literally within reach. Maybe not in this first match, but then maybe in the lower bracket, because it's gonna be an uphill battle against SSG.
Yeah, nothing to lose though, right?
Right.
Absolutely. I think with them not having LAN experience too, if they manage to make it, that's going to be such a massive blessing for them all, I'd imagine. Like, having your first LAN be like that would be ridiculous. I think, like you said, Zoe, everybody's cheering for them right now, and I hope they do well. SSG, though, might not be the series that they win.
That's okay. It's just a warm-up, and then they battle through the lower bracket. I believe. I see it. I manifest it. That's the vision, okay? We want to see them succeed, but SSG has been absolutely dominant, and that's why for the predictions, you just kind of have to go with SSG. You gotta vote with the brain, not with the heart.
Yeah, same. That's it. SSG. I haven't really got too much in other words to that. I've already kind of picked them up. I put them down, I picked them up. Yeah, it's SSG.
Yeah, SSG are the favorites. But you look, we've been surprised before. Like, maybe Luna's got something up their sleeve. You never know with the new map pool. But yeah, SSG should be the favorites.
Never stop believing, Johnny. You're a good guy.
I like Hopium. I love Hopium. Addicted to Hopium.
That's right. Put it in our veins, straight in there. We're ready for our first series here in NA in our upper bracket semifinal. Lunix going up against SSG. Guys, take it away.
Yes, thank you very much. Sorry. Yeah, Johnny, I will say your Hopium levels are almost like 2022 Yaki kind of Hopium levels, where everybody's like, this guy is the GOAT, bro.
Hello, can you explain, please?
Can I explain? When everybody was like, I also believe that Yaki was going to be one of the greatest players of all time, but unfortunately, didn't live up to that. Sadly, yeah. It wasn't a great day for us Yaki heads, but
I can't speak to that. Like, no hate against Yaki, but I was not on board that train.
Damn.
So
yeah,
but there definitely was a community. There was a group of people.
Oh yeah, Avast was leading that community, and he bet the house on it, and he lost the house. So it's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Really unfortunate. But SSG, they're rank 1 coming in, Johnny. They are number 1 seed. They are the top dogs. They are the strongest team in North America right now. Not dropping a series, barely dropping any maps. Lunix coming in the 4th seed, being chosen by SSG too. So straight thrown into the gauntlet in match 1 of playoffs.
Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one. Lunix, obviously, the way they've been winning matches is through the brilliance of Somba. Done tremendous work on the Xion, released ahead of week 2. And then also Zeb playing the Orisa. That is kind of the ace up their sleeve, except the ace has been on full display now for months on end here for Lunix. And so, for SSG, you know what you're going to deal with. Now it's all about execution.
Yeah, Cat Bastion for SSG. I like that point too, because Zeb has been fairly easy to target out on maps that Orisa is extremely strong. And if you're Hawk too, you're gonna be so targeted in the pick ban as well. There is a Tifa ban for Lunix at this first map, so they're popping that one really early. Good kill onto top of from Sugarfree. Already taking the high ground, forcing the lamp out of the Baptiste too. CX10, she's rolling away in the distance there. Sugarfree is going to get piloted all the way to his backline now as they deal with both Zeb, Nemwai, and X10, who, well, she kills Hawk, but the point's going to be SSG's.
And the confidence from SSG is just unbelievable. The way they're navigating this Cat Bastion composition to get the most out of the turret mode, and Lethal just roaming on this Cassidy as well, dealing so much damage onto Lunix. It's almost like you got so much to deal with if you're Lunix. You're trying to protect yourself from the Bastion, while at the same time just being aware of everything else going on. It's a tough composition to face here for Lunix as they try to get a grip.
I love the left-hand high ground control with the Cassidy. I think it's just so important to put your Cass up here. Zomba, no Tracer, over to Reaper. Something that else can kind of counter-act this Orisa coming out from Hawk, but also get in the face of Lethal too with that TP up to high ground. It does take a substantial amount of damage. Requires Admiral to pay him a little bit of attention. Lunix ended up deploying the lamp, but it looks like Hawk actually ignored the front line of Lunix completely and just ran down X10. They do trade for Sugarfree, but SSG they're in a decent spot still. Hawkskirt coming up on ult. Orbital Ray as well on 20. Ultraviolet's going to be able to sail this team home if Lunix aren't careful.
Yeah, and they can hold pretty here on the point for now. As long as Hawk can contest here, I mean, they got a Bastion in the sky to help cover. Lethal here now. With the Deadeye, doesn't quite catch anyone here, but Lunix under so much pressure.
Yeah, tries to go for the Cat Noon. Z on the high ground. She's completely isolated away from the rest of the team. Like, the Orisa's going to be there to peel for you in some regards, but Z also wants to play a little bit more aggressive. You want to get on angles with BAP, right? You want to be almost like Ultraviolet in the way that you play Baptiste. Just go in for aggressive plays, but it's tough against this Cat comp who can just plop a Cassidy right in front of your face.
Yeah, we saw in that previous fight, Zomba almost playing the indoors of the Lighthouse itself, and I feel like Lunix here, they don't really have anything to deal with all the damage coming their way. Here we go. Deadeye, though. That's always an opportunity to get an entry into these fights.
Cat Noon or Sky Noon, whichever one you want. X10 doesn't land the shot. Zomba goes down despite that Orbital Ray going off. But X10 gets flattened. But Nemwai actually, with a good catnap, kills Sugarfree. Admiral now alone, away from the rest of the team. Zomba and Zeb still alive, and they do cap halfway through that fight. Preemptive push there from SSG with Ultraviolet using the Ray, and that's normally a fight winner, but it found nothing.
Yeah, and that felt like SSG getting a little bit ahead of themselves, right? Like they were positioned so far forward that it allowed Lunix to kind of rotate towards the point. And then, like you said, the Sky Noon made things real difficult for SSG as well. Still, though, 99%. Just need one fight now to close this round out. And Lunix forced to make a bit of a move here. Try to get some value out of this Baptiste before SSG get aerial dominance with the Casbatian.
Well, looks like they're trying to set up for Zomba to use that Death Blossom. However, Z is already dead. You saw the idea there from Nemwai, looking at Zomba, just teleporting that Reaper straight into the backline, but the fight was already done. Now Zomba just dies with ults. There's the pick from SSG, Terror Surge from Zeb. The last hurrah for Lunix on this round. SSG capped the point, only 43% on the other side. There's, I think, Space Station, Johnny, they're just playing at a different tempo. Like, they're playing quicker than Lunix can react to.
Yeah, I mean, let's be honest. Like, that was not close, Jaws. They absolutely dominated. And this has been SSG just like throughout this entire stage. Because I talked about Sugarfree, obviously, having the aerial control on the Bastion, and then we saw Lethal flanking on the Cassidy as well. But in the middle of that round, Hawk was the one going on a flank and sort of pushing around the team of Lunix and finding that opening frag. And so they're just so confident in their ability to control the objective and then also hit Lunix from all these angles. So this is a team that is playing with full confidence, and I think throughout this series it's going to be a real tough task for Lunix to deal whatever Space Station is throwing their way.
I mean, this has been the same story for the whole stage, that confidence. You don't normally see the Orisa, like you mentioned, dive bomb a Cassidy. It's quite rare. Love this, though. Ultraviolet on the Ana on this map. I mean, putting the Ana on this high ground, too.
Yeah, this is going to be tough. I mean, you can't really peek the Ana, so you're just kind of forced to put pressure elsewhere here. But this is going to be the SSG. You can sit back here and just get so much benefit of this Ana. Like, they don't want to push too far away from Ultraviolet's sight angles here. But you can see how much healing and damage Ultraviolet is pushing out here.
You can strafe as well if you're Ultraviolet. You can strafe hit an 8-inch choke. Looks like UV does end up just getting back down to ground. But it won't be a moment's notice, but Admiral can just pop him back up on the height if he so chooses. It's not like a sim TP. And yeah, there you go. I just said it. Well, the Tracer's going to try and deal with Ultraviolet now, but instantly Admiral turning 180 degrees, helping out Ultraviolet, keeping him alive. And that frontline duel is won handily by Space Station. Yeah, this point is just so strong for Ana if you can get her in a spot where she's unkillable.
And this is also SSG recognizing that Lunix are not playing the Cat Bastion themselves, right? Because if there was a Cat Bastion on the enemy team, like suddenly you're really thinking the Ana being played at all here. But now, recognizing that X10 is playing the Cassidy, someone's on the Tracer, trying to put pressure here, but you know that someone's going to be here to help out Ultraviolet. Where is Admiral in a moment like this? Okay, they're pushing forward with the Sky Noon actually. Oh, and Lethal finds a pick.
Yep, and
oh my.
That third shot was crazy. And yeah, all the meanwhile, Ultraviolet is dueling Zomba, who's extremely low. Both of them set each other low. And then UV gets healed. Zomba couldn't even use Pulse either, so... Let's look at Zomba. This is the same... We've seen the same clip 3 times, Johnny. Zomba in the same spot. He's going to blink up onto this high ground. Try and pressure UV.
Okay,
oh,
that works.
Stick this time. Okay, it works when you got the ults. All right, there's a player down now. Zomba goes low, hits the recall. High noon, Sky noon for X10. Over the point. Spear's been used by Hawk. Just ended up going down though. Eventually felled. That golden giving him extra resist towards the very end of that. So it wasn't a guaranteed kill from X10. That's how you start for fight. That's what you got to do, Johnny. Just kill the Ana with pulse.
Just kill the Ana for him.
Yeah,
it's that easy. It's honestly easier now when you have point control because now the Ana can't really set up. Quite a smart X10 here. Okay, we're going to swap over to the Bastion. We'll be able to get back here relatively quickly too. But SSG now able to set up. Ultraviolet has this Nano in hand. I guess it's going to come out onto Sugar Free here. Took a ton of damage.
You'd imagine so. Yeah, there's the Nano Bastion. Whoa, Sugar Free actually just pops. Oh, a sleep onto X10 in the sky as well. Catnap, and then White drags UV off the edge. But it's a 3v3 now. Space Station still with 2 ults. Sugar Free in trouble. Pops the Bastion form, though. And now Zomba, a quick kill onto Sugar Free. This is going to mean Lunex, the rest of the gang, are going to win that fight.
Do you think Sugar Free tried to like parry there? Because there was an orbital ray on the battlefield and just recognizing there was a lot of damage coming their way? Yeah, well, essentially, yeah. With the added bonus.
The Dark Souls parry.
Yeah, but come on, I like that terminology. I like it. Yeah, you got a little overhead.
No, I like it.
Lethal? What is happening here?
Oh, well, I'll tell you what is happening. Nemwai and X10 just throwing themselves into Lethal's ult bank. A little rough there from Lunex. They're just going to get run over. Again, the idea was there. X10 and Nemwai get a 4 position, kill Lethal, but the high noon damage resist plus the heals. Yeah, that's not working out 9 times out of 10, unfortunately. Oh, and Zomba gets found as well. Touch has to come through for Lunex. They lost their Tracer.
Yeah, they need to make a move now. X10 has to come up big time here with the turret mode, but already SSG got control of the point. Seb's got a touch here as well.
Touches. Oh, an amazing Terror Surge. Contest comes in for Zeb. Sugar Free goes down eventually there as X10 is airlifted into battle. Zeb still has his Terror Surge too, so Orc's gonna succumb to that one, drag him out into the open again, where the rest of Lunex can focus fire. The Cat in the Skies gets focused down by Zeb, so actually Lunex, on what was a horrible first pick there for them, they ended up losing Zomba, come out on top anyway.
Why was Sugar Free so far in the front line? I think Hawk was obviously trying to do some work with the Terra Surge, holding people up like you said, but Sugar Free gets caught on the Bastion, and now 86% here. X10 looking for targets, but so tough to get value from that ultimate. Ultraviolet has the Nano. This needs to get value if SSG wants to win this round. Here they go.
Nano lethal. Nano high noon. I mean, what's scarier than that? Drop straight on the Cat, but the Cat's a little bit too quick.
Shots.
Then why dodges out the way? Lethal's got to hit a couple here. All right, it's up to the supports then, I suppose. Ultraviolet kills 2 in the end. That high noon could have been the end of it all. Luckily, of course, Lethal has got the teammates to back him up. SSG 2-0 Ilios.
Yeah, that looked comfortable. That looked pretty clean. Although I will say, SSG, as much as we glaze this team because they've been amazing in stage 2, I feel like every series is a little bit eventful. Like they win all the maps, but somehow the middle of the maps, the actual execution of the map wins. It looks a little shaky at times. Like, let's remember when they beat Lunex 3-0 in week 2, they went to overtime on Circuit Royale. It went the distance. Almost, or it did actually, on New Junk City, and so they did play very close, even though it was an SSG 3-0, and I feel like we're getting the similar kind of outcome here. We'll have to see what they have in store for map 2.
Yeah, I gotta agree with that sentiment. It does feel there's something crazy happens in the SSG series, despite them not even losing a single one and losing barely any maps as well. Yeah, real nice stuff to start off with. I'm in it for a little bit of juice, honestly. I'm here for the random acts of violence coming through from Lunex.
Yeah, I mean, even Zomba's pulse bomb, that will stay in the memory for a little bit. Just like so fed up with Ultraviolet on the ledge that, okay, I'm going to essentially stand still, blink in, hit the pulse, and finally we got the Ana down. We can win a team fight, 5 versus 4. So yeah, it's very entertaining to watch SSG dominate. It's always fun.
We got it, guys. We got another one. I'll tell you what you can get as well if you're watching right now on YouTube or Twitch is the new drops that are available currently. So make sure you link your Battle.net account to your YouTube/Twitch and start earning yourself some drops. A couple of esports loot boxes throughout our playoffs. So yeah, you're looking forward to that one, I'm sure. And the OWCS Malga. There you go. Malga's been played what? Not permanently, but he's peeking his head in there.
Plenty of Malga drops. Wow.
And the Winton holding the OWCS trophy. Oh no, that's Malga. Wait, they're just built the same.
They're built the same. That's
dude, they're both like giant. Like, it's a silhouette. My bad. Man.
Yeah, no. I mean, Malga's beast. Look, okay, look. I know the Malga Reaper in EMEA wasn't everyone's favorite, but I have been liking a little bit of Malga here and there. You know, even with some Cat Bastion.
Yeah. Come on, we're not going to Neon Junction though. Come on, at least today or the next 2 days. Surely we get it. Me and you get it over the next 2 days. I really want to cast Neon Junction. There's so many little Easter eggs on the map. They did a good job of adding like so many little bits and pieces.
New map? No, King's Row.
No, we go back to the map that was released in 2017.
It's
2016.
It's over 10 years.
Yeah.
So who cares about
map
the
that came out 1 month ago, or the 10-year-old map? We'll take the 10-year-old map, please.
10-year-old map
with barely any change. Have they actually? Here's one for you, Johnny. How many changes have they made to Kings? I know they added the bus out of spawn. The big bus never used to be there.
Yeah, overall, like it's not been a Numbani kind of map, you know. Like overall, it's been pretty reliable.
And that's a sign of a perfect map. It hasn't had many changes over 10 years.
Yeah. It's
Sigma ban
so,
and a...
The map is so old now that we have like King's Row vintages of like which meta did he prefer in. We got the 2017 King's Row, we got 2021 King's Row. Like which kind of meta do you prefer? I did enjoy when attack used to be all double sniper. It's just like we're going to roll out, we take the high ground for free, and we play Widowmaker Hanzo. That was before the defense figured out that high ground is actually beneficial, and we're going to try to take it. But yeah, there's been some good vintages for King's Row. If you said that to
someone in the Big 26, they'd be like, no duh, bro. High ground's good when you have it on defense and you can shoot down at people. Dude, the Romans weren't thinking that, man. Like, what are we saying, man? Even they knew about the high ground to the low ground. Come on, you ever read Sun Tzu, man? Come on.
Yeah. Some great tactical innovators back then for the Romans and the Greek. Yeah, they were.
Oh, I thought you were gonna reference Overwatch. Great tactical innovators, grabbing the high ground, and also the Lucios not playing on the ground permanently. That's
I mean, the first Battlefield general that figured out that angles is good. I mean, we should just credit that general for like doing great work there. And I mean, it's bleeding into Overwatch in 2026. We're still deploying. Deploying our heroes.
They build castles that way. You know, in a castle, if you look outside some of the walls, especially in English castles, if you look from the inside out, the slits in the walls that you could fire your bow through, they're much wider on the inside than the outside, so you have room to move. But on the outside, it's just like a very thin slit with an arrow shooting that you can't like get through, you know?
I mean, come on now.
Angles, baby.
Whoever came up with that, give them a raise.
Give them a raise. Give them an extra copper coin for their troubles. Inflation's here.
I mean, that's brilliant. That's brilliant. I didn't even think of that, but they did way back when they started building castles, and someone had a genius idea. Yeah, that's great.
They weren't commentating Roman battles like me and you are commentating right now. They had better things to do, I think. A lot better things.
Yeah, they did.
Well, King's Row, we're here. We're so back. Lethal jumping on the Ashe. Okay, we've seen a little bit more Ashe than I'm always surprised to see Ashe, actually, when Sojourn is available. But I don't hate it, especially on this map. Sigma ban and a Xion ban, you've got to get that out of the hands at Zomba, and I think this is a really good map to do it as well. There are a lot of nice little off angles you can take with that character, especially on this first and second point. Let's have a look, though. X10, then wide, back on the Cat Bastion.
Okay, interesting. Oh, 7 to the border! Lethal, watch out!
Okay,
we're good. We're good.
Zomba
is not good.
Zomba. Sorry, I got the Bastion, though. Okay, no turret form for X10. And guess who's behind them? Lethal. Nice little flank. Little solo one. Yeah, with this Mei as well, it's going to be very tough for Lunex to actually contest this high ground. It feels like they're trying to stagger Hawk right now, but Hawk is having the worst time any tanker player could possibly have. An Orisa behind him, a Bastion in front of him, both unloading clips, forcing him to hit Nemesis Core. Hawk goes down. Lethal, though, ends up on a killing spree somehow, with Zomba coming back from spawn and immediately sent back on the Pharah. SSG, they've lost ground, though. Zeb is on the point capping.
It is noteworthy that they were able to kill a Ramatra who was blocking that way. So take that into your rankings. As Lunix here, doing some decent progress here, but gotta be careful here as this Mei kind of re-engages. They have a pretty stable composition here, SSG, but Lunix, they're pretty happy just poking from far away for the time being.
Right, there's the ult from Matt. Surely UV just gets out. Yeah, there's the teleport, there's the sidestep, no problem. Hawk hits the Nemesis form, and now the Bastion's in trouble. Instant freeze, and a good headshot follow-up too on Z. Good shots from Sugar Free. Yeah, the one thing you can't let the Mei do is just get behind your team like that. Get on that Bastion. That's a no-go if you're Lunex. They got 52% though. Only a single tick. 2 minutes to go.
So I think it was kind of noteworthy that Zomba actually for a quick moment swapped over to the Pharah, thinking maybe they can outpoke the composition that SSG has, because it is a very slow composition. The Ramatra and Mei playing together, lots of health in the front line. And so the options for Lunix are poke, or they don't want to wrap around and put pressure on the back line. Having a tough go at it at the minute. Admiral and Ultraviolet doing a great job staying alive.
Yeah, I like this Bob too, just being flung out on statue. You already saw the Orisa. Dropped, basically. Oh, wait. Oh, that poor sad cat. Did you see the body of Nenwai fall behind the wall? Oh, that's rough. Hawk dead, though. Good start. Lunix just need to be able to up the tempo now. They need to just get in there. Rush is definitely going to help with that. Get Zeb in the mix. Get him in the back line. Get him here in an ult. Lunix are going to get 2 ticks. Hawk's coming back in just a moment. There's another rush. There's a chance here for Space Station to touch, but they're not going to. They don't want to overexert themselves on this push.
Yeah, and the time for Lunix to go was when Hawk went down. Kind of curious if Hawk overextended there for a brief period. Maybe following that kill onto Nenwai had an opportunity to retreat and just keep doing your thing on defense. But the Ramatra goes down, and that was go time for Lunix. We're now pushing on to the second point here. Looks like they can't quite get anything. Orbital Ray from Admiral.
Kidnapped Hawk there. Yeah, Orbital Ray from Admiral to save Hawk, who got dropped in the backline, but probably not the member you want to go for a kidnap on. Curious if it was aimed at Hawk or someone else, and you just accidentally grabbed the Ramatra instead. There comes the Bastion ult yet again, but now comes the pain, the torture for Zeb as he has to fight against this Mei wall. They managed to get it out of him thus far, but Hawk does have an ult available in just a moment. They're even going to rush here to, again, just keep up the tempo play. Z used the rush a couple of fights ago, meaning that Z's definitely not going to have it. Terror Surge used, and that's a quick back off from SSG as they fight and choke again.
I feel like this is so difficult for Lunix. Yes, they unlocked the first point here, but overall, Space Station's composition, it's relatively easy to play, putting a lot of pressure onto objective here. Lunix, they need playmakers. Can Zomba be it?
He's already forced the teleport there of UV. I'm not sure the Suzu. Okay, there it is. Just came out. Blizzard now popped by Sugar Free, isolating Zeb in the corner. If they can get this kill, we have a really good look. But a quick Suzu is going to help Zeb escape alive. And now Zomba again piling on the pressure with the Tracer. But it gets shooting into Ramatra. It's just not a good angle here. Zomba needs to land a pulse bomb. The carry potential for the Tracer is just so damn high. But Zomba just needs to connect.
Zeb has to get Sinurage here. Is going to drop it actually. And this is Lunix making some progress here now. But this is she. They're waiting. Calm here as they build towards this double support ultimate. No need to kind of rush things here as well. Keep holding these corners. And nice pick from Hawk as well onto Zomba. And with the Tracer gone, like there's no one really here for Lunix to make that play, to win this fight back.
Still, oh, Nenwai goes in for the catnap, just gets shut down. Yeah, it was a right click from Sugar Free that connected with Zomba's face, then Hawk with a quick follow-up. Rocking what? Is that the Diablo skin? I think it is.
Hell yeah. Yep.
Sick.
It is sick. All right, a couple of swaps here. I actually quite really like the Sojourn swap here from Extend. You're going to get a lot of energy, and a railgun pick could be everything you need here against an SSG backline. That is quite fragile, but gets so much value. Zomba over onto the Reaper as well. It's going to aid in that frontline duel versus Hawk and Sugar Free. A lot of ultimates here for SSG, and just a minute 15 to drain it here, Joss.
Good hinder. Wow, instant Suzu really wanted to make sure Zomba stayed alive there. There's the rush, splits the team up. Ultraviolet goes down, though, ahead of the game. was UV in the fight, but Lethal just sends it down solo. And with only a minute to go, Lunex's got to make a choice. I think Zed's going to try and make something of this fight, but Lethal's already found another kill with the high noon, and a Blizzard to separate the team again. Just Zeb is just having no real conviction in this fight. There's not really a point where Zeb's in a position where he can succeed, it feels like, as Lunex are forced to reset.
Yeah, but I think you just have to take that fight loss. SSG, they dropped the Kitsune Rush, the Blizzard, and the Deadeye as well from Lethal. This needs to be the fight now when they've started building ultimates on after these compositional swaps. 25 seconds. It's going to be a long second point if Lunex are going to make this one. Oh, Hawk with so much pressure onto the backline already.
Yeah, forced both the TP and the Suzu, and now it's got the Annihilation. Extends dead. Only damage now is Zomba, realistically. Even he's been walled off. He has to shoot through it. 2 silver bullet kills. Lethal hunting Lycans right now.
Lethal?
That's a third one, in fact.
He just killed the team.
That's a fifth. That's the ace for Lethal there at the very end. I mean, come on. There's like a bounty on each one of their heads, man. SSG. Gonna hold after that first point.
Everyone was just shooting the Ramatra, and it's like, surely we can kill the Ram, right?
He will die eventually.
Right? Like, he'll die here, surely. Surely. No, Lethal just cleans up everyone in the meantime.
Yeah. They're literally just shooting the Ram.
I mean.
And then Lethal gets an ace.
Even pro players are naive enough to think that you can actually kill a blocking Ramatra. Alas. Mission
LeBron
impossible.
James, when he uses all his cooldowns on an altering Ramatra. Yeah, it happens. It happens to the very best.
Not even LeBron could block Hawk.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, that is kind of disgusting, though. Lethal has just kind of been chilling throughout this entire series so far. Even on Ilios, sugar-free, in the sky, on the Bastion, doing tons of work. And Lethal just on the Cassidy, just chilling, roaming, getting picks. 5k to wrap things up there on the defense.
I think that is the Cassidy player mindset almost. Like, the ranked Cassidy players are just kind of, they're vibe maxers. They're in it for the ride. They're going to click a couple of heads, maybe get a cool clip. Like, straight chilling.
Yeah, if someone mains Cassidy, I feel like that's a green flag.
Oh, yeah. What's the red flag? Who they made for it to be a red flag?
Oh, we can't talk about this.
Oh, we have to.
No, we can't. We can't talk about this on the Overwatch Esports channel.
It's Sim. I'm sorry. It's Sim. I said it. I said it. It's a red flag if they're playing Sim perma.
I will not speak. Samba on the flank here. On Tracer. They're holding the high ground in the Big 26.
They've done it. They've learned from 2016. Oh, the headshot of the Zomba from Lethal. Now, this is really Lethal at his best, too. On this Hanzo, Tree's been a nasty Hanzo. Lethal as well. I think Hanzo's in North America. They've got something to him. There's something there. They do make the character look different. And Space Station, by the way, they flipped the map completely on Lunex. Lunex have now forced to take Hotel and the attack side. Zomba is going to get forced to recall. Lethal extremely low, but there's a Kiriko right next to him and a cat that's flying in to provide emergency aid. There is a couple of kills for SSG, with only losing Sugar Free and with no Suzu. This is Lunex and their days being fairly numbered. There it is. Cleanup's good. SSG are going to get capped.
Yeah, I think it's so tough to kind of brawl against this Mei and this Diva. All the meanwhile, the Hanzo is flanking around, hitting you from the back as well. It's a tough time for Lunex. So now make the swap over to the Mizuki here as well. They haven't really found anything to get going here on SSG team that is kind of figured out. And I think the missing ingredient here is the North American Hanzo players. Like, they just have confidence. Like, they're just chads. They like run it down. Like, yeah, Hanzo might not be the best hero. Guess what? I'm gonna take them anyway. Fire the dragon through the wall.
Through the wall.
Hope you get something.
Why?
Can work out, never know.
You can. I mean, on Kings especially, it's good. Killable. Okay, Zomba. Don't randomly get headshot by the Mei. They're going to use this rush really early. Zomba has got Pulse Bomb in Hotel. They're just trying to use ults here early to get an advantage, just to get positioning on this main choke. But SSG, especially with Hawk and the Diva, it's tough for them to actually do that. Sure, we can get priority on choke, but we can also just run around you and then flank. Nimue ends up going down to Storm Arrows, and Lunex, honestly, a little bit confused right now. Then look at confused kind of where to look. Zomba's holding down the fort in the front line. Zeb's going to use this Terror Surge, but Johnny, I hate to break it to you, it might just be all over. SSG pop the Blizzard on the point. Hawk gets another kill, and that will be that. No real chance for a touch, as X10 is the final one to fall. That space station going 2-0 up. One more map away from securing themselves at that LAN.
Yeah, I mean, let's just be real. The viewers are seeing what we're saying. This has just been an absolute team gap so far. SSG just playing on a different level so far in Stage 2. Was the Kitsune rush a little early from Lunex, maybe? Did it allow SSG to retreat and back off? Yeah, maybe. But you're up against SSG. It's so tough. You want to make a play. You want to be the first one to drop an ult. Be proactive in your gameplay. I don't blame Lunex for doing that. But SSG feels like they're one step ahead at the moment. They disengage from the Kitsune rush. They wrap around. And then a catnap. Pull in an enemy member and finish them off in your 5 versus 4 situation to close out the map. SSG, they're just on a different level right now.
One death for Abril. One death for Sugar Free. I believe Sugar Free ended last map on 0 deaths. Could be crazy. No, not 0 deaths for Sugar Free. Last round is what I meant, not last map. So he only died once, and that was on that final round there. Crazy stuff from SSG. Yeah, one map away from going to Paris mid-season. It's looking good for SSG, and, you know, even if you're underestimating the EMEA teams a little bit, you still got a lot of time to scrim, you still got a lot of time to kind of prep as well. It's, what, 26 days away before day one of mid-season, so, yeah.
Wow, you really are counting down the days. Every broadcast, you got the day count on lock. It's impressive, honestly.
I'm ready for another LAN.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun LAN for sure.
Yeah, tickets are available right now as well. Zoe already showed the barcode, but just in case you missed it, there it is on your screen. 15% off your tickets with the code OW15. God, if we got some kickbacks from this, Johnny, that would go crazy. Let's make it happen. Mid-season coming up.
Let's make it happen. 2027.
27.
You've just spoiled our negotiation tactic on the broadcast. What are you doing?
No.
We had grand plans. Oh no, oh no.
Right, it's coming up in a couple of weeks, maybe 3 weeks. I can't. The narrow down the weeks, I'm not sure, but I know it's 26 days away. So it's not too long. Barons is going to be a good time. It's going to be a fun. Hopefully not too miserably in the heat. That is something I'm a little scared of, but it will be a good AC conditioned arena. So.
That is really important. Really important. We need the AC. Yeah, honestly, that's a good shot. That's a good shot. You never know. Look, I think this SSG team, I don't think it needs saying, but if they play like this at Midseason Championship, they will be winning maps on like a Champions Clash where honestly this team just fell flat. They looked demotivated. They had horrible scrims going into the event itself. This is just the SSG that we've been waiting to see. And they've been shining throughout this entire stage. So I'm really looking forward to actually see how they match against some of these EMEA teams. Obviously, EMEA is the better region. I think we can both agree on that still. But you kind of want to see a little bite from North America, like Dallas Fuel, SSG. You want to see them take it to EMEA. And I think with SSG putting up performances like this, it is possible.
New Junk City. Wow, we're just going back to... We're going to pretend we don't have a new map. Not even going to Atlas. This is crazy.
I mean, pros like familiarity. I will say that.
Can you attest to that? Is that something that you like as well, or like?
Yeah, I wouldn't say. You don't want to go into the unknown when the tournament life is on the line, and so there are so many maps in the pool that, like, realistically you can't excel at all of them, and so you just kind of like, you know, pick a map like New Queen Street. Just like, okay, well, we're not going to practice New Queen Street as much, but it seems like everyone wants to practice New Junk City.
Yeah, everybody. It's the consistent, like you said, it's the consistent one too. It's in the last Bat Balls and this one, so yeah, makes sense. Bastion ban and a Zarya ban for the other side, so okay. Targeting the tanks again. Tanks are always going to be off the board in this series. I think Zeb has been a real difference maker for Lunex throughout the stage. Although, when it comes to hero pool for Zeb, very, very good on the Orisa. So, not having that banned here, you're smiling, all good. You can just run it back with this kind of brute force Orisa play. And then we're hoping that X10 and Zomba can kind of show up on New Junk City. Want to go to extra maps here, but SSG it is just a team death at the current moment in time.
Yeah, I mean, if you just take a step back here, Jaws, and you were thinking like, okay, what is Lunex's win condition in this series to upset SSG? The only thing they really excel at is the brawl style, when Seb is either on the Zarya or on the Orisa. The issue is SSG, in this new look of theirs in Stage 2, they make way more swaps, and they talked about this in the interviews. They're just way happier to flex over to these different kinds of heroes. So you have Sugarfree playing Mei, Sugarfree playing Symmetra, Ultraviolet playing Wu Yang, Hawk, you know, playing Sigma. He's been brilliant on that hero throughout his entire career. And so you're looking at Lunex and you're thinking, okay, like, if you play Brawl really good, you have a chance against SSG. The problem is SSG, they adapt so very well, and they feel like they can play so many different compositions now in Stage 2. And realistically, it feels like they'll always have the upper hand in the compositional matchups, and that just makes for a terrible time for Lunex.
The secret weapon is finally being showcased. Zomba on the Xion. Got banned away last map. And this is a map I'd say is even better for the Xion, to be fair. So you're going to be pretty happy if you're Lunex. Although against the Cassidy, how are you feeling about that matchup, the Xion versus Cass? Because at the moment, the Cass does feel exceptionally strong, even with how good Xion has been.
I mean, I feel like every time we see a Cassidy on the battlefield, like the Cassidy has the opportunity to take over the game. And obviously an uncontested Xion can do so as well. But I think Lunex is going to have a tough time at finding these opportunities to really collapse onto SSG. And you can see SSG how active they are rotating around the map here. They don't even want to give Lunex it in. The point is unlocked, and so Seb is putting pressure on it, or it's actually Zomba for the time being. So SSG will have to force their positioning here somewhat.
They were in a 4v5 that entire time. Sugarfree died super early, and Lunex were still not able to kind of collect kills, and they only get 10% as well. SSG, they just sneak the point away. Zeb's going to try and get this one going again, but Zomba's already down. Asuzu, a ton of healing off that just sent towards Zeb too. Just lethal on this Cass. He really is just like, not to borrow a phrase from Emre, but he is just a living weapon. Even I eat a bite.
Oh, like, I don't understand. I don't understand hit scan players. Like, I don't understand how they hit these shots sometimes. It's just ridiculous what they're able to do here. And you got the benefit of a Symmetra teleporter just like taking you wherever on the map. It's so tough for Lunex here to set up. They have a Kitsune rush, but SSG, I think they're ready to disengage as soon as it comes out. Here they go. And Lethal finds a pick on the Zomba. 4 versus 5 already.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Dodges out of the spin, no problem. There's the Terror Surge. Oh, but he rolls back and still gets the kill onto X10. There was a couple of frames there I wanted to kind of talk about as this fight wraps up. That teleport from Sugarfree, he put the TP in front of X10. X10, she backs up, she uses Disruptor Shot, and she's literally looking at the teleport while Lethal is killing Zomba. So, like, that's how much respect they're trying to put on this teleport. And if Lethal goes through, I need to pick up the kill onto Lethal, but then you're just not in the fight. And that, like, split second, that 3 to 4 seconds that X10 was doing that, Lethal just wins them that team.
Yeah, this overclock needs to go big here. You see SG giving no opportunity for X10 really here. Soundbarrier from Admiral as well. It's going to be countered though by ults from Lunex.
Yeah, Zomba kills Lethal. Okay. Got this spree available too from Zomba. Hawk on the point with the Flux. Going to wait for people to get dragged into this fight and then make it messy. Looks like the call is going to be actually just the wall, and then Zomba is going to get run down on the other side of it. Yeah, the entire team, in fact, on this side of the wall, Zomba on the other.
SSG, once again, firmly in control here. There was an opportunity there maybe for Lunex to push things, but Seb needs to regenerate his armor and health going into this next fight here. And SSG, they can kind of sit back with the Sigma shield. They got a Deadeye as well to re-engage, force the positioning of Lunex. Zomba, can you make anything work with this spree?
So, Spree coming in. Oh, the TP out. Both Sugarfree and Lethal escape to safety, and Nemwai just gets creeped on there. That was Lethal slowly. It's like a horror film almost, as Nemwai's cowering in the corner and Lethal holding the Deadeye. Oh, man. Real rough stuff by to Nemwai. That fight. And SSG, they're going to close this one out. It feels like, yeah, 80%. You got a late kill onto Zeb. It's just not a chance.
And they're going to push. They'll make sure to get value from this Kitsune rush as well. Lunex now. Last opportunity to go contest this round. Seb's not here. I actually don't think they're going to go for it, really.
Oh, they touched. Oh, someone died to a turret. Well, that was the...
that was half-hearted.
Maybe? Yeah, not gonna happen. Zombo literally got on the bike and then melted by a sim turret.
Yeah, this has been a tough series for Lunex Jaws. This is all just glazing SSG here. All right, Terra Surge.
What a Suzu, though. Did you see that? Perfectly timed. No one lost any health for those ults. They even pull the rush. They win the fight. The rotation's easy. Yeah, they are living on easy street right now. Feels like.
I mean, at the end of the day, Seb is running into Symmetra. And as soon as you activate some of these abilities, SSG are so quick to punish the Orisa. You know, the Fortify gone, the Spin gone. It's like, okay, well, now this is our time to just ruin the Orisa's day. And SSG firmly in control. Have another sound barrier available here as well. Those Admiral. X10. Looking for something here with the Overclock.
One headshot. Dodged out of the way of the rock. Good little side swipe there onto Hawk, but not able to finish up the kill. Where's the backup? Okay, eventually. X10 with the ult just gets a general railgun kill. People plays it in kind, and with this wall, you're hoping that SSG can just sit and fight behind it. The rush comes through for Z. The wall ends up fading away. So that teleport is directed again. SSG, they've lost Lethal. They lost Sugar Free. They're going to lose the point too, but not before they can get 50%.
Yeah, SSG amassing so much percentage. Already now in a pretty good position to close out this map as well. But Lunex got something going there after Hawk went down. Now you just have to try and replicate this. And at the end of the day, you're playing a Sojourn composition with this Xion as well. You need to find some opening picks here. Admiral's over onto the Cat here as well. So you lose some of that speed. But they're looking to make plays here with the Cassidy. I'm not sure I love this actually, but you gotta put trust in SG. It's been working out for him so far.
Yeah, it feels like you'd benefit more from something else, but if you're just basically flinging Lethal around and then getting picks, then, you know, if it works, it works. Sugar Free does end up going down first, though. Gotta be careful if you're Zomba stepping up like that. Yeah, the point does end up getting flipped. SSG have been doing a very good job of shepherding Lunex, putting him in the position that they don't want to be in, and then taking the space for free. They end up killing Zomba too. Zeb has got this Terror Surge, got a ton of overhealth thanks to that sound barrier too, so a kill onto a Hawk will suffice for Zeb. There's a 4-player Terror Surge for Zeb, and Sugar Free ends up going down again. Eventually, Lunex are going to be able to regain control of the point, but because SSG managed to sneak this one out, it will give them another opportunity to finish this map here.
Yeah, and the percentage is actually kind of awkward here as 3 members of SG are going to spawn relatively late. Sugar Free is going to get the touch here on the Tracer. The one thing to watch out for here is Lethal with the Deadeye. If they can get a Sky Noon going here onto Lunex, that could be devastating, but Lunex has plenty of ultimates.
There's the touch, there's the high noon. Oh, straight onto X10. It's just so hard to react to. It is so damn quick. Little hits a heady on one, and oh, Johnny, I think that's about it. The touch from Sugar Free and then the Sky Noon was enough. That is the rush used from Z. X10's coming back in just a moment, and she can turn the tides with this OC. But if there's just neutral kills here for Space Station Gaming, it's going to be tough to turn this one around. Lethal's already got a couple. X10 shots are just getting eaten. And even the catnap at the end for Abril, it seals the deal for Space Station. A 3-0 against Lunex. They booked their ticket to Paris in fine form.
Can't wait to see them on LAN. This is a team that is completely different vibes from the SSG we've seen for many months now. It looks so much improved, and I love actually how they made the Cassidy work there. It looked brilliant for them. So if you got a Cassidy in the sky against a Sojourn and a Xion, that's a pretty good matchup, and they made it work.
I mean, if you have Lethal on the Cassidy, that's a pretty good matchup.
Yeah, I mean, just put
right? Exactly, or have Lethal. The end. Listen, while the outcome is exactly what you expected, the path to get there was not without some, how did you put it, random acts of violence from Lunex. Very eloquently put here, Jack. Yeah, listen, this was not Lunex's to win. I do think they you know, they still played it well. They fought back here and there, got a team fight win here and there, but overall, SSG has just been on a different level if you just compare them to the other teams in the NA region. So Lunex has probably had their eye already on the potential lower bracket run in order to make it. Now with this victory, of course, it is SSG punching their ticket to the Midseason Championship.
Yeah, it feels like SSG, this stage, almost every single series has them taking a hammer to a game of battleships. Like they just crush, they just stomp. It's been tough to really, and what I mentioned at the top of the show is kind of analyze how strong they are on like an international level. They've said they've been scrimming EMEA teams, underestimating them a little bit, and saying actually they are quite strong. So them qualifying and them actually doing well in an international is where I'm looking at to really determine how good this team is at scale against some of these Korean teams, against some of these top EMEA teams as well.
I mean, I'm kind of like speechless. Like I feel like we've said everything for the past few weeks. Just like we've endlessly been glazing this team. It's just like the way they're engaging, disengaging, the hero pools, the mechanical skill. Like they got everything, and everything is just clicking. And so we just keep glazing this team about how good they are. And well, they've established their dominance here in North America. Obviously, have to close things out this weekend against the remaining teams here. But this team is just unbelievable right now. This is kind of what we wanted to see, you know, going into this year with the new roster they put together here, and it's just coming to fruition beautifully.
And I do love that if you're looking at the region in general over the last couple of years, like to have like different teams dominating within this region. This time it's SSG. You know, this is a organization with a lot of pedigree obviously here. Like they once dominated over in EMEA, then they had a rough start in NA, and now they're coming into this year with this particular stage with this roster. And they've just been looking like they're on top of the food chain. So a really great trajectory for SSG.
Yeah, I think with how well they did, I mean, I'm stretching a little bit far back here, but even at the 2024 major against Crazy Raccoon, they ended up coming third there. They lost to CR 3-0, but like this team can punch up. They can, or this brand can get to the very heights, and I'm excited to see their trajectory moving on. I think a lot of people are going to be hopeful. Like there's a ton of SSG fans out there, we already know, and they're expecting them to do well, not only here but in international.
Absolutely. Now we do have Lethal joining us for a quick chat after this dominant performance. Lethal, welcome to the show and congratulations.
Hello.
You seem relaxed and chill, obviously. You guys have been so dominant all stage long, so another day in the office, I guess. Because you were so dominant, though, looking at your preparation for the playoffs, what was the focus on? Were there anything that you in particular felt like, oh, we need to iron this out heading into the playoffs?
Yeah, I mean, probably like our teamwork to begin with. Our teamwork last stage was kind of disappointing, so our main focus on like today's stage and like next stage and the future stages is our teamwork. Making sure our timings are good together and we're playing off each other really well.
I did want to ask you about your own power level. We just brought it up before we brought you on, but how do you see yourself against EMEA teams, against the Korean teams? Because it's hard to tell a team's true strength when you are dominant in one region. I think Sugar Free was it that said struggled against EMEA teams a little bit in scrims, but where do you see yourself and where do you hope to be come international?
I mean, I agree with my teammate here. Our teammate compared to the EMEA teams is way weaker, but our mechanics seem to be like actually stronger. Some fights where we win and like some maps where we win is just based on like we shoot harder than they can. But in terms of teamwork, ults together, the EMEA teams have it on lock, and we gotta actually work on those things like ASAP.
All right, Lethal, I gotta ask. As someone who's a washed-up tank player and spent primarily most of my time playing like Winston and Reinhardt and stuff like that, what is it like to just take over a lobby playing Cassidy and just get like 5Ks and just shooting headshots, and then at the end you have Admiral and Cat on New Junk City just picking you up. You get the Deadeye to kind of like entry frag. Just what is it like to play Cassidy in 2026?
I mean, it's nice when you can, you know, play with the team that enables you like crazy. So that's very helpful because I can just do my own thing. I don't even have to talk much. I just like make sure I click the heads. My team's aware of this, so they play around it. So it looks so fantastic. Feels fantastic. So I enjoyed, and I love my teammates for that. I miss them.
Oh, well, we've been enjoying seeing it in action on our screens as well, although it's just a second-hand experience, obviously. Now, SSG, you guys are playing in a different tier level, it seems, from the rest of NA. Which of the two teams do you feel are most likely going to qualify for the MSC?
Okay, for sure it's Dallas. 100% Dallas is number 2. And I'm gonna say a hot take. I think it's a hot take. I think Lunix will get third. Genuinely, I think they're gonna get third. I trust them.
We trust them. We're all rooting for them, honestly. Like, so we talked about it so often, how much those players have been on the grind. So it would be so cool to see them on LAN as well. Lethal, thank you so much for joining us. Best of luck in your next match. Not that you guys need it, but you know.
Where did my camera go?
No! That was the most dramatic finish you've been to.
Perfect way to end it.
Thank you guys.
We should
I'll see you later.
That would have been very funny. Bye, Lethal. Thank you so much. Right. We're good. They're good. He's good. Absolutely. Space Station Gaming making it into our top 3 for sure. And they are very likely gonna take that NA crown here as well. Because as we said time and time again, the glaze continues. They've just been playing on another level. Like,
I mean, the way Lethal was talking about his teammates so lovingly, it's just like, it was just comfortable and like heartwarming. It was beautiful.
You know what I love to talk about lovingly?
Drops or something.
Yeah, it's one of the, like,
that was
things,
really
I
close. Me chilling out.
This is good.
All good. This is No, listen though. Real talk. Cop it, grab it, get it now in our shop. The Esports bundle is available right now. I mean, look at the skins, but even more importantly, look at those sprays and name cards. They are exclusive to the bundle. You can only get them here. I mean,
dude, I will say the Freya one, damn. Like the May ones, the recolor from the Someone May, right? That I really like the May with the mask, but the Freya
I got on a
one
rave with her.
Crazy. Yeah, she's raving for sure.
She is. Yeah, we already talked about the Mercy skin being, and I know here, Reinforce, you are Hanzo fan.
I was going to say that I will let the two of you have fun partying with the people in this bundle because I am way too boring for the heroes in this bundle this time around.
What does that mean?
Yeah, look,
yeah, but that's the
I'm
problem.
self-aware
because
now.
you are so boring. You can amp it up. You know, you can up the ante by copying these skins. It will translate directly into your gameplay as well.
Play about Hanzo, help me.
Listen,
Make me
if I
fun.
see this Hanzo in my game, I understand that this is a fun person playing. Just saying. Now we're gonna have some more fun with our last match of the day as well. So don't go anywhere. We're gonna head into a quick break and then we're back with the last one here.
Start your climb to OWCS with FACEIT League. Compete for $50,000 every season to sustain your team's competitive journey. Progress through skill-balanced divisions until you hit the Master Finals broadcast and get scouted by the best teams. Your climb to OWCS starts here. Join at fce.gg/FACEIT League.
broken pieces on the floor, like you've been walking on shattered hopes. I can't believe I didn't see, but now I make you nothing but a memory. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, no. I take a step back so I can move on. Been on the wrong track, you're not the one, not the one.
Welcome back once again. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Johnny. And I thought for this intro it would be really funny to yeet my camera off its stand, but then I remembered it's a DSLR and that would have probably been a very costly joke, so let's not do that. Either way, we're ready for our last match of the day. Dallas Fuel going up against Team Liquid. Let's chat about how that one went down in week 2, I believe was the last time they met, and it was a more or less one-sided affair. Team Liquid did steal away New Junk City, we already talked about that. But overall, Dallas has looked like they're playing on a higher level, on a different level. Like, yes, they also had a slow start to the stage, kind of trying to ignore the new meta away initially, it seemed. But eventually, I feel like they found their comfort zone. Speaking of comfort zone, like just last week, Kellen got to play Winston all as well.
Yeah.
Like, Dallas
Your
Fuel,
boys
they're looking
playing
good.
Winston again. They're playing dive. I like Lethal's take, actually, with Liquid not making it. I think with the how Liquid looked, especially at the start of the stage, not really that clean at all. And I think Dallas Fuel have looked the complete opposite of that. It's like solid number 2. I don't think there's been an argument between that second and third spot for them.
Yeah.
Especially their playstyle as well. I mean, they even said it in interviews, it's like, yeah, you can't really practice against us because we play so much like Winston and Wrecking Ball that you can't really come prepared for a matchup. It's just a nightmare of a team. So, especially in a scenario like this, if you're Team Liquid, you're just like, why couldn't we have gone like a normal team to play against? Like, why do we have to face their dive compositions? It's so hard to prepare for Dallas Fuel, and especially Team Liquid, who are integrating 2 new members into their team as well. And now you gotta be, the teamwork has to be brilliant for Team Liquid to take on a Dallas Fuel. That just feels like they're excelling perfectly as well.
Yeah, as we said already, Team Liquid, they had a bit of a rough stage. You mentioned it there, Johnny. 2 new members, which need to be integrated into your, into your roster. And then on top of that, you also have to deal with the new meta, right? And like figuring that out, like what works for you and what works for your new pieces, your old pieces. So it's just been a lot of movement for this roster, and not a lot of time, because 3 weeks, realistically, that's nothing. It really is not a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. I love the additions, I really do, especially Attack. I love watching Attack play. I think he has got what it takes to be an exceptional tank player. Up there with the greats, maybe, but like at least a formidable off tank in like an international stage. So I'll go against what Liquid said. I think Liquid will actually make it because I want to see them play, and I want to see Infected also play on a LAN again. They've got the tools. It's just, like you said, Zoe, it's just not enough damn time. They needed like maybe another week.
Opium?
I'm there for it.
They kind of did, it felt like they did figure things out in the very last match against Cafe. They 3-0'd Cafe, playing a ton of brawl compositions. It felt like the hero swaps were on point, and none of that like visual confusion. You can see like the 5 members like scattering around with confusion. It's just like, I didn't feel like we saw that at all as much against Cafe, and that's a weaker opponent. That's fair. That was going to be a way tougher opponent, but I saw the improvement. And so the Hopium I'm offer is, I think they're a way better team than they were last time they faced up against LSU.
I love where you take this, Johnny. You're so pure of heart.
The map pool! The map pool!
The map pool, though, guys. No, but yeah, I think generally for this team, it's really difficult to gauge their strength, their current strength, based on last week. Because they had to play against SSG, complete beatdown. And then they played the dominant game against the Cafe, which is an arguably much worse opponent, where they had to win that one. So, like, really? What are you taking away from that? Like, we don't know. And you know what? It doesn't even matter. Last week is in the past. We're focusing on the now. If they win this one, they will punch their ticket to the Midseason Championship. So perhaps with that additional motivation, they're going to be stepping it up individually. We know what they have. We know what they can bring to the table. That said, looking at predictions, yep, live in the now, guys. And in the now, I'm feeling the Dallas Fuel. I think they have to be the heavy favorite here. Like, it will be quite an upset, in fact, if Team Liquid wins as much as not. I said it. Yeah.
Oh my God, she actually said she
I'm-
laid it
I'm
out there. It's
brutal.
gonna be a 3-0.
I said it.
I
Yeah,
think
it's on
I don't
camera.
know about 3-0, but that's you. It's gonna be. I have been voting for this team, and I will continue to do so throughout playoffs. I think, unless they face SSG, which they probably will at some point. But I think the team, is just too strong at this current moment in time. Liquid are slowly leveling up, but it needs to get there a little bit quicker. Maybe this is the match they'll prove it, but I've got Fuel here.
Dallas Fuel. Yep, they are the favorite going into this one. They have to be the favorite. But Manifesto 3-2? Maybe?
Okay,
Maybe a
let's break
3-2?
stage
5
together.
map banger? I'm just saying. I think it's a better team
We're
Liquid.
fair.
Look, you know the story about the person who stepped in the river and something about them not being the same after a while or something like that? This is the same, like Liquid are different from the last time they played Dallas Fuel. Look, I'm not a philosopher, but there's something about that. Like, it's a different team. They're not the same team the last time they played Dallas Fuel. They're a new team, even though they're the same members.
That's a Swedish thing for sure.
For sure.
No,
That's okay.
this goes back into like Greek mythology.
How about we bring up the Roman Empire again, just for the funsies? Well, guys, we're ready for this match. We don't need to look up whatever Johnny has been cooking there. Like, I don't know. We can move past that. That's okay.
We're loading
or
it.
he can take the time to do that. That's all right.
I'm ready to
because the winner
read
goes
what
to
Google
Paris.
says right now.
Okay.
But you
Send us off with that
talk
piece of
about Midseason
information.
Championship first,
I'm done. I just want to lean back and like
so
enjoy
you can leave
the
us.
education.
You, Johnny, need to get us in.
Johnny,
Go. Speak your piece.
The famous saying, "No man ever steps in the same river twice," comes from the ancient Greek philosopher Heraclitus of Ephesus? No, I don't know. It illustrates his core philosophy that everything is in a constant state of change and flux. The water in the river flows away, and you are constantly changing too. And ironically, Team Liquid are a different
They're
team
Liquid.
than the one that played against Dallas Fuel in week 2.
Damn. All right, okay, I like that. One of the best openings we've had for an OWCS match. He knows his stuff. Mad respect. Now watch him use that like 5 more times. Every single time we see Liquid, if they make it to an international.
Oh, I'm gonna load up on Greek philosopher quotes.
And everybody's gonna be like, what is he saying? What is bro saying? All right, here we go. Ilios is going to be the first map here. Kellen on the Winston, no shocker. There's an Ana ban for Team Liquid. I really like banning the Ana here. They actually are banning it second. Dallas Fuel banning Cassidy first, getting one of the main problems for the Winston out of the way. But Ana's going to be the big problem for the Fuel because this Mauga, yeah, he's already on high ground where the Winston wants to be.
All right, so stoicism aside, I am genuinely really excited for this series now. Dallas Fuel, they're going to do their thing still. They're going to play this Winston and, like they've talked about, just focus on individual skill, trying to break down their opponents over time. But Team Liquid, they're quite challenging so far, utilizing the cat to drag the Mauga away and put pressure onto various members of Dallas Fuel. Tree here gets an opening pick onto Chronic. I think this Xion and Tracer look for Team Liquid could be the recipe for success here, Jaws.
Whew. That was a smooth kill by Tree, that second one as well. We are in Greece too, by the way, Ilios. So, you know, there's another layer to the... It's all coming together, Johnny. It's all coming together, bro. The script writers are cooking. This Mauga is going to be so tough. This map in general, Kellen playing the Winston, I wouldn't be too fussed if he just played ball, in all honesty. Chronic ends up shooting Vega out the sky, though, so Vega gracefully flutters that back down to the earth. And now Dallas Fuel, although losing CJ, are putting themselves on point trying to get Cap.
Yeah, there's no healing though. With CJ going down, it's up to Lukimino to keep the team alive, but Dallas Fuel not able to do so. Team Liquid, they are the ones this time around who is utilizing this Mauga beautifully to put pressure on Dallas Fuel on the walk-up. And Tree and Zero, they're navigating quite freely with all this mobility. They are the ones who can wrap around, get the superior angles, and beat down this Dallas Fuel composition of the Reaper and Bastion.
Trying to get Bastion in a spot where he can kind of shoot the backline or just shoot Vega, but it's Infected and Vega. He is the Bastion in this instance. Look, it's the Bastion versus the Mauga in the air. And then Tree is just picking up the pieces.
This cage fight.
Looks like
What
a
is
cage
happening?
on the high ground too. And they're just being basically suspended in the sky so they can't even move. Tree lays down a swift teabag onto CJ after he hits the spree on him, and Dallas Fuel get team wiped.
Dude, they're dominating. Dallas Fuel have 5 ultimates, and they haven't got anything going. Team Liquid, they really are a different team the way they're looking right now. Kitsune Rush available for them, 85%. Dallas Fuel going to try to get this touch. Just look at the aggression here with the Mauga.
Chronic's already down. I mean, Sarah managed to find the pickup on the Bastion. Team Liquid are going to run away with this. I don't see a world where Dallas Fuel come back unless there's some sort of miracle. Catnap on the Mauga might just be the miracle they need. Although Vega takes it to Lucamino. Primal Rage for Kellen is what's going to have to end this one. Has to get back onto the point now as overtime's ticking over. Sonjin ended via the bike. There's Tree and Sarah are now playing on the point. What a stick from Sarah. Ends up aiming it at Chronic, by the way, but Kellen just get down Mr. President. Ends up going down himself. 100 to 7%. Team Liquid.
I mean, Dallas Fuel had to be shell-shocked here a little bit. They surely could not have seen this coming out of Team Liquid. This is, that was, like, what a stomp we saw there. And a little back. I mean, this is just ridiculous what we're seeing right here.
The cage on the high ground so they can't even, like, get to the floor either. Yeah, that was not pretty, in all honesty. But this is the big weakness with the Dallas Fuel and how they like to play. We want to play Kellen on ball. We don't want to play him on Winston. He's not that Mauga kind of guy. Like, he wants to play dive tanks. But now he's forced to play Mauga against Infected.
Zero's going to come out on the Vendetta? I mean, we usually talk about teams not really having, you know, like a special secret composition available. Like, it's hard to surprise a team these days. But bringing out the Vendetta like this for Team Liquid and this composition right now with the Mauga and Cat, like, they're really flourishing. Sonjun goes down 5 versus 4 scenario already. And I bet you they're going to keep pushing with the tempo this composition offers here, Jaws.
How close they all want to play as well. This Vendetta is going to benefit so much from the Mauga here in Cardiac Overdrive. So much from Kibis as well, landing like group Suzus. Easy healing too. Zera's got decent sustain with the overhead slash. The big problem will be the Cat Bastion, obviously. Kibis goes down though. But Chronic, he just needs to stay alive. That's the important thing. Cardiac Overdrive is going to top him up, keep him healthy. Because it looks like Infected's going to lose his life in just a swift moment.
This is Team Liquid now on the back foot. Dallas Fuel, I think they're going to have an easier time here playing the Bastion on a map like this. They can kind of play back and forth pretty linearly here with the engages of the Bastion and put pressure on both Vega and Kivas as well. Obviously no Bastion here for Team Liquid to kind of like counter or contest Chronic's pressure here. So Zero's going to swap over to this Reaper as well. This is kind of just admitting that we don't want to take the aerial duel. How about this composition from Team Liquid here?
Yeah, all right, Kitsune Rush to the Dallas Steel. Team Liquid have cover. They end up scurrying to artillery barrage from the Bastion as Sonjin goes down to Zera. And now the mega health back control for the Dallas Fuel. Pretty important hit for Kellen to help him stay alive. The amount of damage he's taken in front line has just been, it's been too great for the back line of the Fuel to actually deal with. Vega's also kind of running around for free too. All right, Dallas, they at least get half the point done, but Team Liquid, they got Cage, they got Catnap, they got Spree. Looking clean for this next fight.
Yeah, and especially the way they're playing right now as well. They can always threaten to utilize this cage fight early with the Spree from Tree here as well. And so Dallas Fuel always have to be pretty cautious and be on their guard for what could be coming their way. It would be terrible news if you really have to like commit quite early here now. Also really split here. Cage fight does come out from Kellen and Sonjin finds an early pick on Zero.
Big slam there from Infected from that high ground. That Spree in the cage is good, but that was a knockdown, I think, from Lucamino, interrupting the Spree from Tree. Managed to get the Catnap on him, so cancelled the ult completely.
Dallas Fuel regain control here now. This once again, this Bastion here on the walk-up is going to be difficult for Team Liquid because they're just playing this Xion and this Reaper. In fact, it's going to be picked up here, though. Cage fight is still available if you can find someone to isolate here, perhaps, utilizing the Cat speed. They're looking for it.
That's for a stomp here onto the front line. Actually, Vega that dies first. Now Infected with this cage. It's going to be good on the point. A point fight is what they're after right now. Zera has to Wraith walk away, so it's going to be a little time before they actually regroup again. Gives Dallas Fuel a point, an opportunity to peel back as well.
96 here for Dallas Fuel. It's a pivotal fight, and Kellan already drops quite low. Sosu is going to utilize here, keep them alive. Spree, Chronicles a pick as well. But this is Team Liquid.
It's just dominating with the cage. Infected's cage was just straight up better there, but the Dallas Fuel, they end up just saving ult. So it's like, okay, we lose the fight, fine, 99%, we got 4. Like, we should win here. There shouldn't be an issue one bit.
Yeah, we'll see though. Team Liquid, they have the opportunity to make a play here still with their own Kitsune Rush. Almost wonder if you want to get them out early before Dallas Fuel get towards the point here, or if you just want to sit back here, try to force one final fight here with the opportunity to close out the map as well. It's all about this turret mode for the time being.
Yeah, double knockdown there on the Malgas, but Kivitz is already dead. Suzu Rush even has been popped, but the Death Blossom from the high ground. Zera ends up killing Chronic. A dire triggers kill onto Lucamino too. Teleport, oh my goodness. Zera is doing it all for Team Liquid. That was a 4 ult dump for the Fuel, and they lost the fight. And Jolly, they're about to lose the map too.
Team Liquid about to close things out here. Dallas Fuel kind of scrambling to get towards the point here. They do get the touch, but this is a Team Liquid team. They're just looking too dominant.
There's no health. Vegas going to be able to get away as well. Skirts under the map almost as Team Liquid. What was it, Johnny? Man who steps in the lake always comes out a different man.
No man ever steps in the same river twice, Jaws.
Damn, there it is. Team Liquid looking fresh, looking clean on that first map.
I'm just saying, the Hopium was there. The Hopium was there. What I think is so awkward for Dallas Fuel here is that by playing this Mauga, Team Liquid are essentially forcing Dallas Fuel to just play this engage, disengage kind of composition. You're seeing the Maugas trading blows, the overruns, the cardiac overdrives. It really isn't the style that Dallas Fuel like to play, where instead, you know, they can set up in the backline with a Wrecking Ball, with a Winston, like we expected here on Lighthouse. They're kind of playing Brawl at the end of the day, and you're thinking going into the series, well, Team Liquid, their win condition is trying to force these Brawl compositions. You know, it's New Junk City, stuff like that. And they were able to channel that playstyle here on Ilios out of all maps. So mightily impressive by Team Liquid, taking Dallas Fuel on this very first map pick of their own. And look, you don't have to look further than the interview we just heard, by the way, from Lethal, who said that Lunix would actually qualify over Team Liquid. This is unexpected, Jaws.
It very much feels that way. Forcing them to get down and dirty with the Mauga. We will force you onto our level. You want to play Winston? Ain't happening, Chief. We're playing Mauga. We're shooting you. We got the cat bashing. We're shooting you some more. Like, it's a hand that Dallas Fuel don't really want to play, in all honesty. They just don't. Look at that TP as well. Woo.
Yeah, the TP was clutch.
Zera. Nasty. Nasty. But that's a hand that they don't want to play with. That's the game that they don't want to play. We want to play Winston. We want to play everything else. And you know where we're going next. I don't need to tell you. We're going to Dorado for sure. If it's not Dorado, I was going to say I'll eat a shoe. But I'm not going to do that, just in case they actually have some crazy stuff in the back pocket, and I don't want to eat a shoe.
No, it's Dorado. I'm putting all my channel points on Dorado.
Is it? Boom.
Bam!
I
got like 10% back or something. That was like a 90 to 10 pred.
Yeah, it actually was. Actually, speaking of preds, Johnny, Dallas Fuel, the chat voted 85% in favor versus Team Liquid's 15. 85% for Fuel.
Okay, always bet the underdog.
Pretty crazy.
You never know.
Yeah, seriously.
You never know.
Don't forget as well.
3-2.
We just 3. Okay. Well, we'll see if it's 3-2 towards the Fuel or the Team Liquid as we head to Dorado in just a moment. Don't forget the new Fire and Tide bundle featuring the 4 skins on your screen right now. Flame Bound Hanzo, Mercy, and obviously the Freya and the mate as well. Johnny, you're not that boring, buddy. I know Zoe signed off saying you were boring. You're not.
No, I
you're
know
not.
I'm boring. I know I'm boring.
It's okay.
But that the fact that I'm boring doesn't mean that I don't want to be fun. Like, I would love to be a Freya player and just rock this skin in ranked and just take over lobbies playing Freya. It's just I'm mechanically incapable And so, but you know, when I role play, being actually good at the game and being fun, then I do like to pick Freya, and I would lock that skin with it.
Look, we can't all be lethal. We can't all be lethal. It's all good. At the end of the day, you can pick up those skins right now. That is it. That is the end of the read. I promise. But the Freya one does look straight fire with the piercings and stuff.
He banned
Crazy
on
looking
the
eyes.
Roto.
Okay, is that a throw? They want to ban the Mauga so they can protect tank, though. Really, if you're the fuel. Like, we don't want Winston
Okay,
being
but
banned
based
away,
on what you just
so-
saw, did you not actually, like Liquid might just be playing Sky Mauga from now on?
Yeah, that's... You know what? Yeah. It's a dual purpose, then. It saves the Winston ban, and also Mauga, Sky Mauga, get that out of my game. Kind of deal. They can't ban Ana either, Team Liquid, so you're out of luck. So what do they actually ban here, do you reckon? Okay, Bastion. All right, fair enough.
Okay, but yeah, all right. So maybe like we don't want to play Cat Bastion if we can't play the Mauga. Yeah, okay, fair enough. I mean, we'll have to see how Team Liquid kind of adapt here now, because I would have felt that maybe the Mauga, you know, Cat Bastion, or even the Xion Tracer we saw, like that kind of tempo-heavy composition, is what Team Liquid could have utilized to match Dallas Fuel's dominance on this map. But with the Mauga taking out, I think it's going to be tougher here for Team Liquid to keep that tempo up and put pressure onto Dallas Fuel, because that is really how you deal almost with the attack and the defense of Dallas Fuel here on the Roto. So like, you just gotta match the tempo. You can't stand still and put yourself in a position to get engaged on, to get outflanked, to get out-angled. And so, curious to see how Team Liquid, what kind of composition they're going to pick here in the end. You can like try and take it to Dallas Fuel, because you can't just sit back on this Roto map.
Oh, do we just see a mirror, though? Because when you think about it, like, Infected's not like a slouch on the ball, on the Winston. Like, I don't think there's a tank in Infected's, like, wheelhouse that I'm like, oh, man, this is not great. I mean, maybe the Diva is, like, not crazy good for Infected. Some of the, like, super traditional off-tanky picks. But in general, like, it's very good. We're not seeing attack subbed in either. So it's going to be Infected loaded in for the TL. I would love a mirror match. If there was one team, this is the team to do it too.
Yeah, I mean, I love the pace from Team Liquid, and they're actually going to hint towards playing a little bit of Sigma and just slow things all the way down. So opposite end, yeah.
Damn, they hate Kellen. That's a fact. They want to make sure he can't do anything. Huge range disadvantages though for TL, I will say.
Yeah, I mean, the same rule kind of still applies though, right? Even though, like, you're slowing down the tempo here, you don't have any speed or any dive characters per se. You still have to, like, move around with this Sigma composition and basically put pressure on all these different angles of Dallas Fuel as they're trying to set up at the end of the day here. Look, Amino's going to hint, playing the Alara here as well, chronic over to the Sojourn. And you can see Dallas Fuel here. Like, they want to get some poke in the backline here with Lucamino, but they're also primarily going to rely on this Winston and Genji. And so Team Liquid here, how can they kind of like move around on this defense and just put pressure on Dallas Fuel to prevent them from getting a good engagement?
Oh, that's such a good spin as well. The little hatchets instead of a hammer. Very good, very good. This is one way to deal with this comp. Range disadvantage, no problem. Go far, spam rockets, punish Infected, punish Zera. You got to be careful of Tree, obviously, but it's not like Kivas and Vega are going to do a crazy amount to you.
It's all about Tree here. Can you rotate, find picks, even hit headshots? It's going to put Dallas Fuel on the back foot here. You have to be constantly wary of Sunjin. Dallas Fuel working on the front lines right now, just walking through the choke quite normally. Haven't set up that big flank just yet here, so Callum's taking a lot of damage on the walk up here.
Has to. No nano to build though, with only the Ilari and the Kiri.
I think that's one.
Don't need to pay attention to Pharah too much, although with Sonja being 1 HP, he has to go back to a Mega Pack. You can put the pylon from Lucamino in a really strange spot, like on a high off angle, so the Pharah gets tagged, but Tree just debating whether he should punish Sonja further or just fight the fight in the front line. Looks like it's going to be a frontline duel. A rush swiftly used by the Dallas, by Team Liquid as they run over Kellen.
But that's perfect, Jaws. That's exactly what you need to do. You drop the Kitsune rush, push forward aggressively, and Tree is just going back and forth, putting damage onto Sunjin, because like you pointed out, like if Sunjin is, 50 health, have to go back to get a pack, then you're suddenly 5 versus 4 in the front lines, and Tree finds a pick onto Lumina here. Tree is doing phenomenal work right now. The way he's dealing with so many angles of Dallas Fuel at once.
You cannot be going down like that. Lucamino was on that ledge. He saw the shadow of the Alari on top of that little ledge line here, and then turned, swung. I imagine it was a headshot into a body shot and then took him out, but Lucamino should not have died there by any stretch of the imagination. Yeah, good place to captive stun here. Flux is going to come in, but of course the Sanctuary provides the cover necessary. Zera might be dead, and if Dallas Fuel can stabilize back up after that Flux use, they're going to be in a good spot. Barrage connects with Infected. No Sanctuary to help peel for them this time, as Kellen dives to the backline and punishes the Team Liquid players for being so far up.
It's going to be Dallas Fuel now, capping the first point. Unless we go for a bit of a recon test here. They're going to have a tough time. CJ gets a couple here. And I feel like this is a big point in the map here now, Jaws, because we've seen so many teams on the defense do a decent job on the first point. And then the second and third point, it just absolutely crumbles against this Dallas Fuel team. And so now, really important for Team Liquid to stabilize on this defense before this maps get away from them.
Bit of a classic pick for Infected now, though. On the Wrecking Ball of all things? I mean, this is a vintage Infected pick.
Going to help put pressure onto the card, pressure onto Kellan here as well. You have some high ground control here, but the payload is just moving forward at the time being. And Kellan has a Primal Rage as well. Overclock comes out. Oh, man.
Oh, what a boot. I think the boot for Infected that actually helped Chronic getting into a better position where he could 2-tap Kibis. Molten Core on the high ground. Great stuff. Fortunately, he didn't pick anybody. And Infected, of all people, gets chased by Kellan.
I mean, this is the snowball. It's happening. And how do you push out of this choke now? You don't have a tank to kind of help you get up onto one of these high grounds. You just have to push out now with the Kitsune Rush. Try to buy some space here with the Deadeye itself, but Dallas Fuel, look at their ultimates as well. Primal Rage up there by Kellan. They're kind of going in here, but they have Kitsune Rush advantage as this fight progresses now, Jaws.
High noon, Captive Sun coming up. There's the rush. They got a lot of ults. Gibson's dead again first. That's the second time in a row now that he's died first. Mines deployed on the point. There's a taunt behind you guys. Hitting E on the backline. He managed to melee Chronic to death. Infected dies, and with this fight being won on the point, a teleport away comes through for Vega, but the Sanctuary comes in, and this might be enough, but Kellan's shield is going to be just such a nuisance for Tree. Rolls straight into Lucamino, picks up the pick as Kellan is forced to evacuate the area 1 meter away as Tree saves the day.
Tree literally just saved the day. I mean, that was crazy. The couple of picks he got to entry in that fight, and then survives with the Sanctuary as well, and just carries. Team Liquid's hope here on Dorado is Tree having a phenomenal game, and both on the first point and then saving the second point like that. 1:20 to go. Tree is giving Team Liquid a chance here on Dallas Fuel's best map.
There's not a lot of time at all. And Infected over to his third hero of this round so far, over to D.Va. Sunjin with the barrage. I mean, that is what helped them secure this last point. They've got no Sanctuary. They've got a Deadeye coming up. Maybe the Molten Core. This is all on Infected. It was on Tree's shoulders a second ago. Now it's on Infected to try and stop Sunjin getting away with murder. Tree trying to take an off angle. Lands a silver bullet shot, but Chronic goes down. Okay, there you go. This Infected D.Va paying off, and now Dallas Fuel have one more attempt as they hit the retreat.
Infected just doing his job right now, stalling the cart, utilizing the armor and the shotgun capabilities of this D.Va to just put pressure in the front line. And that buys enough time for Tree to keep flanking, keep looking for picks, and Zero in the meanwhile. Well, that was also not a fun matchup for Kellan. Now, Sunjin looking to make a play here, but great chain from Vega. Oh, the Matrix is there!
What a TP as well. Matrix is good, but Vega, his TP was basically spawn capped by Lucamino. Infected gets rolled into the bank thanks to that Primal Rage. There's OT in a couple of moments then, but they've got touch, they've got the numbers. Lucamino does Sky, sure, but CJ and the rest of the gang should be able to finish this one up. Zera plays on this rush, but unfortunately, Kivitz, this was too little, too late. Dallas Fuel in OT caps second.
That's a bit of a sigh of relief. Something that Dallas Fuel hasn't really been forced to do here on Dorado so far. Minute 20 to close out the map, and this can be a tough point to kind of break down. If you don't have the snowball in place, Zero's going to swap over to the Reaper here, make it extra difficult for Kellan on this Winston, as Sunjin as well moves over onto the Genji now in these close corridors. A lot of ultimates here for Dallas Fuel. If Team Liquid could just weather this initial storm, they're in a good position to hold here.
All right, much more efficient here is Zera playing on the Reaper. This goes quarters. Lukamina, this is a good time to go, yeah. As soon as you see that Reaper Wraith form, you want to just go in with the orbital, with this Sun even. Tree does end up going down. Captive Sun collects one. And they're just piling on the ults. They need a good time, a decent time, any time at all. Considering they entered here with 1:30 and they're getting around the final bend here.
And you just need to buy enough time for Vega to come out with the Sanctuary, and you can just fight on the point.
They could use the rush. There's the Sanctuary. It's been deployed. It's not an awkward one, though. So Dallas Fuel are going to have to disengage for a brief moment. Just wait for the Sanctuary to disappear, and it's already gone. So a re-engagement is going to be decent. Asuzu to help Infected stay alive for a moment longer. Has got self-destruct, so pops it on the point. Lukamino fighting for his life on it. Their self-destruct only clears the pylon, but it is Tree and Zera that are putting in the numbers. Kellan being alive, as well as Sonjin pick up the kill on the Cassidy. Make sure they can deliver that point in. No time left in the bank, but they're going to be happy with that.
Dallas Fuel still very much
sorry,
impressive.
A single second. My bad.
Single second.
Literally a second, yeah.
That's all you need. That's all you need. I mean, the Illari and the Sojourner just got so much value over time. But I will say, this is probably the best defense we've seen against a team of Dallas Fuel caliber here on Dorado. And so, Team Liquid still showing that they're here to play in 12-3. I mean, that just tells you the impact that he was able to have on this defense. I think Team Liquid are playing real well right now, but kind of feels hopeless playing Dallas Fuel here on their best map.
Double-digit LMs, yeah, hitting 12. The only player on his team to do so. Man, bang on a second too. But this is, I think, where Dallas Fuel almost level up. They get stronger on defense because they can play Ana. They can have Lukamino sit all the way at the back. They can have Kellan just Joshua payload. We throw nades, and then we have Sonjin also firing rockets at you. It is really tough, I think, for Liquid to deal with. They've got Ball, which is a decent counter to the Ana.
Yeah, I mean, last time Team Liquid, they essentially doubled down on playing a slower composition. And it does seem like they're doing the opposite here with Infected over on this Wrecking Ball, recognizing they can't just force the objective. Regardless how good they are at putting pressure on this objective and just trying to buy time, not even against Dallas Fuel can you make that work. And so, definitely stepping up the tempo here. Infected takes a lot of damage early. But it's, once again, Sirius over onto this Cassidy now. It's going to come down to these cat flanks.
Infected needs to get behind them so he can just boot Lukamino onto low ground. Like, that is going to be plan A, I think, for the team. Even pressure in the Pharah too has been good for the Ball. But Zera in a decent spot is going to get checked across the way. And there's the pole over. Not sure Lukamino went down, though. No, he's on the high ground. Safe and sound so far. Good sleep. And yeah, Infected dead. Oh, good headshot from Zera, though. Manages to make the most of a dire situation with Infected dying. The Dallas Fuel DPS now running all the way back. Even Kellan caught out. Lukamino and CJ put so much effort into killing Infected that they couldn't deal with anybody else.
Yeah, and the way Vega's playing this cat now as well, both on Ilios, but also here on Dorado now. They're just setting Team Liquid up for success. And so, yeah, Infected goes down early, but that flank from Zera is the magic required to cap the first point here. And this is a Dallas Fuel team now that is kind of forced to adapt. They haven't necessarily seen this look before used against them here on Dorado. And so Team Liquid showing they put their brains together, and this is what they've come up with, and it's working brilliantly so far.
Yeah, I like the Wrecking Ball look. I really do. For a team Infected, you got to flex the models, the heroes. Oh, okay, not quite. You got to flex the hero pool if you're Infected, and yeah, there you go, another kill. pulls Kellen into a spot where he can't get away from the high noon. He has to go into the small room, and then Infect is waiting there for him. Nice stuff. They're getting the payload going. Nano boost onto Sonjin, though, of all people. One clips Kibis. Hasn't got recall, has to play safe there. It's up again now. That Nano, that did not feel worth it whatsoever. Tree and Sarah come up with players. As Sonjin only granted the singular limb. And he ends up dying too to Infected.
Yeah, this is a shook Dallas Fuel. Like, it genuinely feels like they're on the back foot and they're just trying to figure out what Team Liquid is doing here. Like, Team Liquid didn't care about that Nano Tracer at all. Instead, Zero pushes the high ground, puts pressure on the Ana, and they end up winning the fight after all that. Now, Infected has the minefield. It's going to be pivotal here as they try to cap the second point here. Kellan forced the Primal Rage here.
Primal
it's just nothing.
High ground. But yeah, absolutely nothing gained. Back on the Alari is Lucamino. They've got a rush to play with. Zera's going to be in trouble. We're playing on the rush and popping the high noon too. Sure, Vega's already down, but Zera has the high ground. They got the positioning. The spree from Tree ends up just exploding the backline. I mean, that is just not a close fight whatsoever by any stretch of the imagination. Dallas Fuel getting snuffed out, Johnny. Yeah, 4 minutes and 40 seconds, bro.
This is honestly crazy. I didn't think any team in the region could do this to Dallas Fuel. But if Team Liquid is able to close out this overtime like that, I mean, yeah, this is quite shocking the way Team Liquid are just dominating right now. And again, this is a team that just...
Oh my God.
Like, we were joking about how Team Liquid got destroyed by Dallas Fuel in their previous matchup. This is such an upgraded team. Things are clicking for this team now.
That's what the name cards. Kellen's on Sigma. He's playing Sigma on Dorado. And there's another kill for Zera. It's over, Johnny. I hate to break it to you. Chat, I hate to break that. 15%, smiling. 85%, frowning. Kellen is getting held in the mega room. Like, what can you do? They're going to send the Viking. Kellen ends up getting knocked down. Vega playing around the corner, just trying to stay up. A bit of healing aura there on to Tree. But it's not like they've let up the gas by any stretch of the imagination. Sonjin, though, you know, briefly picks up a kill, but still 3.5 minutes to play with for Liquid.
It feels like Dallas Fuel finally were able to get a bit of a pause here and hold steadfast on the defense. But Sonjin goes down to Kibis. And once again, with Zero on the off angle here, this is an opportunity now for Team Liquid to close out the map.
Captain Sun. This Captain Sun has to hit this flank, but it looks like Zero has joined the rest of the team with the high noon built up. He wants to get to that high ground. That's exactly what he's going to do. Vega, this might just be him tipping this fight over the edge. Captive Sun gets absolutely zero. Nothing. Nada, Johnny. Captive Sun does nothing, and Zero just cleans up the rest. Johnny, where is Dallas Fuel? They're not in the server right now. Zero and Tree take over the last couple of moments of that round. 3 minutes and 49 seconds in the time bank. Going into extra rounds on Dallas Fuel's best map with arguably the best band.
I mean, they're lost in the sauce. They are lost in the sauce. They just can't keep up with what Team Liquid are doing right now. The Cassidy play, all of today, first from SSG and now as well here in Team Liquid, both with Zero and Tree dominating, by the way. It was Tree on the defense and then Zero just taking over the game on offense. Like, that's also what this damage line gives you. It's just phenomenal, the hero pool that they have. And when they figure stuff out, like it seems they've done here, Team Liquid's skill ceiling is just ridiculously high. And Dallas Fuel, like, they don't have the answers right now. I thought they could actually match the offense there on the defense when they swapped over to the Sigma. They had a Cassidy of their own. Lucamino's on the Alori. That's the only difference compositionally. But not even that. The Sky Noon from Zero swept in, got a pick onto Kellan. And 4 versus 5. It's a tough going for Dallas Fuel.
A young Kellan was playing Sigma, Johnny. I mean, it's not a bad pick on that third point, sure, but this is not the Fuel that we're used to seeing on this map whatsoever. They have a minute in the time bank.
And I mean, you've been so good on this map that you can't change either. Like, you just got to double down on what you're doing so well. So CJ and Lucamino are going to play this double flex lineup. So much value into the back line here. Sonjin Flexes over to the Genji for the time being. But the way the Cassidy has been playing right now for Team Liquid, it's just been brilliant. It's just been great from them so far. So I have no doubt that they're gonna keep flanking like this. Sarah getting the pocket required. Keep hitting these shots onto Dallas Fuel. And Dallas Fuel are just left with questions right now. How are they going to break down Team Liquid here?
Oh, dearie me. And Kellen's going to get trapped in the room too. Tree hits an execution as he jumps away, dies. Like 10 seconds to go. This double flex support lineup. Lucamino's been caught off. Vega scratches him to death. The Dallas Fuel don't even get a damn touch. It's been stopped right under the bridge. That is an awkward spot for that payload to finish too. It's not easily defendable. You can kind of joggle it, like jiggle around the high ground, sure, maybe, but like it's this is a 2-0. I'm gonna call it now, Johnny. This is Team Liquid going up 2 maps.
I mean, if they yeah, look. I was gonna say if Team Liquid wins this map, but it's like 99% certainty that Team Liquid wins this map now. Like Dallas Fuel has to be boomed. This is crazy. No team has really taken it to them like this. And they don't really have the answers either for what Team Liquid are throwing their way. Where the card is, you just have to be aggressive and like play the rooftops and like full hold Team Liquid essentially.
Right.
But what Team Liquid has done so well is that like they recognize that Dallas Fuel, they like to play the angles. They like to have these individuals wrapping around, and Team Liquid are just kind of outplaying them, just saying like, okay, well, we're gonna play Cat Cassidy, and just we're gonna keep out-angling you guys instead. And it feels like they are the ones actually hurting Dallas Fuel position and forcing Dallas Fuel to adapt, which is just not the place they want to be in. They like to have the high ground control. They like to have a Tracer lurking on the off angle. And you can see they're now positioned to try and replicate what Team Liquid are doing, but it's just a matter of like, can you do it better? And now Team Liquid are doing something entirely different, and Sunjin's caught off guard. Oh my god.
Oh, dearie me. Yeah, and Kellen's on Diva on the defense. I mean, hey, if you guys can do it, maybe we can. Sunjin's going to come back on Farah to be a nuisance in the skies. Uh-oh. How do we deal with this now? This payload is moving for free. Infected basically 1v2ing right now. He's keeping both Chronic and Lucamino at bay while the rest of the team is fighting back to front.
Infected.
Oh, loses Meg. Okay, that's
loses Meg too. So actually, Team Liquid here, they throw out a bit of a curveball here playing this composition, and we'll see if they actually decide to stick with it here now when, you know, the jig is up. They've showcased what they can do already. Vega swaps over onto the Cat here as well. So this might be the wiser move. You think in 3 minutes, we can still utilize our Cat and our Cassidy here to do what we've already done so far this map. So this is good. This is good. You still have plenty of time here, and you should be able to get this payload across the finish line now. It's just a matter of Chronic versus Tree. Who can be the superior Cassidy in a matchup like this?
I think you've put a lot of your channel points on Tree at this point. Especially with how this map has been going so far. Taking a little bit of suppressing fire from Sunjin, but you know, it's all good. Now he can get over this high ground thanks to the Cats. He's looking for somebody, he's hunting, he's searching. Spotted somebody in the small little mini room. There's actually a Farah that goes down. As Infected and Tree, well, and Vega too, ends up taking down the Farah in the sky. They're just going to chase Chronic into the small room. Absolute cinema from Team Liquid. A rush to finish this off. And this is going to be it. They're just going to get rolled over. They haven't got the bodies. There's a Kellen self-destruct, sure, but this payload's moving. It's almost long gone.
I mean, what a showing. Has to go ahead and clean this fight up. Sunjin with the last ditch effort barrage. And I'm kind of shocked myself, Joss. Like how did they improve so much in such a short amount of time? They're up 2-0 against Dallas Fuel with Midseason Championship on the line.
Mid-season on the line in this series. 30 and 6 for Tree. 17k damage. 17.5. Well, give him the extra bit. Kellen hitting the same kind of damage numbers. not looking nearly as impressive as Tree right now. In fact, neither of the DPS on the side of the field are looking as impressive as Tree on the cast. Really just took over the game. I mean, these kind of kills shouldn't happen on the Illari like that. It just shouldn't happen. The Dallas Fuel on their best map go down to TL. And now what do? Where do we go? I mean, Dallas Fuel's chance to choose again. They've been very dominant, only losing to SSG in the regular season, the regular stage. Wow. It feels like I logged on today, Johnny, and I was expecting one thing. On the first match, I got it. On the second match, I'm getting the complete opposite.
Yeah, I mean, the channel point percentages speak for themselves here. This is a massive surprise to everybody, really. That Team Liquid, like, okay, so some percentage of people, 15%, they bet on Team Liquid, okay? How many of those 15% do you think genuinely in their heart were like, yeah, I think Team Liquid is the better team, and I actually think that they're going to beat Dallas Fuel here? I guarantee you that almost everybody who bet on Team Liquid in a scenario like this was just like, oh, they're great odds, like good return. Like, I bet on Team Liquid because it's 10%. I didn't bet on Team Liquid because I think they're the better team, just on the off chance that they're going to win this series. Like, this would be such a massive upset, and in the way they're doing it too is so impressive. The way they're utilizing this Cassidy with the cat, it gives them so much like directness. To some extent, when you play with the Bastion, you're kind of locked into the cooldown cycling of the turret form at the end of the day. And obviously, when you push forward with that turret form, that is when you're most kind of like that is when you have the most impact, right? Playing the Cassidy like this, you can kind of like pick your moments a bit more like specifically, like, yeah, we can push in 1 second, or we're gonna go in 2 seconds. Like, you're not reliant on the cooldown timing of the turret form. And Team Liquid, just their tactical awareness of what Dallas Fuel want to do and how they're going to counteract that, I think what they're showing right now is just beautiful Overwatch.
They're one map away. Team Liquid are one map away from locking their spot in Paris in mid-season. There's 3 spots available, of course. SSG have secured 1, and this map will decide the second spot being secured. And don't forget, you can lock your tickets in right now using that QR code, or you can check the socials. Use code OW15 to get 15% off, and come join us at the mid-season. It's going to be a blast. Make sure you drink lots of water when you're over there, though. I know EU's having a heat wave, but I said before, should be a nice, cool, conditioned AC gaming hall. All right.
Buy tickets, get AC access.
Get AC access with your tickets right now. I mean, dude, it is boiling over there at the moment. Dallas Fuel choosing King's Row, and we are seeing a sub for Team Liquid. Attack in, infected out.
Yeah, so less opportunity here for Team Liquid to kind of replicate what they already did on Elios and Dorado. I have to say here, this is looking like a Dallas Fuel team that now wants to play a bit of a different ball game by going over to King's Row, maybe a bit more linearly, maybe like slow things down here a little bit. But at the end of the day, I kind of would have said that that is what Team Liquid wants to do anyway, and so there's no great map to kind of take them to, given how Team Liquid has dominated these high ground, you know, big vertical spaces so far in this series. This is going to be a tough uphill reverse sweep no matter where you go in terms of maps here for Dallas Fuel.
Yeah, reverse sweep needed. Symmetra ban for the Dallas Fuel. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. With attack coming in, we're expecting Sig, we're expecting off tanks. Whereas Infected Hero Pool leans slightly towards the other way. What is TL? But what do you think the smartest ban is here for TL? I mean, what's giving you the biggest trouble so far? Looks like it's going to be Mauga for Team Liquid.
They're going to ban the Mauga? All right.
How do you feel about the Mauga? That feels like a throwaway ban. I don't know about that, Johnny.
I feel like they're so tactical right now with what they're playing that based on what Team Liquid has prepared over King's Row, they're probably just basing this on the fact that Mauga is a good hero for what we got going here right now. We want to play our game, and I think they've showcased at times, especially the last couple of series, that Team Liquid's hero pools are deeper because they have more confidence in each other as players to flex over and play all this different stuff, right? When we initially saw Dallas Fuel dominate Team Liquid in week 2, okay? Do you remember on Oasis and Team Liquid just like 5-stacked playing like a Lucio Kiriko composition on Oasis? And Dallas Fuel are just like, you guys are 5-stacking. we're playing a Winston composition. We're going to pick you apart as you walk up towards the point. This is not that same Team Liquid team now. This is a team that is showing tactical versatility as their confidence in each other's teamwork grows. And that is why Team Liquid now, they're able to play so many different kinds of heroes. And with that trust in each other, you know, they execute better as individuals as well. And so all this practice time, all these weeks gone by now here in Stage 2, is a Team Liquid that has truly leveled up with all that experience with each other.
Yeah, it has been a slow build for Team Liquid, just like a slow drip into a stream, into a waterfall, you know. At the end of the day, I think with how Liquid are playing now, you got to be scared even if you're Space Station. I mean, if they end up sweeping the fuel, if we end up this being a 3-0, like, even SSG, I mean, lethal, especially, he just said, like, hey, man, hot take, I think Lunex are going to make it. I think Dallas Fuel is a certain. Doesn't feel like it. Maybe it's a super off day for Dallas Fuel, but it honestly, even after the first map, it didn't feel that way. It just felt like Team Liquid have just gained a whole lot more momentum, a whole lot more, I don't know, teamwork, power level, and however you want to say it. They just look better. They look good right now.
It certainly looks like Team Liquid has made Dallas Fuel uncomfortable, and Dallas Fuel don't know how to respond to the punches being thrown at them. They're just like, well,
yeah.
Do we play our game still? Do we change things up? Like, how do we react in a moment like this? But what a treat this is. I mean, this is what we wanted to see from the North American region going into this year. And then in Stage 1, yeah, Dallas Fuel, you know, feel good story. They were dominating. SSG, they kind of fell flat. Team Liquid couldn't compete in Stage 1. And now finally, we have so many great teams. We have a top 3 here as Team Liquid takes it to Dallas Fuel that just look like they're playing incredible Overwatch and really playing at their peak level right now. And so I'm just rejoicing at the level of Overwatch we're getting to see right now. This is what we wanted to see at the start of the year.
Ready for battle.
All right, Liquid are going to start out on defense. Dallas Fuel will be setting the pace car for this game, for this map. I love Team Liquid picking up attack. I like them picking up Kivas as well. I think it gives their roster a lot more depth. I think with how things have gone with Infected, if they do need to hard rely on like something like a D.Va, something like super heavy into the off-tank pool, I think it's been a fantastic addition, a definite level up. And the DPS have been fairly reliant. I mean, Tree and Zera, yeah, sure, they didn't look too hot throughout the stage, but yeah, last week, now even today, yeah, they look good with it. All right, let's see what Dallas Fuel have got to bring to the table. Looks like it's going to be Kellen on Sigma. Sonja back on the Pharah. And CJ just decides where he wants to go. It's definitely not going to be Mercy.
I'll find
Kiri.
my own path. Excellent team.
So a little bit here poke from Dallas Fuel. I guess this is kind of like the alternate look we've seen from Dallas Fuel. Obviously, Sonja playing a lot of Pharah to begin with here. So very poke heavy from Dallas Fuel as they look to set up here on the offense. Chronic already get an opportunity here in the sky to do a little bit of poke damage. Let's see how Team Liquid respond to this, because they know they're going to be out-poked here. Well, Zero's going to respond with ending up killing Chronic here. So 5 versus 4 situation. But Team Liquid on this defense, they are the ones who's kind of forced to respond to all this pressure Dallas Fuel is dishing out with the Pharah damage, with the Cassidy damage.
Our cat is behind them. Yeah, Lucavino completely caught. Well, that's definitely not good. I like the idea of the poke. I see merit to the Pharah, and Dallas Fuel have made it work over the last few weeks. But I will say, the hardest thing about the Pharah comps, and just poke comps in general, is that you need to not die super quick. Like, the idea for Team Liquid here is just pick someone off really fast, and then you can survive the poke, because there's one less player to kind of deal with. And if they can just keep doing that, if they can keep picking up Surgeon, they can keep picking up Chronic, like, they're going to be in a good spot.
Yeah, Dallas Fuel are putting pressure onto the point now, so you can see the percentage building as well. And this is where Team Liquid, they're going to be forced to contest at the end of the day. And that is when Dallas Fuel can do the most damage onto this defense. You see 70% now, like, Kellen is just racking up this percentage. Ultimates are going to become available here. CJ drops the Kitsune Rush. Team Liquid on the back foot here.
Oh, Fly Noon. Oh, Treants were going down to a stray rocket there from Sonjin after that High Noon. Okay, both DPS for Team Liquid already dead. Kivis ends up popping that rush. A nicely timed TP past the rock. We're still waiting arms of Kellen there to embrace the Kiriko. All right, there's the point. Tough comp to execute on the defense, though, if they want to have attack permanently stay high ground. And Dallas Fuel noted that and put Kellen on point and pressured them out that way.
Yeah, and I think it was an awkward timing for Team Liquid. Because realistically, I think they needed that Kitsune rush from Kivis to contest the offense on towards the point. But Kivis was slightly behind in building that Kitsune rush, and that just gave way much percentage to Dallas Fuel. And at the end of the day, Kivis wasn't able to get it online quick enough here. Sunjun's looking for a little something here. Has the barrage available. Not sure you want to barrage this, though.
One-tap Kivis. Oh, he really did think. Johnny goes, he shouldn't barrage this one, though, as Sunjun immediately presses Q. Trying to dive bomb on the Cassidy now. Zera really low. Even gets a nice little boot, too. Sunjun still connects with a body shot there onto Zera at the end. Okay, Fuel, they've still got something to them. A teleport away, straight into a flux. What a perfectly timed one from Kellen. Orbital Ray from Vega couldn't come down soon enough. And in fact, it was too late. They're not going to be able to make use of that at all as it slowly drifts out of their periphery.
Yeah, now the Team Liquid hasn't been able to find anything here on this defense. You lose the first fight, not getting any value from Kitsune rush. You're not able to set up on the defense accordingly as your flankers get caught off guard there by Sunjun, who still made up for that barrage with a nice pick as well. And Dallas Fuel now on towards the third point here already. Team Liquid, this map getting kind of away from them on this defense.
Real's to Team Liquid, they've got, in theory, a better flux. Zera's on high ground, nice spot for him, but the range disadvantage here is going to be tough against the Pharah, and in fact has to just back out. Drops all the way down to low ground. Might get picked up again. Well, this time it's going to be a Sky Noon. Under the map goes Lucamino to try and escape. And no one from a Dallas Fuel end up falling over to that. A flashbang, but a little boot concussion comes in for Zera. As Chronic takes him down, a silver bullet to finish off Vega too. They spend way too long in the back line. And that spree was ambitious. I'll say that. I'll be polite about it.
Dallas Fuel here with a great opportunity to cap King's Row with 3 minute 20. They got so many ultimates available still. It's just been the barrage, really. They've been forced to commit here. Attack over onto the Diva here now, but against these ultimates, I don't know if you can stand up against it.
Catnap as well, trying to dunk it down. Oh, attack ends up killing Lucamino. Catnap, not today.
All right, so you get an opportunity. 3 minutes here, Jaws. 3 minutes.
A beast.
This is going to be a tough defense for Team Liquid as they look to stabilize with the Diva here as well. Sunjun reacts accordingly. He's going to pick the Mei here. And Dallas Fuel quite comfortable now to slow things down as Team Liquid shifts away from the signal composition themselves.
Zera? Okay, how is Zera in this spot for this long? That's the easiest pick. And then the High Noon, Sky Noon. Oh, narrowly there, Vega escapes. He's 1 HP. Surely the Juno falls in a mere moment. That shield is replenishing. An execution as two players are capping the point right now. 0.36 meters away from capping. They almost managed to C9 them. Almost managed to back cap.
Just like we drew it up. Just like we drew it up. The last minute contest coming out from Team Liquid. And they're still trying to make plays here. Zero gets kind of caught early there. Gets caught again here by the Mei wall. Can't go down early once more here. They need to build these support ultimates, Team Liquid here.
Okay, they're just slowly burning up, and now Kellen has got Flux. Orbital Ray from Vega. Might be good to just pop that insta. Although without killing Sonja, maybe Dallas Fuel think better of this. Maybe they back off first. Definitely will now, after CJ is met with a icicle to the dome.
It's interesting here now, Jaws, with 3 over onto this Mei as well. It's not really a hero that we see out of 3, but it's been able to kind of put Dallas Fuel, stop them in their tracks here. And now, Sunjun's Mei pick here now. It's not really going to do them a lot of good. You have the Blizzard available, but being able to get value out of this against Team Liquid's composition, that's going to be tough in and of itself. Can help guarantee you some room for the most part. But this is a Team Liquid has purely stabilized here. Lots of ultimates being dropped now.
That's a super early block, and yeah, Tree is going to go down. Block, and then wall was used, and then instantly at the feet of them, Sonjin throws the Blizzard to isolate the kill onto the Mei. Chronic hits the flashbang on the D.Va, so she can't fly. Attack, uses self-destruct, ends up dying anyway. Chronic peeking around this corner. He's going to have a good sightline on the backline now as the Dallas Fuel are managing to rout Team Liquid.
Attack swaps over to the Obese here of all things. Oh, it's just going to be to get closer to the point. All right, Attack already back into the fight, but Zero goes down already. It's now Dallas Fuel looking like they're going to close things out here.
Is that a boop? That's a boop off the map from Attack. Get Sonjin out of there. And now the Blitz is going to come through as well. Tree ends up going down again. However, the Sanctuary is going to bathe Dallas Fuel in this red hue. Overtime now approaching still. 5 seconds to go. Attack gets rocked. There's the Disu. They just need to finish in OT. They need to get him there, but it's 0.41 meters. They get it done, but Team Liquid drain that bank down from about 4 minutes.
Okay, that's a huge win for Team Liquid. Given how that defense started and how one-sided it was there, the fact you're able to get to the 3rd point and then stall out into overtime, that at the end of the day, that has to feel good for Team Liquid. Because now you have a fighting chance on this map, especially the way they were steamrolling on Dorado there as well. And I mean, this boop from Attack, okay, like, my brain is unable to process what is happening.
It's just so much. I mean, those Chronic hits like 2 nasty headshots. Like, and as that Sanctuary hits, and they're still able to live through the Sanctuary too. Like, Attack's able to stay alive. He kind of jumps close to payload, dodges some bullets, dodges some fire, miscellaneous shots hitting him. But yeah, burn that time back all the way down. I mean, Liquid in a still very winnable spot, an admirable defense.
And that's just a jolt of good vibes immediately. Just like, okay, we held them to overtime. Now we can generate some momentum on our attack of our own. And if we're off to a hot start here, like we capped the 1st point on the 1st or 2nd fight here, there's some momentum going into 2nd. Suddenly it feels like it's starting to become a really winnable map for Team Liquid. Whereas how it started out so poorly for them on this defense. Attack rolling out on the Zarya here. So this is obviously a look that Team Liquid can't really bring out here when Infected is in the mix. But the Emre and the Vendetta, you don't see this every day.
Yeah, not anymore. Emre, Vendetta on Zarya. Okay.
They are cooking.
They do be cooking right now. I mean, it's kind of perfect for Zarya. This is kind of the old... I was going to say the classic. It's not a classic. It was when Vendetta came out. But Vendetta, Zarya, bubble the Vendetta, she goes in, she just sustains, she punishes frontline, like, straight chilling. I mean, Zera does unfortunately need some help here, but the overhead slash with Attack going low, they're able to isolate Kellen. The Dallas Fuel too concerned with healing Chronic up in that fight.
I have to wait for Kellen here. There's a big pick from Sunjin actually onto Zero. Gives you an opportunity here to at least contest this 1st point after it started out so horribly for Dallas Fuel.
They're on their side of the map. Sunjin is up in this high ground. In this house area, there's a nade on the ground. Surely he dies. The wall ends up coming in. Kill this Mei. Okay, Sunjin down. Took them long enough, it felt like. And look,
what is happening there?
Why is Lucamino there? Why is Lucamino touching the spawn?
I mean, you're 2 members down. Zero's going to get a better spawn and rollout as the Vendetta as well. This should be Team Liquid stepping up now, and they're close to a rush.
Yeah, Attack's going to be super high energy too. So Kellen's going to have to play very passively with his shield, just hoping not to feed Attack too much. And then farming up himself as he's close to this ultimate suit. High ground for Tree. Now, this is the god spot, unironically, for Tree here. If he just manages to stay alive and punishes Kellen's position, they could be good. Sky Noon kills Kivis. No nano opportunity for TL. Trying to get right-click. Wait, Attack just got a double right-click. That wasn't even a single. A double right-click from Attack. Tanks the rock to the dome. Chases down Kellen. Nothing this guy can't do. Dallas Fuel, they're losing this 1st point.
Yeah, it has to be said at this point, as Tree goes in for the bag on the 3rd consecutive map, that this is a composition that Team Liquid, they practiced so very much when Vendetta was meta way back, you know, the preseason boot camp and all that. Team Liquid, they were one of the teams who felt really confident playing a composition like this And obviously attack in the mix now here with Zero as well. But Team Liquid, this is something they've pulled out from the strategy book. Composition that they've got so much practice time on. Albeit now with 2 new members.
All right, very quick at Dallas Fuel, able to regroup here and try and force choke, but this Zarya needs to get out of it. Well, living weapon unlocked here for Tree. Here's the override protocol. Dome's Chronic. And this is going to be a very swift end to the fight. And now, Johnny, I'm not going to speak too far into the future here, but that time bank for the Dallas Fuel, not looking so hot.
You kind of wish you finished in overtime now. You wish there was just a second on the time bank like there was on the auto at this point. Because
a single second.
You definitely don't want to get into territory now where Team Liquid get an opportunity to close out the series without the worry of getting to lose the map themselves. Graviton Surge available here now. It's going to be popped aggressive. I love this playmaking from Team Liquid now.
Yeah, really proactive. Chronic ends up going down. They're not able to save Kellen either. Dallas Fuel need to bail him out, and they bail him out quick. But unfortunately, I mean, Tree is also taking over the game. The proactivity on second, you've got to, if you're the tank player, you've got to be pushing for ults. You've got to be pushing for kills, giving your team a much easier time getting it around this streets phase.
Yeah, they're not letting Dallas Fuel stabilize. And that's going to be it. Not really going to go for it here. Zero pops the ultimate for good measure as well. Can't touch. Actually, they are touching for the time being, but it's going to be kind of last effort here from Lucamino.
From Lucamino was so nice from Kivis. Zera's in. Oh, doesn't quite get away. A little shocked there. Maybe Zera was thinking the same thing.
3 minutes 40.
My attack. Please don't.
Looks pretty calm. Looks pretty collected. Got a good energy. We're charged up. Feel good.
He's got a good vibe to him as well, Johnny. I'm going to be honest. Feels like he's in his lane. Moisturized. All right, well, they're going to send Vendetta in again. Tree dodging out of the way. Catnap for Lucamino. They grab anybody. There's a lot happening right now with double rushes on the field. As Attack just tries to control this front line. Now the high noon into the sky. Dodge, though. The bubble was perfect from Attack. A sleep onto Kellen as well. Mid-fight, that sleep was perfect from Kivis. Stopping Kellen, instantly activating the Annihilation as soon as he's dragged into the rest of the team in the team fight. That sleep lasted long enough for them to kill both DPS. And now Lucamino is literally under the map. Someone saved the boy.
Attack killed the Widow.
Attack killed another one.
They're just cleaning up the spawn and Lucamino's just stuck here.
Lucamino, get from under the map. Get to the rest of the team. Lucamino, please join the rest of the team. He's still touching the point. Look at him contesting. Wait, he's contesting this whole time. Up and down, up and down. Attack is still killing people in the spawn. Hang on. Up and down, up. Do they know? IQ too high? Lucamino.
They finally saw the cat.
They found him. Get his ass. Jump on him.
Chronic's back on the Widow.
Okay, he's dead. But it gives a long enough time for Sojin to get a kill. Kellen's back. But unfortunately, you're still against the Zarya, and Attack is still murdering everybody. Lucamino, with a sky-high IQ, not able to save the rest of the team there. As Team Liquid finished with time, a solid 157 on Kings. That has got to be one of the funniest things I've ever seen on Kings. Look, thank you for the replay, Obs. Thank you. Look at this.
Well,
that
we stalled some time.
Behavior.
Yeah, it's like 30 seconds we saved. I don't know.
Oh my god.
That's my ranked warlord.
Yeah. You could put clown music over that and it would fit perfectly.
Wow. Going into this series, the way we predicted Dallas Fuel to dominate. Okay, I'll be honest. Going into this one. We saw the previous matchup unfold like 3-0, and suddenly we're kind of in similar territory to EMEA, where we're thinking like, oh, please, like, drag it out a little bit. Like, don't make it 2-3-0s, you know? Like, give us like a back and forth series. Give us some good Overwatch. I don't think we expected a potential 3-0 looking like this.
cinema. Where's that one of Smash? There's a Smash version of the cinema meme, Twitch emote.
Bring it out.
Cinema. Get that one. Someone add that to the OWCS, the Overwatch Esports Twitch Smash one. All right, well, they got 2 minutes. They got a free attack. Only need 33%. Cat Bastion on the defense for the Dallas Fuel. They got the rocket perk as well. Honestly, the perfect response. If you have a good feeling that Zera and Tree are going to play this again, I don't hate the Cat Bastion. In fact, I love it.
Yeah, especially in overtime as you get those missiles as well, the perk ready to go. And now you can kind of play aggressive. You can round this corner and try to look for picks. Team Liquid, though, recognize the threat of Chronic and are going to match it with Tree over onto the Bastion. Probably not going to pick that perk, and actually isn't now. Yeah, so they're responding perfectly here. Not going to pick the missiles themselves. Oh, and Zero flanking on the Cassie as well. This has been the threat the entire series.
Kill. They're only 33% as well. Zera has managed to get one. Luca Vito down. Johnny, that's it. Surely, I mean, it's only Kellen and CJ. It's done. It's over. Team Liquid are going to Paris. Then they're going to make the mid-season on what was a Team Liquid slow start to the season, a disappointing start to the season. Team Liquid show up in playoffs and destroy Dallas Fuel. A 3-0 to round it out.
What just happened, bro? Like, least expected result of the day? Like, yeah. What happened?
I think we've not been given the script for today's matches, it seems.
Really?
I think my print aged like a fine raisin. And that's where I'm at. Honestly, though, I'm so here for it. I just can't fathom how, like, what weird, like, training chamber has Team Liquid been put into in order to improve to this extent. Like, this is giving Dragon Ball to me. Like, I don't understand where we're at here. This makes no sense. Dallas looked lost. Meanwhile, Team Liquid just absorbed all the energy. Like, their DPS have been popping up left and right. And we saw the switches as well. The attack and infected, like, swapping in and out. And no matter who was in, like, it just looked good. It looked rehearsed. It looked like they had a clear idea. The comms they played looked clean. What is happening?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's the perfect word to use, Zoe. I think rehearsed. I think you hit the nail on the head. It looks seamless for the Team Liquid. And I think, if you go back to week 1, I think everybody's expecting him to play like this. You know? Play with attack in. He's an experienced off-tank player at this point. Like, and Tree put up big numbers on the Cassidy. He looks like a beast. He's a freak on the cast. We all know that. But, like, this was a new Tree that we saw today.
So,
yeah,
when they dominated Cafe in a 3-0, I know it was Cafe, but you get the sense when you watch this team now, you didn't get the sense in week 2, but you get the sense that this is a team, like you say, that understands, like, what they want to do, like what their tactics are, how they're going to play the compositional matchup, and how they're going to execute with these compositions. And the first couple of weeks, when they had limited experience playing with each other, they just looked like lost. Like they were still trying to figure things out, and they were caught flat-footed all the time. Like, you watched that Cassidy gameplay on Dorado, and there was so much intention behind every rotation, and every time they flanked with the cat. Like, it was just way better Overwatch than we've seen from Team Liquid previously in the stage, and this is what a bootcamp is, can provide you.
It's so true. I mean, we said, right, setting up this match, they just needed more time. Well, it turns out, like, 3 days or so is more time. That's the time they needed. And now here we are. They're moving on here into the upper bracket final against SSG. Let's hear it from Infected after this incredible series we just got to witness. Infected is always such a joy to see you. Apologies are in order. I was not familiar with your game. Not predict you. In fact, I thought you're not even going to get a single map. Like, what happened? What is going on? Where was this Team Liquid the last few weeks?
Yeah, I'd say the past few weeks were really just like experimental phases and just us like trying to figure out how to integrate attack and Kivus like into our core. And I think right now we're boot camping at the St. Clair facility in Canada. So shout out to them. I just got to say that. I think this bootcamp has helped us a lot, just like come together as a team and just like honestly just bond and like just grow synergy. And I think it really showed in this match for sure.
Man, you got a boot camp every single week of the next stage as well, man. I mean, this was a crazy come up. I do want to ask, actually, with Kivas and Attack coming in, what has been the hardest thing for you guys to integrate them into the system and the team as a whole?
I'd say the hardest is just the language barrier. I think when they both joined the team, both of them, and FACEIT too, our new coach, they're all from Korea. They all knew like a little bit of English, but they've been taking English lessons, and yeah, I think the biggest thing is the language, but we've definitely fixed that, just like being together in person, and I think our comms are like really clean and good overall.
So I want to go back to a very specific match previously in this stage, and it makes sense. You lost 3-1 to Dallas Fuel in week 2. And honestly, like the kind of way you lost as well, you obviously won New Junk City in that series, but the way you lost, it just like OWCS, you were trying to play this Lucio Kiri comp, and you're kind of like 5-stacking, and it just looked like it really looked like you weren't on the same page at all. And it's such a shift from back then. As you reflect on that loss to Dallas Fuel in week 2, what do you think are the biggest differences from now to the Team Liquid that we saw today that just dominated Dallas Fuel? What has been the biggest difference since then?
Honestly, there's like 10 that I can think of right away. Like there were so many issues. I'd say the biggest thing is just us being on the same page and actually playing as a team. And I also think, like, especially in this match, like our hero picks and like our compositions, I think that match when we lost to them, we didn't have a good read on the meta, like at all. And I think this match, we had a way better read, and we were like the comp that we pulled out on Dorado defense, we literally just like saw VP play it like a week ago, I think, and we were like, just pull it out in the match. Like we had never practiced that at all. So I think I think our hero swaps was the biggest thing, and just playing together as a team for sure.
The fact that they do that on Dorado, basically the home map of Dallas Fuel, that's some energy right there. In fact, that you love to see it. Looking ahead now at this playoffs, like obviously boot camping, things are going well. You're coming in confident. Do you think you can like take this all the way? Like, is this a NA winning team now for stage 2?
Oh, of course. I mean, I'm sure, like, at least like in my head a little bit, there was like a little bit of doubt because we actually hadn't had like a big upside win yet this stage. But like now that we just 3-0'd Dallas, I'd say like it wasn't that dominant for sure, but like it felt dominant from my side, and it felt really confident. So I think because of that, and like we know that we can do it, we can 100% win the stage for sure.
I know SSG have talked about scrimming EU a little bit, and they're saying, okay, actually, they got a lot more game than we thought they did. No leaks, obviously, but have you been scrimming EU, and what do you think of their power level right now, just before the major?
No, we have had some EU scrims. I think they definitely are stronger than NA, for sure. And I think also scrimming EU has helped elevate our play a lot, too. So I think we can definitely reach up to them by the time that EWC happens. Yeah, I'd say EMEA is a really strong region right now, better than NA.
All right, Infected, before we let you go, it's obviously been a up and down year for you guys. Disappointment in stage 1, and it was a tough stage 2, and the job is not done yet. Obviously, you still got more matches to come this weekend, but this just has to feel like such a relief to you guys, the way you dominated Dallas Fuel in this series, the way you got a 3-0. It just emotionally, what does it feel like after everything you've been through this year?
I mean, like, yeah, especially just like with everything that happened before the start of the year, and just having to like figure out how to be in like a new team environment. Also, like me personally having to figure out how to like share playtime with Attack and like be like a 2-tank team. It's definitely been really hard, and our entire team has been working so hard like these past 2 weeks. We've been triple blocking every single day. So it means the world, and it's definitely the biggest relief ever to know that we qualified for the LAN after missing out on the first one this year.
Yeah, it's been an incredible performance on display today, and we're so excited to see if you can come out on top of NA and what you're going to bring to the table now that we know that you are officially qualified for the Midseason Championship. In fact, congratulations, and thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat.
Thank you guys so much.
And of course, best of luck. Never change, man. Never change. Yeah, it's been so great, and I think he just touched on a really, really important part there mentally, right? Like if you're turning into a 2-tank team, having to share that playtime, there's just a lot going into that. Like that's a huge shift for a team. It's not just like a DPS swap in and out. Like the tank is that's the core of your team. Like, teams revolve around their tanks.
Yeah, 100%. I can imagine, as Infected most of his career has been the solo tank. You know, at the end of the day, you're not used to that. You're not like, oh, okay, actually, I'm coming out for this map. Like, I am maybe the vocal leader, or like at least very vocal in the game at the current moment in time. Must feel pretty strange for him, but you know, these things need to happen. Your hero pool can't stretch like to every single tank and be an expert on all of them. So it's cool to see personal growth from him and see it translate into the game.
Yeah, this is wild. And if you're SSG now, like, I don't think you expected this. I don't think you were prepping for Team Liquid for your upper bracket final match. Johnny, with what we've seen from these teams, then, do you think Team Liquid is going to stand a chance?
I think it's going to be a very competitive series. Impossible to predict, but I think it's going to be a thrilling series. And look, Jack, we've been casting North America so far this stage. We were casting Team Liquid losing to Dallas Fuel, Team Liquid losing to SSG. What did I always say, Jack?
Something about
panic.
Water and rivers.
Don't
okay.
panic. Don't panic. And all the hopium came true. I'm just saying, you clown on my hopium. I just told you, we were waiting for Team Liquid to rev up the engines and start playing their best Overwatch. And what a glow up this has been. No one could have possibly imagined them 3-0 Dallas Fuel the way they did today. That was just magical.
Yeah, no, I mean, even a blind chicken finds a corn every once in a while, Johnny. Either way, we were treated to a very entertaining day one of both EMEA and NA playoffs. Honestly, wow, I am just so excited to see excited. I can speak. I know English. I'm excited. I'm about to make an exit. It's been a long day for me mentally. I don't know why, but like these matches took it out of me. Being wrong so often is just hard, you know, on the mental. So I gotta recover. But man, are we in for something? Lots of teams, like, they really showed up for the playoffs, Jack.
Yeah, the Lunex Dallas Fuel. Again, were SSG expecting to play Team Liquid? Probably not. Were Lunex expecting to play Dallas Fuel? Probably not. We'll see how they end up handling the Dallas Fuel dive, because you best believe they're going back to Dorado and want to make it to the midseason.
They're bouncing back. You know Dallas Fuel are going to bounce back with a vengeance this weekend.
Yeah, and I mean, we're starting with the lower bracket matches tomorrow, right? So this means that their playoffs lives are on the line. If they win, they're into our Midseason Championship. If they lose, they're out of playoffs, they're out of Midseason Championship, and they have to just rally back for stage 3. So yeah, I think the teams are really going to come to play tomorrow. Now, before we're going to send us off, Johnny, any more Heraclitus quotes to close out our days? Oh, you do? Wait,
Heraclitus. Heraclitus. What a guy, huh?
Sorry.
What a guy, huh? Look, still rings true in the Big 26. Still rings true.
No man ever steps.
It was a different Dallas Fuel and a very different Team Liquid.
It's the same river here.
So you just gave me the exact same quote.
Yeah, that's the quote of the day. That's the quote of the day. That's the quote of the day. It's lived on for 2026 years, Zoe. So you know why move on?
You're brave. That's so true. So right.
I don't know
as
when
Aristotle said, you know, probably mostly in regards to competitive Overwatch. I think all those quotes were in regards to competitive Overwatch. The more you know, the more you know you don't know. And that's me whenever I watch competitive Overwatch. So yeah, perhaps tomorrow, you know, we have some answers for you. Maybe we get some Preds right as well. That'd be crazy. Either way, we're here for it. Thank you both so much for calling the action. It's been an absolute blast. Thank you all so much for watching. We should be back same place, same time tomorrow. You don't want to miss it.